The storm at the ancient Dao Imperial Palace, where Xian Luo's disciple, Wang Lin, had stormed the palace and used his death to repay Xian Luo's kindness, had attracted the attention of countless people. In the end, he killed the ancient Dao Emperor, and not even the Holy Emperor Yi Wei was able to stop Wang Lin from leaving. This news gradually spread after the members of the other two clans left. Almost everyone who was qualified knew about it. This matter should have caused a bigger wave, but another even more shocking matter made it slowly fade. The early opening of the immemorial god realm set off a wave across the entire ancient clan. The vast sea between the ancient clan and the celestial clan had become giant pit. The pit was endless and gave off the smell of decay. At the center of the sea was a storm that rumbled loudly. In the swirling sea, the door formed by the 9 heaven-piercing pillars loomed. This attracted the attention of a lot of powerful people, but after observing it, they all left. Jodi had also personally come here, but even with his cultivation level, he could not get far into the storm, not to mention the door was not open. Judging with his cultivation level and Hai Zi's estimation, it would take 500 years for it to open. And this time, it would be a never-before-seen complete opening. Dao Yi, Wu Feng, and ancient clan Grand Empyreans, including Xian Luo, had all come. They silently looked door from outside the storm and silently left. But at the same time, a message had come down from Mount Gudao to the 3 royal clans and their Grand Empyreans. The message was very simple. It told people to stop observing the immemorial god realm and that it would open in 500 years. The message also told the 3 clans and their respective Grand Empyreans to prepare for battle in 500 years. Mount Gudao didn't pay any heed to the death of the ancient Dao Emperor. This strange phenomenon made the part of the ancient Dao that was advocating for Grand Empyrean Gudao to hunt Wang Lin down to become silent and never mention this matter again. Similar to the ancient clan, the celestial clan had also sent out a message to all 72 continents that the immemorial god realm would open in 500 years. They were to spend these 500 years training the powerful people under them. The Empyrean Exalts and Ascendant Empyreans were the most excited. The immemorial god realm was like the dragon's gate for them. Once they obtained a fortune, they would become a Grand Empyrean. Because of the appearance of the immemorial god realm, a storm had been set off on the immortal astral continent. However, due to the 500-year wait, the storm was suppressed into an undercurrent. It was like the calm before the storm. Whether it was the ancient clan or celestial clan members, if they believed they were qualified to enter the immemorial god realm, they felt a powerful pressure. They vaguely knew that the moment the immemorial god realm opened, a grand event would take place. But this matter would likely result in a war between the celestial clan and the ancient clan after being at peace for so long. The ancient clan was preparing. The celestial clan was the same. 500 years. Only 500 years. For mortals, low-level cultivators, and low-level members of the 3 clans, 500 years may seem long. However, for the powerful, 500 years was just the blink of an eye. Signs of war appeared across the immortal astral continent due to the appearance of the immemorial god realm. In a country at the border of the ancient Dao and ancient Shur, it was the rainy season. The rain was not strong, but it seemed like it was going to last for a long time. Even in the rain, the ancient cities remained bustling. The rain quietly fell on the earth and accumulated into small rivers. The sky was dim and seemed hazy. In a mountain not far in the distance, there was a young man in white holding a paper umbrella. Beside him was a woman. She was very beautiful, and she also looked ahead with the young man. "There are stories about you and the soul fragment inside me named One Air," the woman said softly as she withdrew his gaze from the rain and looked at the man in white beside her. It was this man who had broke into the ancient Dao palace, killed the ancient Dao emperor, and walked out of there with the power of one person, yet no one had dared to stop him. It was him who had brought her here. She didn't know what Wang Lin was going to do. But on the way here, the man's gentleness and consideration made her feel a warmth from the bottom of her heart. On the way, the man had told her a story. It was a long story, a chance encounter, a love that began with, "I'll take you to kill," and ended with, "Even if heaven wants you to die, I'll take you back," followed by thousands of years of sorrow and reminiscence. Wang Lin looked at the woman before him, revealing a gentle gaze, and nodded. The woman was silent. She could feel that Wang Lin's gentle gaze was not toward her, but the soul fragment inside her. She looked at the rain in the distance and spoke softly. "Where are we going?" "To the place we first met." Wang Lin held Songji as they faced the rain and walked into the distance. He didn't move at full speed for this trip, because he had to take care of Songji's weak body and the unstable soul fragment inside her. As a result, it had been a year since he had killed the ancient Dao Emperor. During this year, Wang Lin had not been hunted by Mount Gudao, and the ancient Dao hadn't said anything about this matter. Wang Lin calmly brought the woman to the edge of the ancient Dao territory. Past this place would be the ancient Shi. "Where we first met. Is it Blackstone City?" The woman's black hair was blown by the wind and a few strands flew into Wang Lin's face, entangling with his white hair. Wang Lin didn't speak and gradually disappeared with her into the rain. A few months later, Wang Lin and Songji left the ancient Dao and arrived at the ancient Shi. After arriving here, Songji's mood was no longer down. Looking at the ancient Shi, she found a sense of familiarity. But she spoke less and less. Facing Wang Lin, she became more and more silent and felt complicated. During this trip, she could sometimes feel Wang Lin sending a warm energy into her body. She didn't know what it did, but she could feel the soul fragment that had merged with her show signs of separation. "He is separating the soul of the woman named Wan Er. Perhaps when the soul completely separates, that will be the moment of my death. But to be able to see my hometown, to see Aunt Chong and Sister Dong, is also very good." Song Ji felt bitter in her heart and silently pondered. She was afraid but powerless. Wang Lin saw all of this, but he didn't explain anything. They were getting closer to Blackstone City. Several more months passed. As the sun set on a deserted mountain, Song Ji looked into the distance and asked the man beside her, "We will arrive at Blackstone City tomorrow?" Just now, Wang Lin had told her that they would reach her hometown of Blackstone City tomorrow. Wang Lin nodded. Song Ji silently pondered for a moment and then smiled as she looked at Wang Lin. She looked at the person who had accompanied her for more than a year. She looked at the youthful face that gave off an ancient aura. "Wan Er is very fortunate. I hope you and her will be happy forever." At the noon of the next day, Blackstone City could be seen from the distance. The city made of black stone appeared in her eyes and made Song Ji feel a sense of home. Less than 500 meters from the city, Wang Lin stopped. Song Ji looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Can you let me touch your face?" Wang Lin looked at the woman, and after a long time he gently nodded. Song Ji smiled and her face suddenly turned red. She caressed Wang Lin's ordinary-looking face, and after a moment, she placed her head against Wang Lin's chest. She could hear his heartbeat. The sound of his heartbeat made her close her eyes. Wang Lin lowered his head and stroked her hair. A fragrance came from her and drilled into Wang Lin's nose. The two of them remained like this for some time. When the setting sun became faintly red and dim, Song Ji raised her head from Wang Lin's chest. "If I die, please." "You won't die." Wang Lin calmly looked at the woman. As he spoke, he pointed to the spot between her eyebrows. Song Ji's vision became blurry and she fell down as if she was asleep. Half an hour later, her eyes were filled with confusion when she woke up. She silently looked around with a frown, and after a long time, she seemed to remember something. At this moment, the sun had mostly set and was about to disappear. Song Ji stood up and looked at her neck to find a jade pendant that gave off warmth. She could feel that Wan Er's soul fragment had disappeared. She was no longer Song Ji and she hadn't suffered any injuries. However, she felt a ripple across her heart, and her eyes were emotional. After a long time, she turned and walked toward Blackstone City, which was not far away. This was her home. Blackstone City was the same as before she left. She didn't meet any guards on her way in, as if the city lord had received an order. But when she arrived at her house, she saw two people standing there. One was a white-haired old woman and the other was a young girl. "Aunt Chong, Sister Dong, I am back." Xianxia bit her lower lip and smiled. Outside Blackstone City, Wang Lin stood where Xianxia had stood and looked at the city. After a while, he withdrew his divine sense. The woman was very pitiful. The fusion with Wan Er's soul had harmed her greatly. Her memory was in disarray and she could not tell who she was. Wang Lin could have ignored her weakness and disregarded her life to separate Li Muan's soul. However, the result would have been her life force extinguishing. Wang Lin had cultivated for thousands of years. People thought that he was very ruthless and cold-blooded, but he was still human. He didn't want to do this, so he had spent nearly 2 years slowly making his way here. Along the way, he had slowly sent his cultivation into her body so that Li Muan's soul could be separated without harming her. She is innocent, but it was also her who allowed me to find Wan Er's soul. So she should not be hurt for this. The jade I left with her contains my divine sense and should keep her safe. Ji-du, you have to properly take care of her, Wang Lin slowly said. Ripple echoed behind Wang Lin and Prince Ji-du walked out. He respectfully said, "As Godfather commands. I have informed the city lord to guard Xianxia to not allow her to suffer any harm. Please rest assured. I have even sent guards to live here to protect her." Prince Ji-du knew how important Xianxia was to his godfather, so he didn't dare to be sloppy in this regard. Prince Ji-du had stayed here because according to his analysis Wang Lin would likely come here. He had waited here ever since he returned from the ancient Tao, and Wang Lin had finally arrived. Wang Lin didn't show any emotions about the fact that Ji-du had waited here. On the contrary, if Ji-du hadn't done this, then it meant that he would not be useful to Wang Lin, and it would be very difficult for Ji-du to obtain the position of ancient emperor. Let's go. Wang Lin glanced at Blackstone City once more and then walked into the distance. Ji-du suppressed the excitement in his heart and followed Wang Lin. Wang Lin walked ahead and calmly said, "Prepare a place for me. I'm going into closed-door cultivation. Child has a secret chamber in my palace. If Godfather isn't happy with it, I can get people to immediately create another." Prince Ji-du quickly replied. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and the world around them distorted and both of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were inside Prince Ji-du's palace. "This secret chamber is fine. Without my permission, no one is allowed to cause any disturbance." Wang Lin's gaze fell on the palace and he chose a secret chamber to enter. Seeing that Wang Lin was about to step into the secret chamber, Prince Ji-du hesitated. He seemed to want to say something but seemed afraid to speak. Wang Lin was halfway into the chamber when he paused and looked at Prince Ji-du. "If you want to become the ancient Sure Emperor, then Grand Emperor Song Tian is key. If he recognizes you as the only candidate, then everything will be simple." Prince Ji-du looked helpless and spoke with a bitter smile. "Child doesn't know what I have done to provoke Lord Song. Usually, when I go see him, he doesn't meet with me, and even when I meet him in the palace, he is very cold. My younger brother, Chi-man, is very close to Lord Song. He lives on Origin Mountain and is rumored to have been accepted as Lord Song's disciple. Father also seems to care a lot about Chi-man. The entire ancient Sure is leaning toward him as the next emperor," Ji-du said bitterly. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and after hearing this, he silently pondered for a moment. The Grand Emperor of each clan can appoint each generation of emperor, but it is without exception. I think you are prepared. Wang Lin looked profoundly at Prince Ji-du. Prince Ji-du immediately felt like he had been completely seen through by Wang Lin, unable to even hide his thoughts. Prince Ji-du knelt down and respectfully said, "Child is still preparing. I'm unwilling to fail and be forced out as a king. Once I lose the chance to become the emperor, there will be no second chance. Whether it is intelligence or cunning, I'm better than that Chi-man. I'm unwilling to give up. I hope Godfather will help me. Once I become the emperor, I'll fulfill my previous agreement and won't dare to go back on it." Wang Lin's expression remained calm and he said, "Aside from your younger brother, there should be another opponent. And also senior brother. When he was born, there was a change in the world. It even attracted the attention of Grand Emperor Gu Dao and a gift was sent. He also has a high possibility of obtaining the position of emperor. Ji-du smiled bitterly. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and said, I don't care about your preparations, but I can go meet that Song Tian to see if he can appoint you as the next emperor. When Prince Ji-du heard this, he was ecstatic, but his expression didn't change much. He only nodded respectfully. Looking at Ji-du before him, Wang Lin could see that formidable person. Someone who could cover up their emotions and knew their limits. We'll talk about this matter after I come out of closed-door cultivation. If there is nothing important, don't disturb me. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and returned to the chamber. After the door closed, the place became silent. Prince Ji-du knelt there for a while longer before he respectfully got up and revealed unabashed joy in his eyes. With Godfather's power, Lord Song might really change his mind, but I need to begin my plan as well. This time, I must fight. Once I'm successful, in 200 years Ji-du will be the ancient Sure Emperor. Prince Ji-du was excited and took a few deep breaths before he suppressed his excitement. He immediately sent out a command to make this a forbidden area, and anyone that dared to trespass would be immediately killed. He had even brought over several guards to protect this place day and night. Wang Lin walked into the secret chamber and looked around. He waved his right hand and a large amount of restrictions scattered across the room, sealing the entire chamber. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, the restrictions he had placed made it so not even Grand Empyreans could enter without him knowing. He sat on the ground and his eyes lit up. Aside from sending Song Ji home, there was a deeper meaning to him coming to the ancient Sure and helping Prince Ji-du become the ancient Sure Emperor. One drop of soul blood can't make Wan Er's body enter the immemorial god realm. Back in the Purple Yang sect, he had seen many records about the immemorial god realm from Gemini. There were some descriptions of the immemorial god realm. As for when it appeared, no one knew, but from what he could gather, a powerful pressure could hide one from the operations of the world there. The souls of the people who died there would not enter reincarnation, as if even reincarnation was stopped there. This was very similar to what the ancient Tao imperial teacher had said. That was why Wang Lin had allowed the ancient Tao imperial teacher to activate the formation and open the immemorial god realm. Wan Er's body can't survive the immemorial god realm, and according to the ancient Tao imperial teacher, although the soul blood can make up for it, one drop is obviously far from enough. The ancient Tao imperial teacher painstakingly opened the immemorial god realm. He used the truth as lure and Wan Er's reincarnation as bait to make me go there. No matter what, his purpose is to make me believe him, so he should be at least telling the truth regarding Wan Er. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to go. Wang Lin silently pondered. The biggest reason he was going to help Ji-du was that he needed more soul blood. In order to get more, he had to go the ancestral temple to go through the last trial. This is the only way to have a chance to obtain the approval of the ancient ancestor again and perhaps obtain more soul blood. I can no longer go back to the ancient Tao, and the right to open the ancestral temple is not in the hands of the Grand Empyreans. This right belongs to the current emperor. Even if Lu Chun is recognized as the ancient Tao emperor, I still don't want to go back to the ancient Tao. Wang Lin sighed and revealed a complicated expression. As for the ancient Ji, I haven't had much contact with them. The ancient Sure is much more suitable for me, especially since although Ji-du is ambitious, he doesn't dare to go against my intentions. 500 years. The last 500 years. Wang Lin took a deep breath and waved his hand. A crystal-clear coffin appeared before him. Li Muin seemed to be sleeping inside the coffin. Wang Lin looked at Li Muin and his expression became gentle. His left hand hit his forehead and a ray of silver light shined. There was a blurry shadow inside the silver light. This shadow was Li Muin's soul fragment. Wan Er, from now on your soul will be complete. I'll awaken you. Not just for decades, but for a lifetime. Wang Lin raised his finger and the ray of light shot toward Li Muin. Her eyelashes suddenly quivered as if she was going to awaken, but they soon calmed down. However, 2 streams of crystal-clear tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Looking at Li Muin inside the coffin, he looked at her trembling eyelashes and her crystal-clear tears. Wang Lin gently wiped her tears away. The teardrops were still hanging on his finger. He put the tears beside his mouth and licked them. It was very bitter, but afterward, there was a hint of dry sweetness. It was an unspeakable feeling. Wang Lin looked at Li Muin for a long time. He didn't care about the passage of time, but continued to look at Li Muin's face. This lasted for one day, until Wang Lin's heart gradually calmed down. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, they were filled with determination and decisiveness. Wang Lin bent down and his face touched Li Muin's pale lips. He muttered into Li Muin's ear words that only he could hear. A moment later, Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and Li Muin's coffin disappeared without a trace. Inside the secret chamber, only Wang Lin alone remained. Not far away there was an oil lamp. This oil lamp was very mysterious. Even without external force, it would burn for thousands of years. It was now flickering in the dark chamber. This made Wang Lin's shadow also flicker. Wang Lin's left hand reached at the void and a ray of golden light appeared. The Celestial Emperor's soul appeared in his hand. The soul's eyes were closed, and although it was covered in golden light, it emitted a powerful gray color of decay. Looking at the soul, Wang Lin hesitated a bit, but he clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of green fire. This green fire was his soul fire, and it began burning the Celestial Emperor's soul. Whether this soul is useful to me or not will depend on whether I can expel the ancestral curse. This process will be very slow. Wang Lin looked at the Celestial Emperor's soul surrounded by his soul fire. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. His breathing was faint and he remained motionless. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye 3 years went by. During these 3 years, no one had come to disturb Wang Lin. He hadn't moved at all inside the secret chamber. In his body, the ancient power and celestial cultivation moved smoothly. However, the fusion of ancient and celestial power he had obtained at Mount Gudao hadn't completed a cycle at all. It had only moved a short distance. The Celestial Emperor's soul that was being refined by the soul fire and hadn't changed much. However, the decay inside had slowed down a lot. Wang Lin hadn't thought about anything going on outside. His secret chamber was being guarded by many people, and no one was allowed to enter. During these 3 years, Prince Ji-du didn't leave and arranged matters in the place. Sometimes people would come from the outside and have secret talks with him. Then they would be filled with excitement and quickly leave. During the 3 years, Prince Ji-du was like the wind and rain. No matter how important things were, he would personally stand outside Wang Lin's secret chamber with reverence on his face for half an hour before respectfully leaving. On this day, after 3 years, Wang Lin opened his eyes for the first time. The moment his eyes opened, 2 rays of crystal clear light shined. Overlapping shadows appeared on his body, and his 5-element true body walked out and sat down opposite of him. The 5 elements in the 5-element true body had all formed their essence true bodies and fused into one. The complete 5-element true body was the most developed out of his essences. This was almost the limit, unless he took one more step for his 5-element true body to turn into true soul. After the 5-element true body sat down, he closed his eyes and sat down. He cultivated together with Wang Lin's original body, and another 3 years passed. This was the 6th year since Wang Lin entered closed-door cultivation. Another shadow overlapped with his body and killing intent spread out. Wang Lin's slaughter thunder essence true body walked out. His black hair fluttered as he coldly walked toward another corner and sat down. At this moment, the scene inside the secret chamber was very strange. 3 figures that all looked like Wang Lin sat in a triangle and were all cultivating. As for the Celestial Emperor's soul, after 6 years of burning, the decay inside had slowed down. Perhaps one day, when the decay was completely removed, Wang Lin would be able to slowly refine it. Time left no trace, and another 3 years passed. On the 9th year of Wang Lin's closed-door cultivation, another shadow overlapped with his body. This mass was not able to condense into a figure. After it appeared, this fuzzy mass of light floated out from Wang Lin's body and stopped 10 feet behind him. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at his 3 essence true bodies. During these 9 years of time, Wang Lin had pushed his ancient power to its peak, and at the same time, His 3 essence true bodies had reached their respective peaks. Right now, he was confident in battling a peak Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and not lose out. He even felt like he should be able to suppress Dao Yi. Among the Grand Empyreans, the Celestial Clan's Dao Yi is the weakest. With my current strength, although I'm no match for Jiudi, I should be on par with Wu Feng. Even in the Ancient Clan, I should be able to battle against Song Tian, who is similar in power to teacher Xianluo, but the victor would be uncertain. This is still before I use my strongest avatar. Wang Lin remained calm as he pondered. A moment later, he looked at the Celestial Emperor's soul being refined by his soul fire. With my soul fire to burn it, there is indeed some effect, but it is slow. I wonder when it will be complete. Wang Lin looked at the Celestial Emperor's soul for a long time before withdrawing his gaze. I temporarily don't need to worry about the 5-element true body. Back at the ancient Dao Imperial City, it reached completion and allowed me to reach peak void tribulent. This means my speculation was correct. If I want to increase my cultivation level, the next step is the Slaughter Thunder Essence True Body. Wang Lin looked at his Slaughter Thunder Essence True Body and his eyes revealed a strange light. As for the things needed to complete this true body, teacher, he has taken me to many places across the ancient clan and obtained enough items. Wang Lin sighed and withdrew his gaze. His gaze seemed turned toward the direction of the ancient Dao. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through the room, to the back mountain of the ancient Dao temple, to the old man that was no longer young. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He had made a decision to not leave closed-door cultivation until his cultivation level increased. He had to raise his cultivation level to not only overcome Grand Empyrean Song Tian, but also to not have to fear Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. Only then would he be confident in making Grand Empyrean Song Tian choose Jidu and get him into the ancestral temple. Most importantly, he needed the power to enter the immemorial God realm to push away all the fog in his way and find the secret goal of the ancient Dao imperial teacher. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao's attitude is very strange. He didn't come find me due to the matter at the ancient Dao, but I still have to rely on my own strength to resolve all my problems. I can't allow my life to be decided by the will of another. Wang Lin looked at his Slaughter Thunder Essence true body and his eyes lit up. His cultivation path was completely different from that of others. It was a path he had figured out on his own, and only he could point himself to where to go next. Only by trying could he see how it would go. This Slaughter Thunder Essence true body is made of special essences. The Thunder Essence has formed a true body, but the rest are only at completion. Slaughter, absolute end, absolute beginning, restriction. Wang Lin murmured as he pointed at the Slaughter Thunder Essence true body. The true body trembled and slowly split before Wang Lin. The true body was surrounded by thunder and 4 separate clouds of fog appeared. When one of them appeared, the entire room became cold and a grazed killing intent filled the area. This was the Slaughter Essence. There was another cloud of fog that flashed countless strange symbols. As the fog moved, more and more symbols appeared. This was the Restriction Essence. As for the remaining 2 clouds of fog, one gave off light and the other was completely dark. They were respectively absolute beginning and absolute end. Only when all 4 essences form their essence true bodies and fuse into a complete Slaughter Thunder Essence true body can my cultivation level break past peak void tribulent. This perhaps may be Empyrean Exalt or Ascendant Empyrean, but it is possible it could be neither and be an unknown realm. Perhaps it might even be Grand Empyrean. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with expectation. From his understanding, the Empyrean Exalts and Ascendant Empyreans were just people at the peak of Void Tribulent. However, the step to reach Grand Empyrean was too difficult, so they were separated into more ranks. In fact, both Empyrean Exalts and Ascendant Empyreans, fundamentally speaking, were all peak Void Tribulent cultivators. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering a bit, he raised his right hand and waved at the roof of the secret chamber. A strange scene occurred as the ceiling turned into the sky. There was blue sky, white clouds, and clear sky for thousands of kilometers, but there was no sun. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to grab the absolute beginning essence and throw it into the sky-like ceiling. It shined brightly like the sun. Wang Lin looked up at the ceiling that had turned into the sky, and under his gaze the sky seemed to change. Soon, a whole day passed and the absolute beginning, which had turned into the sun, gradually set. After the sun disappeared and the sky became dark, Wang Lin grabbed the absolute end essence. The essence flew into the dark sky and disappeared. Staring at the sky that had appeared on the ceiling, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His hands formed seals and he muttered softly, "Flowing time." His self-created spell that controlled the flow of time and could reverse thousands of years in an instant. This spell had its uses outside of battle. Right now, Wang Lin was using it to strengthen his essences. The operations of the heavens and earth were very difficult for cultivators to control. Wang Lin was trying to create his own sky and giving it night and day, which was very difficult. At this moment, if someone else saw this, they would certainly be shocked. The spells the Dao Wang clan used to create caves and the Grand Emperor's power to create things from the void. Adding my flowing time spell, I can recreate the movement of the world. And I'm only refining one wall of this chamber. So it's still something I can control. Wang Lin looked at the ceiling and saw that day and night had altered more than a dozen times in a short period of time. I hope I can use this method to deepen my comprehension of the absolute beginning and absolute end essences. Wang Lin hit his forehead and a part of his origin soul flew into the ceiling to comprehend the alternating day and night. This wisp of origin soul fused into the ceiling, and then Wang Lin no longer paid any heed to it. Comprehension couldn't be done in a short period of time. When he withdraws that wisp of origin soul in the future, he will obtain all the comprehension gained over the years. Restriction essence? Wang Lin looked at the strange fog where countless symbols were flickering. This was the restriction essence, and it had accompanied him from back in the land of the ancient god. After silently pondering for a while, Wang Lin remembered that his teacher, Xianxia, had taken him to several places. He had obtained a large amount of restrictions, and they would be of great use to strengthen his restriction essence. He let out a sigh and pointed at this five-element true body. The five-element true body looked at Wang Lin and his eyes lit up. Then the five-element true body split into 5 rays of light and flew into the restriction essence. It was going to replace Wang Lin in integrating the large amount of restrictions into the restriction essence. In the end, Wang Lin looked at the slaughter thunder essence. The slaughter essence was the most important and most elusive essence he had. Slaughter. When he first appeared, he called himself Slaughter. The ancient Dao imperial teacher also knows this avatar. Wang Lin's expression was complicated. He had his own speculations, only they were buried deep inside his heart. Slaughter is an immortal body. It represents destruction and therefore can't be erased. This slaughter essence is only at completion, so it can't form an essence true body yet. I don't know if what I'm doing is right or wrong. Wang Lin hesitated. I have been suppressing this slaughter essence. It was born when I fused it with thunder, then I used restriction to balance it out. Then it was fused with absolute end, making it stronger, so I used absolute beginning to balance it out once more. As a result, if they all reach essence true bodies, everything should reach a balance. Besides, I have other methods. Wang Lin muttered to himself before revealing a decisive gaze. At his moment, he could not hesitate. If he wanted to increase his cultivation level, he would have to do this. Staring at the slaughter essence and the thunder essence true body, Wang Lin made up his mind. The thunder essence true body opened his eyes and inhaled the slaughter essence. The thunder around his body suddenly changed to black. Slaughter thunder descended once more. Looking at this strange essence true body, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. His hands formed a seal and he pointed at this essence true body. The slaughter thunder essence true body flew toward Wang Lin and overlapped with him. Wang Lin was using his own body's countless years of slaughter to nourish this slaughter essence. During this process, there was still an overlapping shadow on Wang Lin, as if it was very difficult to fuse. But Wang Lin was not surprised. It was as if he had already anticipated this. His hands continued to form seals and then he pointed at his own body. Every time he pointed, the overlapping shadow would disappear a bit. As he continued, Sweat appeared on his forehead and his expression was very heavy. After an unknown amount of time had passed, when he pointed for the last time, his slaughter thunder essence had fully integrated with his body without any overlapping shadows. Then he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He waved his right hand and the blood turned into runes that all landed on Wang Lin's body. Blood refine! Wang Lin roared before he closed his eyes and remained motionless. While he was strengthening the slaughter essence in order to prevent future accidents, he was going to refine slaughter again. This was not the first time he was going to refine this slaughter thunder. The first time was when he accidentally created it. Time passed. Time left no trace. And without feeling anything, the years passed one by one. When the immemorial god realm appeared, the undercurrent across the immortal astral continent became more silent. However, this simply created a pressure that shrouded the entire immortal astral continent. The sects of the various celestial clans all became silent and there was a rare moment of peace. All of them were gathering their power for when the immemorial god realm opened. Any sect with power felt that after this period of suppression, a long war that would last for hundreds of years between the celestial clan and the ancient clan would begin. During this battle, even grand empyreans may fall. As for the ascendant empyreans and empyrean exalts of the various sects, some would disappear and some would become famous. In the ancient clan it was the same. The three royal families followed the order of Grand Empyrean Gu Dao and prepared for war. They could all feel the pressure, and their respective Grand Empyreans had gone into closed-door cultivation. In the ancient Dao, Luochun had become the new emperor. However, as the new emperor, he was not familiar with the entire ancient Dao. He would need time to adapt before he could truly possess everything. During this process, Holy Emperor Yi Wei temporarily replaced the current emperor in dealing with the ancient Dao. As for Shen Luo, after appointing Luochun as the emperor, he had gone into closed-door cultivation. He was close to his reincarnation and had to face the opening of the immemorial god realm. Now was not the best time to reincarnate. He had to suppress it and wait for everything to calm down before reincarnating. The ancient Shi was facing a similar problem. The old emperor was getting old, and according to the ancient agreement, unless Grand Empyrean Gu Dao allowed it, he would have to abdicate his position to his descendants. Now there were still 100 years or so before he would have to abdicate his position. He remained silent as he had no right to choose. So all the princes had set their sights on Grand Empyrean Song Tian. Jidu had gone to meet Grand Empyrean Song Tian many times but was stopped outside the origin mountain every time. The time was approaching, and once Grand Empyrean Song Tian made his decision, it would be too late. At this moment, there were 3 people sitting inside Prince Jidu's palace. One of them was Jidu. He was frowning and looking very anxious. There was a young woman beside him. She occasionally looked at Jidu with anxiety in her eyes as well. Brother, Senior Wang Lin has been in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. The date of father's abdication is getting closer and closer. According to customs, a new emperor will be chosen 100 years before the abdication. In terms of time, it should be decided in these several years. If you don't ask Senior Wang Lin for help, I'm afraid it will be too late, the young woman sighed. She was the young woman who was beside Jidu back then and then later married one of the geniuses of the ancient Shi. He was considered the strongest member of the new generation and was a close ally of Jidu, he said beside the young woman and coldly looked at all of this. Rumor has it that this senior is supposed to be the 10th son, but after he left the ancient Dao, he immediately went into closed-door cultivation. He seems to be injured. Can he really make Lord Song change his mind? The person who spoke was the young man in purple, the woman's husband. Royal brother. The woman became even more anxious. Prince Jidu struggled for a long time before he let out a sigh and deceivingly said, "There's no need to talk about this. Godfather said to not disturb him." This? The young woman bit her lower lip. After seeing Jidu's decisive gaze, she swallowed her words. Only the young man in the purple robe revealed a sneer. Apparently, only he didn't think that Wang Lin was as terrifying as the rumors claimed. Even if Godfather doesn't come out, I have prepared for 100 years and I can still try. The Chi man and my royal older brother were to die, Would Lord Song still pick a dead man as the next emperor? There was a flash of coldness in Jidu's eyes. After he spoke, the entire hall became cold and the young woman's heart trembled as if she wanted to say something, but she could only smile bitterly. This royal brother of hers had changed too much in the past 100 years, and this made her feel estranged. The hall was completely silent. Even the young man in purple had become silent after hearing Jidu's words. He raised his head to speak, but just at this moment, a powerful pressure descended. When the pressure appeared, the world changed colors and a shocking change occurred. An indescribable aura came out of Wang Lin's chamber and shot into the sky. The originally clear sky seemed to collapse as large amounts of fragments scattered in all directions. A heavenly sign. It came from Godfather's closed-door cultivation chamber. Godfather has come out of closed-door cultivation. Jidu got up and was excited. Fog appeared in the sky and churned. It looked like a mushroom. Rumbles echoed as it spread out, covering the sky and causing the earth to darken. A powerful pressure spread out from the sky and shrouded the ground below. The earth began to tremble. If the earth had a soul, it would be trembling in fear due to the pressure. Aside from Prince Jidu and company, there were many guards in the palace. Their cultivations were not weak and some of them had become lords with 27 stars. However, at this moment, as the pressure descended, the nearly 1,000 guards all turned pale and their bodies trembled. Popping sounds came from their bodies as if they could not bear the pressure. What did he cultivate during the last 100 years to produce such pressure? The expression of the purple-robed young man changed. Even with his cultivation level, he almost felt like he could not withstand it. As for the young woman, she could not stand up at all. She sat on the chair and sweat covered her forehead. Prince Jidu looked excited. He hadn't dared to disturb Wang Lin during the past 100 years, even when he faced a life-or-death crisis. He had gritted his teeth and endured through it, and now he could feel his godfather's, Wang Lin's, aura from this pressure. The fog in the sky continued to churn and a strange shadow appeared inside. The shadow was a red sun that gave off a burst of light. As the light spread, the fog churned and a thunderous rumble echoed. Then the fog spread endlessly. Prince Jidu's palace was shrouded in this fog. The countless people inside the palace found it difficult to resist the pressure, so they remained frozen, unable to move at all. In particular, the nearly 1,000 guards in the palace, who were too close to this pressure, all trembled, and fear filled their hearts. Inside the palace, the purple-robed young man was soaked in sweat and most of his robe was soaked. His eyes filled with horror. He had seen Grand Emperor Song Tian, and not even before Song Tian did he feel this kind of fear. It was as if his life was under the control of this pressure. The rumors about this person from 100 years ago appeared in the mind of the purple-robed youth. The disrespect he had in his heart completely disappeared. A person who could give off this kind of pressure could compare to Grand Emperor Song Tian. As the pressure and fog enveloped the country far away, in the ancient Sure imperial city, there was a mountain with a large temple on top. This mountain was called Origin Mountain, and the peak of the mountain was shaped like a horn, making it seem as if the mountain was going to tear the heavens apart. The great temple was built at the end of the horn. This was the ancient Sure temple. It was one of the holy lands of the ancient Sure, second only to the ancestral temple, and where the people of the ancient Sure were taught. Normally, a large amount of people would come to visit, but today, the temple was emitting a powerful pressure, preventing anyone from entering. There was a middle-aged man sitting at the other end of the horn. He was wearing a green robe and his hair extended to his waist. He was looking into the distance and his expression was slightly grim. Behind him there was another person. He was a rough-looking young man with a hint of ferociousness hidden inside. However, that ferociousness was gone and was replaced with shock as he looked into the distance. With his cultivation level, he normally would not have noticed the pressure from the distance. However, while standing behind the middle-aged man, he felt it through a strange method. "Teacher, this is..." The young man gasped. He saw that his teacher's expression was gloomy, and after he subconsciously spoke, he immediately swallowed his words. Aside from Wang Lin, who charged into the ancient Dao palace, killed the ancient Dao emperor, came to my ancient Shi, and chose to serve your brother, who else can it be? There was a flash of coldness in the middle-aged man's eyes. After hearing the name Wang Lin, the rough-looking youth gasped, and after pondering a bit, he suddenly spoke. Teacher still hasn't chosen disciple as the emperor because of this person? The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Your teacher has seen this Wang Lin once before, when Shen Luo brought him here. His cultivation is not weak and his combat power is extraordinary, but he is still not worthy of my attention. The reason he could break into the ancient Dao palace and retreat is because Shen Luo didn't act. He killed the ancient Dao emperor. But Grand Emperor Gu Dao didn't say a word. This matter is most puzzling and is the reason your teacher hasn't chosen a future emperor in a hurry. The person who your teacher cares about is not that person, but Grand Emperor Gu Dao. As for that person, he is not worthy of my consideration. The middle-aged man looked into the distance and faintly felt the pressure. He was the ancient Shi's Grand Emperor Song Tian, and the youth behind him was the Prince, Chi-Man. The youth let out a sigh of relief and then asked, after hesitating a bit, Teacher, Wang Lin coming out of closed-door cultivation after 100 years means that his cultivation level has increased, or else he wouldn't be able to release such pressure. The middle-aged man didn't speak, but his pupils shrank an undetectable amount. He pondered for a while longer before he spoke. He is fusing his essence true bodies. His essence true bodies are extraordinary and he wants to fully integrate them, but it will be very difficult. However, he has decided to stay in the ancient Shi and fuse his essence true bodies without notifying me first. He is not giving me any face and he is getting involved in the competition for the ancient Shi emperor. I'll have to teach him a lesson. Although the middle-aged man was worried about Grand Emperor Gu Dao, he was still a Grand Emperor. He was also the ancient Shi guardian and had the right to deal with anything he believed to be a threat to the ancient Shi. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes and the middle-aged raised his right hand. He formed a seal and pointed toward the direction of the pressure Wang Lin was releasing. Release the seal. As he muttered this, there was a flash of ghostly light on his right hand. At the same time, at the center of the ancient clan at Mount Gu Dao, a figure covered in fog was sitting at the top of the tower. The figure opened his eyes and looked toward the direction of the ancient Shi. After a long time, the figure muttered to himself, Essence true body fusion? His words were calm and didn't show any hint of emotion. As the fog shrouded Prince Ji Du's palace, a sun appeared in the sky, and the world soon changed colors and turned into night. In a short period of time, the sky alternated between night and day. After 9 times, lines appeared inside the fog and formed symbols. Each of them contained the power of the restriction essence. Several hours slowly passed. During these several hours, more and more restrictions appeared and the alternation of night and day became even more frequent. But there was no sign of fusion. There were even signs of instability. As the night and day alternated, the sky began to weaken, and even the large amount of restrictions showed signs of disappearing. Just at this moment, a shocking howl echoed as 5 rays of light flew out of the palace. It was impossible to see what was inside the 5 lights, but they gathered into one in the sky to form a shadow. The shadow looked exactly like Wang Lin. However, it was not Wang Lin's original body, but his 5-element true body. It floated there like an illusion and was only the size of an ordinary person. However, he inhaled and the power of the world rushed toward him like crazy. Then the 5-element true body expanded until it was 1,000 feet tall. This power of the world was the power of the 5 elements of the world. The 1,000-foot true body inhaled once more. The earth trembled, heavenly fire appeared. A rainy haze followed, the grass withered, and even the heavenly metal moved. The power of the 5 elements were inhaled into his mouth. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the 1,000 feet shadow expanded once more into a 10,000-foot giant. The 10,000-foot 5-element true body spread out his arms. At the same time, the alternating of day and night became smooth and the restrictions no longer showed signs of dissipating. However, just as restriction, absolute beginning, an absolute end showed signs of stabilizing. A brutal roar came from the depths of the earth. This howl contained madness and shocking power. It caused the hearts of all the ancient Sure members to tremble and panic. The moment the roar echoed, Prince Ji-du inside the palace trembled and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Shock appeared in his eyes. "It's Luo Ho." The young man in purple turned pale. When he heard about Luo Ho, he thought about a rumor about Prince Ji-du. It was rumored that when this prince was born, there was a heavenly sign. Only it was a vicious sign. It was concealed by the royal family and dispelled by the imperial teacher. Not many people knew about it, but during the last 100 years, for some unknown reason, the rumor began to spread again in the ancient Sure. Rumor had it that the reason Prince Ji-du had built his palace in the Luo Ho country was that the fierce beast sealed under this country was the Luo Ho. As for why Ji-du was here, he played a role in suppressing the Luo Ho and could also nourish himself on the Luo Ho's aura. This was something arranged by the imperial teacher before he died. The roar became even more intense. Shortly after, a giant shadow appeared in the distance. It was a round meatball that only had a huge eye. It revealed ferociousness and madness, and its body was illusory. At this moment, it stared at Wang Lin's five-element true body above the palace. There was a flash of greed on its eyes. This round meatball was the Luo Ho? The round meatball's body was illusory, and after it appeared, it was surrounded by black gas. It let out a howl and flew toward Wang Lin's five-element true body. As it approached, its howl became even more sharp. Just as it closed in, Wang Lin was still sitting inside the secret chamber and his right hand was still raised. In his right hand sat a small person who was also cultivating. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. After 100 years of time, Wang Lin was not the same as before. His expression was calm, and the moment he opened his eyes, the little person in his right palm also opened its eyes. Its eyes were filled with intelligence and there was a flash of divination in them. In Wang Lin's palm, the little person knelt down and kowtowed toward him. After 9 kowtows, Wang Lin closed his right palm and the little person disappeared without a trace. "The Soul I Dao is indeed mysterious," Wang Lin muttered as he looked up and revealed a sneer. 20 years ago, I used this spell to divinate a chance to completely fuse my Slaughter Thunder Essence true body. After countless tries, I found that I needed the soul of a ferocious beast. However, this soul will give me a chance to completely fuse this Slaughter Thunder Essence true body. I divinated that on the day that I try to fuse my essence true bodies, someone will personally deliver it. This soul indeed came. Wang Lin raised his hand and pointed at the sky. With this, the entire sky changed drastically. The alternation of day and night suddenly stopped and even the countless restrictions stopped flickering. Even the five-element true body stopped. The Luo Hua that had been roaring and had rushed over suddenly paused and even stopped roaring. It seemed to be frozen in place, and while its eye was still ferocious, even this ferociousness seemed to be frozen. Stop spell. When used with Wang Lin's current cultivation level, its power was shocking. When the Luo Hua was stopped, the alternation of day and night returned to normal, the restriction essence true body recovered, and the five-element true body recovered. Immediately after, the countless restrictions rushed into the stopped Luo Hua and entered its illusory body. Endless light flashed, and after absorbing all the restrictions, it shrank a bit. The ferociousness dissipated and was replaced by an illusory figure. This figure was blurry, but it soon condensed into Wang Lin. This figure that looked exactly like Wang Lin revealed a smile and walked out of the eye. As it stood there, it released a powerful restriction essence aura. This was the restriction essence true body Wang Lin had formed by borrowing the power of this fierce beast. At the same time, the rising sun shot out from the alternating sky and entered the illusory body of the Luo Hua. The Luo Hua's body shrank once more and another human-shaped shadow appeared. The shadow shined brightly like the sun and smiled as it formed. It walked out from the eye and stood next to the restriction essence. This body was the absolute beginning true body Wang Lin had condensed over the last 100 years by using his flowing time spell combined with the Dao Wang clan's ability to create their own world. The purpose of this was to recreate countless cycles of day and night. Shortly after, the absolute end essence, which represented the dark night, flew out into the eye. The body of the Luohua shrank to only half its original size when the third essence true body walked out. Absolute end essence true body. Over the past 100 years, Wang Lin had used flowing time and the Dao Wang clan spell to strengthen his absolute beginning and absolute end essences to the point of forming an essence true body. However, he could not fully integrate these special essences, so he had divinated and decided to borrow the power of the Luohua to attempt it. The 5 true essence bodies all absorbed the soul of the fierce beast. They were borrowing the mutual attraction of the beast's soul to try to integrate together. Inside the secret chamber, after Wang Lin's restriction, absolute beginning and absolute end essence true bodies had appeared. A strange lightning spread across his body. Another overlapping shadow appeared as his slaughter thunder essence true body flew up into the sky from the secret chamber. When the slaughter thunder essence true body flew into the sky, the black thunder spread out, creating a thunderous rumble. After 100 years of nourishment and a second refining, this slaughter thunder and I have become inseparable. There are no more signs of it defecting. The slaughter essence has also reached the point of forming an essence true body. Whether all 5 true bodies can fuse into one will depend on this. Wang Lin's expression was serious as his hands formed seals, and his powerful divine sense shrouded the world. The slaughter thunder body rushed toward the sealed Luohua and entered its body. The Luohua's body trembled violently and shrank rapidly until it disappeared, leaving behind only the huge eye. The eye was dim, and from a distance, it looked like an egg. After one incense stick of time, countless cracks appeared on it until it exploded. Then figures walked out. One was the Thunder Essence True Body, which had formed an Essence True Body a long time ago. The other had a head of black hair. It was the Cold and Indifferent Slaughter Essence True Body. After this Essence True Body appeared, it calmly looked at the sky and a shocking aura spread out. This was a destructive aura that represented destruction and slaughter. "I am slaughter," the black-haired Wang Lin muttered. He lowered his head and his gaze swept past everyone. When the guards on the ground were swept by the gaze, they all let out miserable screams. This was not because of pain or death, but from fear, a sense of fear that came from the soul. Inside the hall, the purple-robed young man trembled and his mind was filled with fear. Even Prince Ji-Du was trembling, filled with fear. "I am called Slaughter." The black-haired Wang Lin looked up and roared at the sky. But at this moment, a cold snort came from the palace. When the cold snort entered the ears of the black-haired Wang Lin, his roar stopped. His face revealed pain and madness. Taking advantage of this moment, the Thunder Essence True Body flew toward the black-haired Wang Lin and fused with him. This caused the black thunder in the area to lash out. Shortly after, the Restriction Essence True Body's eyes shined and his body turned into countless restrictions. He created a restriction storm and fused with the black-haired Wang Lin's body. At the same time, the Absolute Beginning and Absolute End Essence True Bodies both silently walked out. They turned into 2 rays of light, black and white, and fused with the black-haired Wang Lin. "I am called Slaughter." The black-haired Wang Lin's grunts turned into a roar. For overlapping shadows appeared, seeming as if he was going to force the true bodies out of him. "No one can control me. I am Slaughter." As he roared, the overlapping shadows in his body were pushed out several inches. This looked very mysterious. A second cold snort came out. The black-haired Wang Lin trembled, and at the same time, the 5-element true body appeared in the sky. The 5-element true body shrank and waved his hand. A huge palm of 5-element energy pressed down on the black-haired Wang Lin. "I am Slaughter." The black-haired Wang Lin looked up and released a destructive force. Just as he was about to struggle, a powerful pressure appeared around him. This pressure contained a powerful divine sense that pressed down on him. Also at this moment, the shadow of a Luohua appeared behind the black-haired Wang Lin. This Luohua's shadow was in pieces, but countless black threads appeared and the pieces began to fuse. The overlapping shadows around the black-haired Wang Lin no longer spread out, but fused together. Because you are my second true body, you are slaughter. From now on, you will replace me in hunting down my enemies. You will spread my destructive intent and kill those that seek to harm me. Your name is slaughter, and you Dao name is punishment. A powerful voice echoed in the world, and the Luo Hua shadow behind the black-haired Wang Lin completely fused. The other 4 overlapping shadows also fully integrated and are now one. The pressure dissipated and the world returned to normal. The black-haired Wang Lin was still black-haired. He stood there and slowly raised his head. I'm punishment slaughter. This voice was calm and extremely cold. There was no emotion within, only indifference to the extreme. He represented Wang Lin's slaughter and destruction, which would make the heavens and earth tremble. It would make Wang Lin's enemies know fear. As he raised his head, his cold gaze looked into the distance and seemed to be able to cross endless distances. His gaze directly fell on tip of the horn of Origin Mountain, on the shocked Song Tian. Not good. Song Tian's body trembled and he gasped. He subconsciously stood up and his expression changed. He grabbed Chi Man and flew into the air before the horn he was sitting on collapsed. In the Luo Hua continent, after a part of the Luo Hua's soul was devoured by Wang Lin, Prince Jidu coughed out a large mouthful of blood inside the hall. After he coughed out this mouthful of blood, an invisible seal inside his body collapsed and was broken. Prince Jidu's eyes revealed a strange light, and he could feel a power awakening inside his body. This power filled his body and made him close his eyes. Outside the temple, the black-haired Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from Origin Mountain. His gaze was extremely cold and ruthless. Beside him was Wang Lin's 5-element true body. Although these 2 true bodies looked the same, the feeling they each gave off was completely different. The 5-element true body represented Wang Lin's life of cultivation. It would give people a gentle but powerful pressure of someone strong. The slaughter essence true body represented Wang Lin's life of slaughter. It would make one's heart feel cold and not dare to get close. A moment later, a calm voice came from the secret chamber and echoed across the world. True body, return. The 5-element true body looked down at the secret chamber and turned into a ray of 5-colored light that disappeared into the earth. As for the slaughter essence true body, it also didn't hesitate at all. Its black hair and black robe fluttered in the air as it slowly walked toward the earth. Its body turned into black strands and dissipated. Inside the secret chamber, Wang Lin sat down. The 5-element true body and slaughter essence true body were standing before him. He looked at the 2 essence true bodies with a solemn expression. 100 years of cultivation to finally form this slaughter essence true body. I wonder if my cultivation take a step past peak void turbulent after it fuses with my original body. If my cultivation level can increase again, perhaps I can completely expel the ancestral curse in the Celestial Emperor's soul and take control of it. Wang Lin took a deep breath and drew his gaze from his true bodies. He looked at the soul being burned by his soul fire in the middle of the room. Over these past 100 years of refining, the gray color of decay had been condensed into the size of a baby's fist, but it could not be expelled completely. My cultivation path is completely different from that of others. After peak void turbulent, there are Empyrean exalts and ascendant Empyreans, but these were added by others, and in reality both are part of peak void turbulent. And every time my cultivation level increases, it is based on the division of realms. Wang Lin was suddenly filled with expectation. He wanted to know what his cultivation level would be after taking a step past peak void turbulent. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with excitement as he muttered, Grand Empyrean, or would it be? Or would it be the 4th step? But does the 4th step really exist in this world? Could the ancient ancestor and celestial ancestor have been at the 4th step? Wang Lin's eyes shined and he felt expectation in his heart. He raised his right hand and the 5-element true body walked forward. It overlapped with Wang Lin and completely fused with him. When the 5-element true body returned, Wang Lin's white hair flowed without any wind and his cultivation erupted. At this instant, he reached peak void turbulent, and after 100 years of closed-door cultivation, he was filled with power. This was him in peak condition. Looking at the black-haired slaughter essence true body, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and revealed a decisive gaze. He pointed at the slaughter essence true body, and the true body looked up at him with its indifferent gaze as it walked over. In the blink of an eye, the slaughter essence true body closed in on Wang Lin. It didn't stop until it started overlapping with him. It overlapped with Wang Lin completely, and then they began to slowly fuse. As the fusion went on, confusion gradually appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. At the same time, his cultivation level increased at an indescribable rate, and the world changed colors. Wang Lin's cultivation seemed to have broken through a bottleneck and was still rapidly ascending toward a mysterious realm. During this process, his cultivation level instantly surpassed the so-called Empyrean Exalt stage and soon climbed to the so-called Ascendant Empyrean stage. This continued with no sign of stopping. Wang Lin's eyes became even more confused, as if he was going to lose his mind. Everything felt like an illusion. As his cultivation level continued to increase, it went beyond Ascendant Empyrean, rising toward another boundary. This was the boundary of a Grand Empyrean. After an unknown amount of time, the Slaughter Thunder Essence true body and Wang Lin were almost fully fused, though a bit of overlapping remained. It looked like they were about to fuse completely. Wang Lin's eyes released a silver light and were filled with confusion. Finally, he felt a rumble in his mind and felt like his soul had left his body. His soul left his body, left the chamber, and appeared in the sky. The sky was not blue and there was no sun, moon, or stars. At this moment, only Wang Lin's soul existed. He looked down on the earth to find that it was covered in a white fog. This made it so he could not see the earth. He looked at the sky. The sky was obscured by thin lines that seemed to contain their own laws. This is the sky. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. He could not see the sky, only the fine lines. Even when he used his full power, he could only see countless fine lines without any end. With confusion in his eyes, Wang Lin wanted to fly out. He had a vague feeling that if he could step out of these endless lines, he could take the step past peak void turbulent. This step would be an ascension, a metamorphosis where one break out of their shell and transform into a butterfly. This feeling was extremely strong, as if it came from the depths of his soul. After silently pondering for a moment, Wang Lin suddenly looked up. Although his eyes were filled with confusion, there was even more determination. He charged at the endless fine lines. He moved very fast. Even though he could not feel it clearly, he rushed into the sea of fine lines. He allowed the lines to surround him, but he continued forward. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin saw a bridge appear before him in this endless sea of fine lines. To be more accurate, this wasn't one bridge, but 9 bridges. After this bridge, there was one that looked like a rainbow, and after that, there was another rainbow-like bridge. They expanded into the vast space and gave off an ancient aura that made it seem like they had existed since the world was born. After the distant 9th bridge, there was an illusory image that looked like another world, and he could vaguely see a few figures inside. However, when Wang Lin took a closer look, he couldn't see a thing. It was completely blurry. Heaven-trampling bridge. Wang Lin muttered to himself. Then he looked at a huge stone tablet before the first bridge. There were 3 large words engraved on this stone tablet. These words were very strange. Wang Lin had never seen them before, but the moment he looked at them, the meaning of these words appeared in his mind. On the stone tablet, aside from these 3 words, there was a row of smaller words. Wang Lin silently looked over. Trample the heavenly path, void extinction Tao, immortal soul, worshipped by all. Wang Lin went into a trance. He vaguely remembered that if there was still a 4th step, its name was heaven trampling. After standing outside the first bridge for a long time, the confusion in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared. His eyes shined brightly and he walked toward the first bridge. Step by step, the first bridge looked very close, but it took a few hours to get there. When Wang Lin was before the first bridge, he finally saw the entirety of it. This bridge was an illusion without any substance. Could be seen but couldn't be felt by divine sense. The ancient aura coming from it was not something that could be created by humans. Heaven-trampling bridge. Wang Lin raised his right hand to touch the bridge, but his hand easily went through it. He was startled for a moment and he carefully looked at his right hand. There were some crystal-clear particles of light in his hand. Each particle contained powerful vitality, and they all flew back toward the first bridge. Wang Lin closed his eyes and stood there for half an incense stick of time. He suddenly opened his eyes and raised his foot to talk toward the first heaven-trampling bridge. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, he could clearly feel that his soul body was undergoing a transformation, as if a large amount of laws of the world had become clear to him. He had never felt this before, and he stood motionless on the bridge. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a deep breath and looked at the bridge with a strange gaze. He stepped forward step by step. When he arrived at the end of the first bridge, the changes in the law of the world had been engraved in his heart and could not be erased. Looking at the distance, the vague, illusory picture at the end of the 9th bridge became a bit more clear. It seemed to be a beautiful place, but the human figures were still blurry. He couldn't even tell how many people there were. While silently pondering, Wang Lin walked down from the bridge and went toward the second heaven-trampling bridge. He had a strong feeling that if he could walk past all 9 bridges and see the illusory scene at the end, he could break past the 3rd step and enter the legendary heaven-trampling realm. The first and second bridges looked very close, but Wang Lin flew for several days before he arrived at the second bridge. This bridge was several times larger than the first bridge. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to step onto the second bridge. The moment his foot landed, his soul body trembled as if it was going to collapse. It was as if his cultivation wasn't qualified to step on this bridge. A rumble echoed and Wang Lin felt his mind explode and the world seemed to spin. His divine sense and soul seemed to separate. He vaguely saw that there was a continent below the fog, and it was very familiar. On the left side, there were 72 continents, and on the right there were 36 countries. At the center was a vast basin where the sea was rotating rapidly. In the depths of the sea, he saw 9 large pillars connected to form the shape of a door. The door was closed and not opened. Heaven trampling. Am I heaven trampling right now? Wang Lin could not feel his own existence as he looked at the earth below. He silently pondered as he looked toward the direction of the celestial clan. The 72 continents suddenly changed into 72 souls roaring at the sky. This included the heavenly bull, green devil scorpion, and many of the sealed beasts he had read about. The beasts seemed to notice Wang Lin's gaze, and they all roared. Wang Lin could clearly feel their fear, but he could also feel the other intent behind the fear. At the same time as when Wang Lin entered the legendary realm after Void Turbulent, the 72 continents in the celestial clan began to tremble. This trembling increased and could be felt by all the cultivators. They were all confused and didn't know what was happening. However, on any continent with a suppression temple, the temple was the center of the trembling. The trembling became even more intense and caught the attention of the powerful people of the celestial clan. They flew into the air in shock and looked at the earth to see the respective souls of their continents show signs of instability. The earth trembled violently and the incredible scene of them appearing occurred. On the heavenly bull continent, a giant heavenly bull appeared and shrouded the entire continent, roaring toward the sky. Its eyes were filled with excitement and fear, but even more so a plea. It was pleading to the strange existence it felt in the sky so it would be free. Along with the heavenly bull, even more of the 72 souls suppressed in the celestial clan appeared one after another. Even some of those that had been rumored to be dead souls appeared. Although their figures were a blue, the fearful pleading toward the sky was equally shocking. Almost all the cultivators in the celestial clan saw this heaven-shattering scene. They were in a dance and panic. The earth trembled even more violently as the souls that appeared continued to roar, and it looked like a calamity was going to descend. What happened? Inside the Dao Yi sect, Grand Empyrean Dao Yi flew into the sky, and his expression was gloomy. There was even a trace of panic on his face. With his cultivation level, he could clearly feel this shocking events taking place across all 72 continents in the celestial clan. He stared ahead at the towering tree coming from the mountain sea continent. The tree moved and let out sharp roars. Dowie looked at the giant tree and gasped. Damn it! Wasn't that foreign monster tree dead? Why is the soul still there? What happened? Could there be a problem with Lien Daofei, who is suppressing them under the palace? At the same time, in the northern continent, Wu Feng looked at the ice giant with a gloomy expression and a trace of horror. In the purple Yang Sex, Grand Empyrean Gemini flew out, looked at the earth and frowned. In the ancestral city, Grand Empyrean Jodi stood on top of Mount Emperor. He looked at the earth and his expression remained the same, but the contraction of his pupils revealed his shock. Behind Jodi, Hai-Zi opened her eyes. There is no problem with the underground palace, and Lien Daofei is still sleeping. He continues to suppress the 72 souls. Did you divinate the result? What exactly happened? Even those who have been pretending to be dead howled as if they sensed something. Jodi's voice was cold, but there was a trace of fear in his heart. He looked up at the sky but could not see anything. However, the 72 souls were clearly pleading toward the sky. Hai-Zi silently pondered and her hands formed seals. A small person appeared in her right palm and started to kowtow toward her. However, Hai-Zi's eyebrows were locked and she found nothing. Her eyes lit up as she bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood fell on the small person and the little person was immediately covered in blood. It let out a miserable scream as it continued to kowtow toward Hai-Zi. This time, Hai-Zi's body trembled and she staggered back as her face turned pale. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. They felt a heaven-trampling gaze looking down upon them from above the immortal astral continent. What? Jodi's expression changed and he could no longer hide his emotions. He looked up at the sky sharply and he felt his hair stand up. Aside from the sky, he could not see anything, but he could imagine a gaze looking down on the immortal astral continent at this moment, perhaps even looking at him. Heaven trampling. This. Jodi's body trembled and his cultivation seemed to go out of control. He went from an old man to middle-aged, then back to an old man. This was enough to show the shock in his heart. Wang Lin looked at the celestial clan, at the 72 souls filled with fear but crying in plea. He also saw the shock of Dao Yi, the horror of Wu Feng, the confusion of Gemini, and the gaze from Jodi. He saw them, but they could not feel his existence. When Wang Lin looked down on the ancestral city, his gaze swept by Jodi. This was also when Jodi looked up and felt his hair stand up. He saw Hai-Zi. He saw Lien Daofei, who had turned into a mountain under the palace. On top of Mount Emperor, Jodi's expression became pale. Then he flew into the sky and bowed. Junior Zhou Luozhou greets Senior. If Senior has any requests, Junior will do as Senior commands. Ever since he had become a Grand Empyrean, he had never bowed to anyone like this. However, at this moment, he was filled with fear and he respectfully bowed at the sky. However, he didn't get any reply until the 72 souls' cries became despair. Their pleading became stronger, to the point where they finally dissipated. The earth no longer trembled and Hai-Zi spoke softly. That person has left. When Jodi heard this, he still remained bowing for another incense stick of time before he got up and descended with a pale expression. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the celestial clan. When he saw the heavenly bull and Lien Daofei, he wanted to save them, but he could not. While silently pondering, he looked toward the ancient clan. When he looked over, an uproar similar to the celestial clan was occurring at the ancient clan. The earth trembled as the 36 souls in the 36 countries all appeared. This included the Luohua that had part of its soul devoured by Wang Lin. The Luohua appeared completely. Its head was a giant meatball shaped like a cultivation planet. Its tail was like a dragon's tail, and there wasn't only one, but 9. It howled at the sky as it pled for help. Xian Luo awakened from his closed-door cultivation. He looked at what was happening and gasped. The ancient Shur's Song Tian stared at the changes in the 36 countries and was dumbfounded. Could this be related to that Wang Lin? Impossible. Such a shocking scene can't possibly be related to that person. In the ancient Ji, the mysterious Grand Empyrean was in his closed-door cultivation location and gloomily felt this change. Wang Lin saw all of this, and his gaze finally fell on Mount Gudao. He looked at the top of the tower and the figure covered in fog. A sigh came from the figure. He opened his eyes, which were completely calm. When he looked up at the sky, he seemed to see Wang Lin's gaze. The moment their gazes met, Wang Lin felt that the strongest person in the immortal astral continent had indeed seen him. The figure inside the fog slowly said, "You've finally reached this level. Which bridge are you on now?" Wang Lin silently pondered and then sent out a divine sense. "The second bridge. What about you?" With his current cultivation level, he still could not see Grand Empyrean Gu Dao's appearance. "Many years ago, I passed the 5th bridge and was stopped at the 6th bridge." Wang Lin calmly asked, "Is the 4th step beyond the 9th bridge?" The figure inside the fog whispered, "I don't know. Throughout the ages, no one has passed the 9th bridge." "No one? What about the ancient ancestor and celestial ancestor?" "They all passed the 8th bridge and stopped on the 9th bridge." "What kind of place is this heaven-trampling bridge?" Wang Lin asked about his doubt. "The immortal astral continent is very large, but outside the immortal astral continent, there are many more continents. From what I understand, the heaven-trampling bridge is a common path for all living beings." Grand Empyrean Gu Dao sighed. There was a hint of confusion in his words. Perhaps not even he himself was sure about this. Wang Lin silently pondered and slowly withdrew his gaze. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the heaven-trampling scene. The last thing he looked at was the vast sea between the Celestial Clan and Ancient Clan, mainly the 9 pillars that formed the door to the immemorial God realm. However, even with his cultivation level, he still could not clearly see the immemorial God realm. It was as if the immemorial God realm was far beyond Wang Lin's current abilities. Wang Lin gazed at the stormy sea, and after a long time he closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, his gaze disappeared from the immortal astral continent. When he opened his eyes, again he was still in this unknown place and on the huge 2nd bridge. However, when he looked down, he found that although he was still on the 2nd bridge, he was almost on the other side now. It was as if everything from before had taken place in the few moments it had taken him to cross the bridge. It was impossible to distinguish if it was a dream or reality. Looking at the heaven-trampling bridge, looking at the 3rd, 4th, until the 9th bridge, and looking at the blurry image beyond the 9th bridge, he couldn't help but feel like it was all so far away. Even his heart felt distant, as if the bridges represented an unattainable peak that made anyone who looked at it want to stop. The moment this thought surfaced, it amplified infinitely until it filled Wang Lin's body. It was as if a voice was telling him to turn back and leave this place, to stop and not attempt to cross the remaining 7 bridges. Wang Lin stood at the edge of the 2nd bridge. He only needed to take 1 step to walk down the 2nd bridge to completely cross it. However, after a long time, he still seemed unable to take the last step. Time slowly passed for a long time. Wang Lin still stood there and calmly looked ahead. He let out a sigh as he raised his right foot and stepped past the 2nd heaven-trampling bridge. Is it to question oneself? If one's heart were not strong, if one didn't have a heaven-defying will, if one didn't have the persistence to go on, perhaps they would have retreated on that step. Wang Lin murmured to himself as he walked toward the 3rd bridge. The 3rd bridge was very far and very close. But Wang Lin walked for 3 days and he still didn't arrive at the bridge. He walked for 3 more days and it was the same. 3 more days passed and the bridge still looked very far and very close. On the 9th day, Wang Lin stopped. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly looked up. His eyes revealed a strange gaze and then he slowly closed them. He didn't need to look with his divine sense or his eyes. He sealed his vision and divine sense so he wouldn't look at the direction or location of the 3rd bridge. He then casually walked forward. He walked forward step by step, and on the 9th step, he heard the sound of birds chirping around him. The soft light seemed to penetrate his eyelids. He smelled the aroma of earth and also that familiar breath and aura. It was the smell of wood chips and the spiciness of tobacco. His steps stopped. "Tai Zhu, how is your studying?" Taizhu, you have to study well. Next year will be the county exam. Whether you will have a future or not will depend on it. Don't end up like me, who is stuck in this village for life. Enough, you keep nagging him every day. I say our Taizhu can definitely pass the exam. These were the voices of his father and mother. These voices seemed to cross thousands of years to reach Wang Lin's ears. They were so real and seemed to bring Wang Lin back to the quiet mountain village from thousands of years ago. Wang Lin silently stood there and listened to the voices of his father and mother. Tears unconsciously flowed down from his eyes. There was a voice echoing in his heart, telling him to open his eyes to look at his father and mother. However, at the same time, Wang Lin also knew that if he opened his eyes, he would stop on the third heaven trampling bridge. The first bridge fused the law of the world into one's origin soul. The second bridge allowed one to get the view of heaven trampling but question whether their heart was strong enough. Wang Lin hadn't understood the question at the end of the second bridge at first and was hesitant, but now he understood. This third bridge was likely one's inner demons. If one's heart was determined and their life could flash by while their heart remained calm, then they would be able to walk past the third bridge. But once that person opened their eyes, they would need to face their inner demons, face their own life. As a result, the chances of passing the third bridge would infinitely decrease. The voices of his mother and father were still beside his ears as tears flowed down Wang Lin's face, and he didn't hesitate at all to open his eyes. Before him, he saw the familiar house, familiar yard, familiar table, and the familiar food on the table. He saw his father, who was emptying his pipe on the side. He saw his father's wrinkled face and stern eyes, but also the gentle affection behind those stern eyes. He saw his mother walk out with the freshly cooked food from the house. There were some white hairs on her head. There weren't many, and were mostly hidden by her black hair, but Wang Lin saw them. His mother might not have been beautiful to outsiders, but in Wang Lin's heart, his mother was the most beautiful woman and forever a shelter from the wind in his heart. Looking at his father and mother and the familiar scenes, although tears were flowing down, he smiled. He watched everything before him slowly dissipate into the void. He knew it was all fake, but he still had to take a look. When this scene broke, Wang Lin was still standing below the second bridge and was far from the third bridge. His father and mother were not cultivators, and mortals couldn't be resurrected. For them, the best place to be was the reincarnation cycle. However, Wang Lin's memories were eternal and he will not erase them, as they were more important than his life. If one heir had appeared, would I have opened my eyes even though I knew it was fake? But when father and mother appeared, even though I knew it was fake, I still opened my eyes. Wang Lin muttered to himself. Who decided that one must close their eyes when facing the memories of their past, and ignore these memories while maintaining a firm heart to not be affected by one's inner demons? Who decided that one must have a firm Tao heart to pass the third bridge? Who determined this was the only method of crossing this bridge? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Family, love, and friendship are the most important things in my life. Why do I need to close my eyes? I want to keep my eyes open and see it all. I will open up my Tao heart and accommodate everything. Wang Lin took a deep breath and walked forward again. After 9 steps, he saw his parents again, and after 9 more steps, he saw Mu Bingmei, Li Qianmei, and Li Muwen. 9 more steps, and he saw Wang Ping. He saw the poor child pull his clothes and seriously asked him to cultivate. He wanted to accompany his father for life. He didn't want to leave this world and leave his father alone. If his father was going to be alone, he hoped that his presence would exist beside his father. Wang Lin saw Situ Nan, Qin Shui, Dun Tian, the old vermilion bird, and a lot of people who had helped him. He looked at them with his eyes opened and walked forward. Big Head, Red Butterfly, Qing Shuang, Zhou Ru, Qing Lin, and many more people. Wang Lin seemed to recall his entire life as these people appeared. Along the way, Wang Lin didn't control his emotions. He cried, smiled, felt pain, felt sadness. He continued to walk forward for a long time. He didn't know when he had stepped onto the third bridge, but when he arrived at the end of the third bridge, everything disappeared. He stood there and sighed. He looked back for a long time before he walked off the third bridge. The fourth bridge was far away, and even further away, the illusion at the end of the ninth bridge had become a bit more clear. Wang Lin still could not see through the fog, but he could vaguely tell that there were two people inside. Wang Lin walked forward with the memories he had just recalled and all the emotions he felt. A few days later, he arrived before the fourth heaven-trampling bridge. This bridge was even larger than the ones before it, like a huge behemoth in this space. A hint of pressure spread out, shrouding the area. Wang Lin looked at this bridge, and after pondering a bit, he raised his foot. However, when his foot landed, it penetrated the bridge and stepped onto nothing. At the same time, the fourth bridge suddenly trembled before Wang Lin and turned into countless specks of light. The specks of light all rushed toward him and formed a giant vortex that devoured Wang Lin's figure. The moment Wang Lin was devoured, in the secret chamber in Prince Jidu's palace, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with confusion for a long time, and it lingered. His slaughter essence true body had fully integrated with his body, and there was no longer an overlapping shadow. The ethereal essences were floating before him, and the celestial emperor's soul was still surrounded by his soul fire. The secret chamber was silent. Only Wang Lin's slightly rough breathing slowly echoed. Trample the heavenly path, void extinction Tao, immortal soul, worshipped by all. I only crossed 3 of the 9 heaven-trampling bridges and stopped. Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked up. The confusion in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by determination. When Wang Lin opened his eyes inside the secret room, the figure covered in fog on top of the tower on Mount Gudao let out a sigh. There are, for 100 years, at the celestial clan, the 72 souls had calmed down after howling and begging at the sky. However, only Grand Emperor Zhou Di knew what had happened, and his heart was disturbed. He was cultivating, but he constantly looked at the sky with awe and longing in his eyes. In his entire life, he longed for that legendary realm, but he still could not take that step. The reason Grand Emperor Gudao is the strongest Grand Emperor must be because he has taken that step. I don't know when I'll be able to as well. Zhou Di remained silent, and he had a complicated expression for a long time before he let out a long sigh. On Mount Emperor, Hai Zi was standing at the top of the mountain in a white dress. Her clothes danced in the wind, and there was hesitation and confusion in her eyes. During the previous divination, she felt a sense of familiarity. She hadn't told Zhou Di about this, as even she felt like it was just an illusion. In the ancient clan on Origin Mountain, outside the ancient Sure imperial capital, Grand Emperor Song Tian's face was pale. He looked into the distance with a complicated gaze, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Teacher. Chi Man's hesitant voice came from behind him. Shut up for me. Song Tian didn't turn around and interrupted Chi Man's words. He didn't want to listen to anything right now. He had to think about whether the upheaval in the 36 countries was related to Wang Lin. Although he didn't think there was a connection, there was a small chance that it was Wang Lin. In the case, he would need to change his decision-making and thought process. Forget it. I'll go meet him and find out. A moment later, Song Tian's eyes lit up and he raised his right hand. As he pointed at the sky, a thunderous rumble echoed and power gathered from all sides. When the clouds scattered, a huge rift was torn open in the sky. A giant head came out of the rift. This head was green and had 2 horns. It was an ancient devil. Large amounts of black gas surrounded the ancient devil, and as it roared, 2 large claws came out of the rift. It tore the rift open even wider and its whole body walked out. Its body was 100,000 feet tall, and after it walked out, it let out a roar before kneeling down before Song Tian. Staring at the giant ancient devil before him, Song Tian's eyes lit up. His left hand touched his forehead and a ray of green light shot out toward the ancient devil and disappeared between its eyebrows. Song Tian sat down with his eyes closed, but the ancient devil's eyes revealed a monstrous light. It had a gloomy expression as it moved back into the rift and disappeared. The moment the ancient devil disappeared, Wang Lin let out a deep breath in the Luo Hu country. His eyes were filled with determination, and after he checked his body's cultivation level, he frowned a moment later. He couldn't tell what cultivation level he was at now. He had passed peak void turbulent but was not a Grand Empyrean yet. He felt like the so-called Grand Empyrean was half a step from his current state. This half step seemed very short but was actually a large gap that was very difficult to cross. Halfway into heaven trampling, Wang Lin rubbed his temples and he looked at the Celestial Emperor's soul. He had been refining inside his soul fire for 100 years. The ancestral curse still remained and he had found it difficult to refine with his previous cultivation level. At this moment, his eyes lit up and his right hand reached toward the Celestial Emperor's soul. When he grabbed it, the soul fire around it disappeared, leaving only the soul. Looking at the soul, Wang Lin had a strange feeling. He had an illusion that he didn't need to use too much effort to easily remove the ancestral curse. This was naturally due to the fact that there wasn't much of the ancestral curse left. It had been shared by Jodi and the others, and he had been refining it for 100 years in his soul fire. However, even so, if it was before, he would have needed to refine it for 100 more years in his soul fire before he could expel it completely. With that strange gaze in his eyes, Wang Lin's left index finger penetrated the soul and touched the gray gas inside it. Wang Lin softly whispered, "Scatter." The moment he said this one word, a distortion appeared inside the secret chamber, and countless lines appeared around Wang Lin's left index finger. The lines entered the gray gas inside the Celestial Emperor's soul. This mass of gray gas trembled and then rapidly dissipated until none remained. After removing this small portion of the ancestral curse so easily, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. Now that the ancestral curse was gone, the Celestial Emperor's eyes trembled as if he was going to open his eyes. Wang Lin didn't do anything but watched the Celestial Emperor's soul open his eyes. After a moment of confusion, his gaze turned into viciousness and hatred. Wang Lin! A divine sense rushed toward Wang Lin, but to Wang Lin, this divine sense was insignificant. Seeing that Wang Lin wasn't affected at all, the Celestial Emperor was startled. The moment he felt startled, Wang Lin's right hand squeezed. With this, a powerful rushed into the Celestial Emperor's soul and, with a bang, the Celestial Emperor died completely. His soul turned into a mass and was about to dissipate. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly and his left hand reached at the void. A giant head suddenly appeared inside the secret chamber. It was the Celestial Ancestor's head, and when it appeared, a dense golden light scattered. This caused the world to change colors and filled the chamber with dense celestial energy. With the soul as a guide, fuse. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and the Celestial Emperor's soul split into 7 strands of gas that flew toward the Celestial Ancestor's head. These 7 strands of gas rushed toward the 7 orifices. Wang Lin suddenly stood up and walked out of the secret chamber for the first time in 100 years. He stood over the Celestial Ancestor's head and waved at the sky. A giant sun appeared behind the Celestial Ancestor's head. This sun was black and white, and it was only an outline rather than corporeal like a real Grand Emperor sun. With my previous cultivation level I couldn't do it, but now I should be able to do it. With Lien Daozhen's soul as a guide, I can fuse the Celestial Ancestor's head with my Grand Empyrean sun. With it, my Grand Empyrean sun will form completely. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his hands formed seals. Green lights followed the 7 strands into the Celestial Ancestor's 7 orifices, causing the head to tremble. At this moment, the sky was dim and a powerful pressure descended, shrouding the area. Even if one was very far, they would feel it clearly. As Wang Lin continued to form seals, the Celestial Ancestor's head trembled violently and fine cracks appeared on it, spreading across the entire head. However, it showed no sign of breaking or melting. Wang Lin didn't make a sound as his hands formed seals and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of green fire. The fire burned the Celestial Ancestor's head. Then the head finally showed signs of melting. The moment it started melting, Wang Lin's black and white sun shrouded it. It shined brightly and began to rapidly absorb it. However, the speed at which the head was melting was slowing down, and as time passed, it showed signs of stopping. Indeed worthy of the Celestial Ancestor, who stepped past the 8th heaven trampling bridge. even after being dead for so long. Just his head is so difficult to refine. Wang Lin murmured. He thought about who could kill the celestial ancestor but found no clues. However, in the end, this is just a head. Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached at the void. The dim sky suddenly changed colors and countless fine lines appeared. Others couldn't see then, and only after becoming a Grand Empyrean could one vaguely sense them. However, even Grand Empyreans had touch on the tip of controlling these fine lines. Only after taking that step into the first heaven-trampling bridge could one really extract them from the world and put them to use. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he muttered to himself, "No wonder it is rumored that Grand Empyrean Gu Dao could kill other Grand Empyreans, and that several Grand Empyreans died by his hand in the Great War countless years ago. With this power to manipulate the world, it shouldn't be difficult to kill Grand Empyreans. The celestial ancestor is indeed someone who walked past the 8th bridge. After his head is fused with my Grand Empyrean son, it will become a powerful aid and treasure." It was at this moment that a thunderous rumble echoed in the sky in the distance and a huge crack appeared. Large amounts of black gas spread out and a giant ancient devil walked out. However, just as the ancient devil walked out, it was startled. Song Tian's divine sense was inside the devil, and when he felt the strangeness here, his expression changed. He saw Wang Lin in the distance. Wang Lin completely ignored him and seemed to be grabbing countless fine lines in his hand. All the lines were wrapped around the head, and then Wang Lin bit his tongue to spit out blood that fell on the lines and the head. At this moment, the celestial ancestor's head began to melt rapidly and was rapidly absorbed by Wang Lin's Grand Empyrean son. As the Grand Empyrean sun rapidly condensed, a third color, gold, appeared, controlling the law of the world. The ancient devil that just appeared let out a shriek of disbelief. Grand Empyreans could explore the edge of the law of the world. With their powerful faith, they could borrow these laws to make things corporeal. The so-called creating something from nothing was this. However, it was simply turning the illusory into real. They could not grasp the laws and use them as they wished like Wang Lin. This was not borrowing, but a higher level of manipulation of the law of the world. Song Tian could not do this. In his memory, when he had gone to meet Grand Empyrean Gu Dao, he personally saw something similar. This is impossible. The ancient devil containing a hint of Song Tian's divine sense revealed a look of disbelief. He could not believe what he was seeing at all, that Wang Lin, who he considered not worthy of his concern, could control the law of the world after coming out of closed-door cultivation. The moment his ancient devil walked out from the rift, he was completely startled. His mind was completely blank and there was no thought other than Wang Lin reaching toward the sky and all the laws gathering. Wang Lin was not concerned about the appearance of the ancient devil, and he didn't even look at it. He focused on melting the celestial ancestor head before him. With his mouth full of blood and the law of the world, most of it had already melted. The parts that had melted were completely absorbed by his Grand Empyrean son. The golden light became brighter and brighter, and the three-colored Grand Empyrean sun released a strange light. The celestial ancestor's head shrank rapidly as golden light penetrated it. A moment later, only a small portion of the head remained. It no longer looked like a head, but a mass of golden light. As it became smaller and smaller, Wang Lin's three-colored Grand Empyrean sun rapidly became brighter and more solid. Once the head completely melted and the three-colored Grand Empyrean sun fully absorbed the head, it would become a real Grand Empyrean sun, and Wang Lin would become a real Grand Empyrean. He would be the second strongest Grand Empyrean on the immortal astral continent after Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. In the distance, the ancient devil with Song Tian's divine sense gasped and recovered. He didn't want to believe what he was seeing, but reality was before him, so he had to believe it. At this moment, his heart trembled and he didn't hesitate to slowly retreat. Seeing Wang Lin ignore him, he retreated at the quickest speed back into the rift that he had arrogantly torn open. As a Grand Empyrean, he rarely did such a thing, feel timid before he even battled. Compared to how arrogantly he had arrived, his escaping figure was too much of a contrast. However, just as the ancient devil closed in on the rift and was about to enter it, A cold voice echoed across the world. "Are you just going to leave like that?" This voice caused the ancient devil containing Song Tian's divine sense to be startled and then move at full speed as if it had gone mad. However, just as the cold voice echoed, Wang Lin's cold gaze landed on the ancient devil. Fine lines appeared around the ancient devil and wrapped around the ancient devil's body. The ancient devil trembled and became motionless, as if it was frozen. Wang Lin had speculated a long time ago that the stop spell was related to the law of the world. With his current cultivation level, he no longer needed to form seals. Just a gaze could make them appear. What was stopped by Wang Lin's gaze was not just the ancient devil, but also Song Tian's divine sense. The divine sense trembled and couldn't move at all. At the same time, far away on Origin Mountain, Song Tian was sitting there, and he suddenly opened his eyes. His face was pale and contained a trace of fear. His divine sense had been frozen, and it almost affected his origin soul. "Open the origin array." Song Tian didn't hesitate to immediately let out a roar. As the roar echoed, all the powerful people that followed Song Tian were startled and quickly flew around to set up the formation. "Teacher?" Chi-Man didn't know what had happened, but seeing his teacher's gloomy expression, he felt a pressure and knew that something bad was going to happen. "Shut up. This lord don't want to be bothered right now. If not for your throne, how could I activate the origin array?" Song Tian turned around and looked at Chi-Man with a cold gaze. "I have already done my best. If I fail, then you will not become the ancient emperor in 100 years. That Jidu will." Song Tian also felt anger. After he finished speaking, he flew into the sky and then reached down. The origin mountain trembled and a ray of light shot out. It was a giant war axe. This war axe was covered in rust and was not beautiful. However, when Song Tian held it, a roar came from the axe and inexhaustible green souls flew out of it and surrounded Song Tian in a green light. This made Song Tian look very strange. As Song Tian prepared to go all out, in the Luohua country, Wang Lin let out a long howl at the sky. As he howled, the sky changed colors. The celestial ancestor head that had mostly melted and turned into a bright ball of golden light had begun its final stage of melting. It became smaller and smaller. A moment later, it was only the size of a fist. The Grand Empyrean Sun became even more solid than the Grand Empyrean Suns of Grand Empyreans. Staring at the fist-sized golden light, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He raised his right hand and reached at the palace below. Wang Lin's life and death, karma, and true and false essences flew out from the secret chamber and into his body. At this moment, when all his essences had returned to him, a thunderous rumble echoed inside his body. His hair moved without any wind and he released a shocking aura. Wang Lin looked at the melting celestial ancestor's head and spat out a mouthful of essence aura. This aura was invisible and only Wang Lin himself could feel it. The moment this aura touched the head suddenly trembled and melted. It melted completely and was completely absorbed by Wang Lin's three-colored sun. After absorbing the head, the sun became a corporeal object. Wang Lin completed the Grand Empyrean Sun and sent it into the sky of the immortal astral continent so it could become the 10th sun. This was a symbol of him truly becoming a Grand Empyrean. Before, Wang Lin could not be considered a true Grand Empyrean. The moment his Grand Empyrean Sun formed completely, Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the sky. This three-colored Grand Empyrean Sun seemed to be held up and slowly rose up to the sky. Looking at his own Grand Empyrean Sun rush toward the highest place in the sky, Wang Lin suddenly recalled when a trace of his divine sense entered the immortal astral continent and saw the strange scene of 9 suns in the sky. Grand Empyrean, Wang Lin muttered as he looked at his own Grand Empyrean Sun releasing a powerful burst of three-colored light. At this moment, when Wang Lin raised his own Grand Empyrean Sun into the sky, it affected the Grand Empyrean Suns of all the other Grand Empyreans. In the Celestial Clan, in the Daoi sect, the Northern Continent, the Purple Yang sect, and Mount Emperor, each respective Grand Empyrean Sun rose up and shined brightly. Shortly after, inside the ancestral city, a golden sun appeared, forming the 5th sun of the Celestial Clan. At the same time, in the Ancient Clan, Xianluo's Grand Empyrean Sun appeared over the place where he was in closed-door cultivation. In the ancient Zhou, the extremely mysterious Grand Empyrean there also had his Grand Empyrean Sun appear in the sky, and Song Tian's Grand Empyrean Sun also appeared without his control and flew into the sky. The last to appear was Grand Empyrean Gu Dao's Grand Empyrean Sun. At this moment, 10 suns suddenly appeared above the immortal astral continent. The remaining 9 Grand Empyrean Suns hadn't appeared because their owners wanted them to. They had been attracted by Wang Lin's Grand Empyrean Sun. No Grand Empyrean was surprised by this. Aside from when the Celestial Emperor inherited their Grand Empyrean power, this was a heavenly sign that appeared whenever someone became a Grand Empyrean. And at this time, because all the Grand Empyrean Suns were in the sky, the energy in the immortal astral continent surged. This allowed the other Grand Empyreans to clearly feel the aura of the new Grand Empyrean. There were a clear size difference in the 10 suns. The largest was Grand Empyrean Gu Dao's. His Grand Empyrean Sun was almost equivalent to the total of all the other 8 suns, excluding Wang Lin's 3-colored sun. The second largest was Wang Lin's 3-colored sun. Although not as large as Grand Empyrean Gu Dao's, it was nearly half its size. It radiated light no weaker than Grand Empyrean Gu Dao's sun. Godfather, Grand Empyrean. In the Luohua country, Prince Ji-Du revealed never-before-seen excitement and laughed out loud. Wang Lin! It's actually Wang Lin! A roar came out of the Daoyi sect, and the anger in that roar echoed across the world. Aside from anger, there was a sense of fear and dread. Facing Wang Lin, Daoyi could not forget everything that had happened inside the palace in the ancestral city. Back then, Wang Lin was already extremely powerful, and now he was a Grand Empyrean. He didn't dare to imagine how strong Wang Lin was now. The giant Grand Empyrean Sun that was second only to Gu Dao's also revealed Wang Lin's strength. He hasn't even gone to the immemorial God realm, and yet, he actually become a Grand Empyrean based on his own strength. In the northern continent, Wu Feng was in a trance as he stared at the sky for a long time. In the Purple Yang sect, the 2 little girls were filled with joy. They pulled each other's hands while looking at the sky. He became a Grand Empyrean. On Mount Emperor in the ancestral city, Grand Empyrean Ji-Du looked in the direction of the ancient clan. His heart trembled, his face became slightly pale, and he was uncertain. When he was in the palace, he had already formed the outline of a sun. Then he obtained the celestial ancestor's head. This sun has 3 colors: black, white, and gold. The gold should be from the fusion of the celestial ancestor's head. Normally, it shouldn't be a great shock that he became a Grand Empyrean. But it's only been a mere 100 years and he has already refined the celestial ancestor's head. And the time he became a Grand Empyrean, Ji-Du's heart trembled. He was the only one who knew the truth about the 72 souls causing an uproar. He thought about the gaze from before and couldn't help but connect it with Wang Lin becoming a Grand Empyrean. Ji-Du revealed dread and muttered to himself, "It should be impossible." Hai Zi was sitting at the corner of Mount Emperor as she looked up at the sky with a complicated gaze and revealed a hint of enlightenment. Also in the ancestral city, under the palace, Lian Daofei, who had turned into a mountain, remained motionless. In the ancient clan, an uproar was set off in the ancient Shur's origin mountain. Song Tian had a bitter expression. Although he had already seen it when he sent the ancient devil over and was prepared, his heart still trembled. In the ancient Dao imperial city, Shen Luo felt Wang Lin's aura. A smile appeared on his face. He was very happy and laughed out loud. In the Luohua country, in the sky above the palace, Wang Lin waved his hand and his 3-colored Grand Empyrean Sun disappeared. However, the shadow of his Grand Empyrean Sun would forever remain in the sky as a symbol of him becoming a Grand Empyrean. The world returned to normal as the power of the law slowly dissipated. Several rays of light flew out from the palace, and the one in front was Prince Ji-Du. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, immediately knelt down when he was 1,000 feet from Wang Lin, and spoke loudly. "Congratulations, Godfather, on becoming a Grand Empyrean." Greetings, Lord Wang. Behind Ji-du, the young woman and her husband, the young man in purple, spoke respectfully. They could not hide the shock in their eyes and dropped down to one knee before Wang Lin. After all, if Ji-du did this, the two of them had to follow. We greet Lord Wang. After the three of them spoke, all the guards in the palace got down on one knee and bowed at Wang Lin. Their voices fused together into a sound wave that echoed across the palace. Wang Lin floated in the air and looked at the people. He looked at Prince Ji-du and the young couple with a smile. He was calm as he looked at the frozen ancient devil and walked over. Standing before the ancient devil, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed to between the eyebrows of the ancient devil. The ancient devil trembled and revealed a painful expression. A ray of black light flew out and disappeared into the wind. The ancient devil no longer felt pain and its mind was restored. It looked at Wang Lin with fear and whimpered. It was able to move again, so it also dropped down to one knee and lowered its head at Wang Lin. Ji-du, I'm going to take you to see Song Tian. Wang Lin stepped on the head of the ancient devil and looked back at Ji-du. Ji-du's body trembled and he suddenly looked up. He could not suppress his excitement as he looked at Wang Lin and revealed his gratitude. Thanks, Godfather, for helping. Ji-du took a deep breath and arrived at the head of the ancient devil. He respectfully stood behind Wang Lin and looked at Wang Lin's back. This back was not large, but he felt like it was a mountain. As long as he had this back supporting him, he could become the ancient Sure Emperor. The large ancient devil didn't need Wang Lin to give any command. It let out a howl as it turned with Wang Lin and Ji-du on its back and tore open the rift it came from. It went inside the rift and disappeared. When it disappeared, the rift in the sky slowly closed until it became a white line, which also disappeared. Outside the ancient Sure, on Origin Mountain, when Wang Lin had erased Song Tian's divine sense on the ancient devil, Song Tian trembled. His face had turned slightly pale, but he quickly recovered. His expression was gloomy as he held the giant war axe in his hand. He looked up at the sky and his breathing gradually became even. He knew his actions would make Wang Lin come here. Even if I hadn't tried to test Wang Lin earlier, he would have still come here in order to make Ji-du the next emperor. Song Tian sighed. He didn't have any confidence in winning, but as a Grand Empyrean, he could not just yield without a battle. On Origin Mountain, a thunderous rumble echoed and haze surrounded the mountain. There seemed to be a large army inside the haze that gave off powerful killing intent. With the Origin formation and the war axe that contains law, which was gifted to me by Grand Empyrean Gudao, even if he has the power to manipulate law, I should still be able to put up a fight. Song Tian took a deep breath and calmly looked at the sky as he waited for Wang Lin's arrival. Behind him, Qi Man had a bitter expression and was silently pondering. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, one incense stick of time passed. Just at this moment, a rumble came from the sky and a large rift was torn open in the sky. Large amounts of black gas spewed out and a large ancient devil came out. There were two people standing on its head. It was Wang Lin and Ji-du. Song Tian suddenly looked at Wang Lin. At the same time, Qi Man's gaze met with Ji-du's gaze. Song Tian waved his sleeve and coldly said, Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled as he clasped his hand and said, Greetings, Lord Song. Don't speak more nonsense. I know why you came here. We will battle. If you win, I'll make Ji-du the next emperor in 100 years. Song Tian sighed. He didn't even say what would happen if he won. He waved his left hand and the troops in the fog around Origin Mountain let out a fierce roar as they charged at Wang Lin. At the same time, Song Tian grabbed the axe and chopped down on Wang Lin. Grand Empyrean Song Tian was stronger than Dao Yi, about as powerful as Wu Feng. If Wang Lin had wanted to battle Song Tian 100 years ago, victory would be uncertain. He would have had to use all his power beside the avatar in the void to fight. But now, Wang Lin remained calm as he faced the endless troops and the heaven-splitting axe. He raised his right hand and pointed 3 times. With the first point, a thunderous rumble came from the army, rushing at Wang Lin. The army disappeared like bubbles. It was as if they had hit an invisible barrier. This was what it looked like to Qi Man and Ji Du. But in Song Tian's eyes, he saw the laws of the world appear before the army. After the army dissipated, Wang Lin's second point made the haze around Origin Mountain shatter. The fog was torn apart into countless pieces and disappeared. The whole mountain rumbled, and the powerful members of the ancient Sure that had been managing the formation all coughed out blood and were weakened. Song Tian felt his scalp go numb, but he endured and revealed a cold gaze. He still held the war axe and chopped down on Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin pointed for the third time. An illusory fist appeared out of thin air before Song Tian. This fist was composed completely of the fine lines that represented the law of the world. The fist collided with Song Tian's axe. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the axe broke inch by inch before it shattered into countless pieces that fell on the earth. The fist made of law also trembled and was split in half. Song Tian coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated 1,000 feet until he landed on Origin Mountain. The entire mountain trembled and cracks appeared on it. Wang Lin's right hand paused when a white mark appeared on his finger but didn't break his skin. The war axe contains law. Wang Lin looked at the war axe fragment in the distance and his hand reached out. The pieces flew toward Wang Lin and fused together to form a complete war axe. Do you still want to fight? Wang Lin's gaze calmly landed on Song Tian. Why not fight? Song Tian laughed and flew into the sky. He raised his right hand and reached at the Origin Mountain below. The entire Origin Mountain trembled and seemed to rise up. It feels like it was being lifted into the sky by Song Tian. Countless rays of light flew out of the mountain. They were the people that lived on the mountain, including Qi Man, and they looked at all of this in horror. Countless rays of light flew out from the imperial palace and headed toward this place. Wang Lin watched Grand Emperor Song Tian raise Origin Mountain into the sky, and the earth trembled as even more black light was released. Their expressions were all calm as he coldly looked over. The mountain rose higher and higher until it floated high above Song Tian's head. He raised his right hand as if he was holding a mountain. Wang Lin, if you can withstand the power of this Origin Mountain, then I admit defeat. Song Tian let out a roar as he waved his right hand and Origin Mountain smashed down on Wang Lin. This mountain is called Origin Mountain. It was the first mountain born in the ancient Sure and has been here for countless. The size hasn't changed at all after all these years. I completed my Tao and became a Grand Emperor here. After I refined the mountain, I was able to release its suppression force. Wang Lin, take this attack. The world rumbled and the mountain howled loudly. The mountain was extremely shocking and instantly suppressed the area. The mountain was very strange, and Wang Lin could clearly see the power of law being pushed away by the mountain. A mysterious force split the law apart as if this mountain and the law of the world could not coexist. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He stood there as his clothes and white hair danced in the wind. He looked at the incoming mountain and threw a punch at it. This punch landed on the void and the force collided with the mountain 1,000 feet away. A thunderous rumble echoed and the speed of the descent of the mountain reduced greatly, but it was still falling. Wang Lin's punch trembled and shattered after colliding with the mountain. At the same time, a powerful pressure fell on Wang Lin and the space he was in split. It was like the area around him had been completely separated from the world. Interesting. Wang Lin smiled faintly. This Origin Mountain suppression was similar to the ancient ancestor's finger. However, the ancient ancestor's finger separated the area into its own world to collapse it to kill the enemy. This Origin Mountain separated the area into its own world to prevent the enemy from escaping and suppress them. Wang Lin looked at the incoming mountain and muttered to himself, indeed worthy of a Grand Emperor. None of the 9 Grand Emperors are weak. Each Grand Emperor has their own spells. For example, Song Tian's Origin Mountain can reject laws and achieve the same effect of creating its own world like the ancient ancestor's finger. Although this isn't a faith spell, it's enough to be proud of. His eyes lit up. With his current cultivation level, there was no one who could make him feel dread other than Grand Emperor Gu Dao. None of the other Grand Emperors were a threat to Wang Lin. Although this Origin Mountain was extraordinary, that was it. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he raised his hand and pointed at the incoming mountain. This point was the ancient ancestor finger. With one point, the world changed colors and the clouds scattered. The space separated by the mountain rumbled and a large amount of cracks appeared around Wang Lin. The cracks became longer, making it seem as if the space around him was going to collapse because it could not withstand the force anymore. After Wang Lin pointed at the mountain, there was a rumble and it stopped. Although it continued to tremble, it could not descend anymore. Just at this moment, the separated space Wang Lin was trapped in collapsed. Wang Lin calmly stepped out and looked at Song Tian. "Want to fight more?" Song Tian revealed a bitter expression, but he clenched his teeth and jumped on top of Origin Mountain. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood that turned into a blood mist, which was then absorbed by the mountain. Song Tian sat down and his hands formed seals as he let out a roar. Origin suppression. Origin Mountain let out a thunderous rumble. It broke free and descended upon Wang Lin once more. Wang Lin shook his head and moved. Before waiting for the mountain to descend, he appeared before the mountain and pressed his right hand against it. The moment his palm landed, the mountain suddenly trembled and Song Tian coughed out blood once more. He was knocked back several steps before he managed to stop. At this moment, the rays of light from the ancient Sure imperial city arrived, revealing dozens of figures. The person in front was an old man in a royal robe. When he looked at Wang Lin, his expression changed. Wang Lin didn't look at the people that had arrived. He waved his sleeve after Song Tian was knocked back. Origin Mountain immediately rotated and shrank until it was the size of a palm. Then it landed in Wang Lin's right hand. After the mountain shrank, it looked like a bull's head, and the broken horn had returned to normal. When Song Tian saw this, he staggered back and his face became pale. Over the countless years, no ancient Sure Grand Empyrean could shrink the mountain to such a degree. But for Wang Lin, he didn't even seem to refine it when he made it shrink. It also looked like Wang Lin could fully manipulate it as he wished. Song Tian felt bitterness in his heart as he let out a sigh and gave up all resistance. He clasped his hands and bowed at Wang Lin. "I admit defeat," Song Tian said. Then he looked back at the people that had arrived. They were all shocked by this scene. "As the guardian of the ancient Sure and as a Grand Empyrean, I recognize Prince Ji Du as the new emperor in 100 years, Song Tian slowly said. Then his gaze fell on the old man in the royal robe. The old man was the current ancient Sure emperor. He hesitated a bit and seemed like he wanted to say something, but he looked at Wang Lin and remained silent. He clasped his hands at Song Tian and nodded. Prince Ji Du was filled with excitement. All of this felt unreal to him. What he had always dreamed of had been obtained so easily, causing him to enter a trance. However, he was no ordinary person. So after a moment, he immediately took a deep breath and stepped forward before everyone. He hesitated for a moment and didn't thank Song Tian or his father. Instead, he turned and got down on one knee before Wang Lin in front of Song Tian, his father, the emperor, and many powerful members of the ancient Sure. "Thank you, Godfather, for your help." This kneeling and sentence caused everyone's expressions to change. They all looked over and revealed looks of disbelief. In the ancient clan, where the imperial power was supreme, the prince that had been recognized as the future emperor had actually knelt and recognized someone as his godfather. This kind of thing was beyond everyone's imagination and caused an uproar. "Ji Du, what are you doing?" The first person to speak was the middle-aged man standing next to the ancient Sure emperor. He was the crown prince. In the distance, Chi Man originally felt unwilling, but he had no power to change it. However, now his eyes lit up. "Ji Du, as a prince, how can you randomly recognize someone as your godfather? You will be the future ancient Sure emperor. How can you kneel toward an ancient Dao Grand Empyrean?" The ancient Sure emperor was still silently pondering. He looked at his own son kneeling before Wang Lin, not hiding the hint of gloominess in his eyes. The surrounding uproar caused Ji Du's face to turn a bit pale, but his eyes were filled with determination as he looked at Wang Lin. He knew what he was doing. He wanted to use this to tell his godfather that even if he became the ancient Sure emperor, Wang Lin was still his godfather. Wang Lin also looked at Ji Du. He hadn't expected Ji-Du to have the courage to do such a thing before his father, his brothers, and his fellow clansmen. Ji-Du could have secretly fulfilled his promise to Wang Lin. This way, his process of becoming the emperor would be smooth, but now there would be twists and turns in his path. The uproar was getting louder and louder, but Song Tian didn't speak and the ancient Shi emperor also remained silent. Only his gaze became more gloomy. Wang Lin slowly said, "Ji-Du, I accept you as my adopted son." Ji-Du took a deep breath. Before this, Wang Lin had never recognized him, and it was just him calling Wang Lin his godfather. When he heard Wang Lin's words, Ji-Du bowed once more. "In 100 years, you will be the ancient Shi emperor." Wang Lin didn't look at the crowd but toward the ancient Shi imperial city. He could see that, in the imperial city, there was a towering statue of the ancient ancestor. That place was where the ancestral temple was located. The crown prince and Qi man's faces were pale, and they seemed to want to speak. The ancient Shi emperor seemed to understand something and let out a sigh before he spoke for the first time. "For my child to have a godfather like Lord Wang is his fortune and glory to my ancient Shi. I'm not the ancient Tao emperor, so will not force Lord Wang away, as that would cause a disaster for the ancient Shi. I ask Lord Wang to stay in my ancient Shi. If you have any requests, I'll do my best to satisfy them." The old man in the royal robe clasped his hands and bowed at Wang Lin. At this moment, Song Tian smiled and said to Wang Lin, "If Brother Wang doesn't have anywhere to go, how about staying here and witness Ji-Du becoming the emperor in 100 years? Prince Ji-Du got up and respectfully said to the ancient Shi emperor, "Father, Godfather wants to go to the ancestral temple and this child has agreed, but I would like to ask Father's permission." The old man smiled and said without hesitation, "Ancestral temple? If Lord Wang wants to go, then I naturally agree." He didn't dare to disagree or have any opinion about Ji-Du taking this person as his godfather. This Lord Wang had killed the ancient Tao emperor and broken into the ancient Tao imperial city and had left with his life. Even Grand Emperor Gu Dao hadn't said a word. When he sat that, even Grand Emperor Song Tian was not his match. How could he dare to offend Wang Lin? The supremacy of the imperial power had no effect on something like this. There were only 3 ancestral temples in the entire ancient clan. They were in the imperial city of each royal family and were located at the foot of each country's statue. Every single adult ancient clan member would willingly come to the ancestral temple during their 3rd trial. However, they wouldn't go too deep, and people of the royal family were allowed to enter the inner area. Since ancient times, very few people had met the qualifications to enter closed-door cultivation inside the ancestral temples. This was rare even for Grand Emperors because the control was in the hands of each generation's emperor. Only members of the royal families could go into the depth of the temples to pass this trial. Wang Lin was standing at the center of the imperial city of the ancient Shi. He was beneath the ancient statue, just silently staring ahead. This statue was the same as the ancient Tao statue. The ancient ancestor looked at the heavens and earth with disdain and contempt. Before Wang Lin had crossed the 3 heaven-trampling bridges, he didn't feel too much when he saw the ancient ancestor statue in the ancient Tao. However, at this moment, this statue became different in his eyes. The contempt and disdain was only on the surface. Deep within, Wang Lin saw a hint of sadness. This sadness was directed toward himself and also all living beings. Wang Lin slowly said, "Who carved the ancient ancestor statue?" Beside Wang Lin, Song Tian stood there as he looked at the statue and slowly said, "Grand Emperor Gu Dao." After the ancient ancestor disappeared, Grand Emperor Gu Dao brought 3 mountains from some unknown place. He personally carved 3 statues and erected them in the 3 imperial cities. It is also because of this that us descendants can remember the appearance of the ancient ancestor and not forget due to the passage of time. Wang Lin gently nodded. He knew that a race had to have a symbol of hope. If there were none, then this race would not last long and would slowly die out. It was obvious the ancient ancestor statues and legends were the symbols that the ancient clan believed in. Grand Emperor Gu Dao, guardian of the ancient clan. Just from this title one could see his wisdom. Wang Lin and Song Tian were standing beneath the statue, as if they were silently waiting for something. Shortly after, murmuring came from the direction of the imperial palace. A ray of dark light rushed toward this location and circled around the ancient ancestor statue to form dark halos. Below the statue, on the boot of the ancient ancestor statue, there was a huge door. This door was closed, but when the dark halo appeared, the door slowly opened. "Brother Wang, the ancestral temple has opened. I won't be going in. Take care." Song Tian clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at the door that was opening and revealed a solemn expression. Whether he could allow Li Muin to safely enter the immemorial god realm all depended on whether he could obtain 2 more drops of soul blood on the 3rd trial. Wang Lin clasped his hands at Song Tian before he took a deep breath and walked toward the ancestral temple. His pace was not fast, but every step was very stable. Step by step, he arrived before the open door and walked inside without hesitation. The moment he entered the ancestral temple, the door slowly closed. After only half an incense stick of time did the door close completely. The dark light on the ancient ancestor's statue gradually dimmed. It turned back into a ray of light and disappeared back into the imperial palace. Song Tian stood there for a long time before he let out a sigh and left. The members of the ancient Shi all saw the aura around the statue, but few knew Wang Lin had entered. This news was suppressed by the ancient Shi emperor, so people slowly forgot about this matter. The entire ancient Shi was no different from before, but the people that paid attention would notice that Prince Jidu, who was often away from the imperial city, was now living inside the palace. The crown prince had been titled king 10 years ago and had been sent away to guard the border. Another 5 years passed. Prince Chi-Man, who was most likely to become the next emperor, was tilted king and was sent out of the imperial city. After 15 years passed, the princes were titled kings and sent away one by one. After 30 years of time, only Prince Jidu remained. During these 30 years, Prince Jidu had been very quiet and hadn't interacted with the outside too much. His status as the next emperor was set and he no longer had to act in secret. He just had to wait. After all the other princes were titled kings and sent away, the people of the ancient Shi knew who the future emperor would be. Jidu gradually began to come in contact with all the hidden powers that belonged to the emperor. In the remaining 70 years, his father was going to slowly pass the power to him. This was something all new emperors in all 3 ancient clans had to do, and it was also the most peaceful time. Everything proceeded as planned and Jidu still maintained good habits. Almost every morning when he got up, he would silently look toward the direction of the ancestral temple. He didn't know when he would next see his godfather, but this habit remained the same. Many clansmen who later followed Jidu noticed his and were very puzzled. Even though they secretly inquired about it, they could not find any clues. Time slowly passed and this matter became a secret. In addition to this habit, during these 30 years, he didn't forget Wang Lin's command. He had sent a lot of powerful people to Blackstone City to silently guard a woman. That woman was called Song Ji. After more than 100 years, Song Ji was no longer the same as before and revealed the passage of time. She never knew that the Lord of Blackstone City and countless powerful experts had a secret mission because of her. In a flash, another 20 years passed. On the 50th year since Wang Lin had stepped into the ancestral temple, a grand ceremony was held in the ancient Shi. This grand ceremony was not Song Tian's crowning ceremony, but his wedding. He had chosen one of Song Tian's descendants, a woman named Song Yu, as his wife. This woman was doted on by Song Tian and was one of the few descendants who could personally listen to his teachings. This grand festival lasted for several months, and during this time, members of the other 2 clans came. From the ancient Tao came a middle-aged man, and if Wang Lin saw him, he would see that this person looked very similar to Yi Mo. He was Yi Mo's descendant. After this festival ended and everyone had left, Jidu brought his wife before the ancestral temple as the moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight was soft and bathed the ancient ancestor statue. Jidu silently pulled his puzzled wife's hand toward the ancestral temple and stopped 100 feet away from it. He looked at the ancestral temple and entered a trance. After a long time he silently knelt down. The woman beside him was puzzled but didn't ask and instead knelt down with him 100 feet away from the ancestral temple. Jidu softly said, "Song Yu, we are not bowing to the ancient ancestor." The woman was startled. "We are bowing to my godfather." "Godfather?" The woman was surprised. "Godfather, I have taken Lord Song's descendant as my wife. She will be the future empress of the ancient Sure. Today, I brought her here to pay respects, Godfather." Jidu was very respectful. This came from his heart and he was being very sincere. He would forever remember that everything he had obtained had been given to him by Wang Lin. He would always remember that if there was no Wang Lin, he would have had no chance of becoming emperor. Even the woman beside him would not be his wife. She would belong to Chi-Man instead. "Godfather, there are 50 more years before the day this child becomes the new emperor. This child hopes that I can see Godfather that day." The woman beside him seemed to remember something and looked at the ancestral temple in shock. She vaguely remembered that her Song family's old ancestor, Lord Song, had inadvertently mentioned a name. When this name was mentioned, Song Tian's expression became complicated and showed a hint of respect. The woman whispered, "Wang, Lord Wang." Jidu didn't speak but knelt there for a long time before he got up and silently left with his wife. However, when he was a few hundred feet away, a voice came from the ancestral temple. "When you become the new emperor, I'll be there." Jidu's body trembled and he suddenly turned around. He looked at the ancestral temple and smiled. Wang Lin was sitting deep inside the ancestral temple. His body was giving off the smell of decay and had withered greatly. He looked like a corpse, but his eyes were bright as the stars. The ancient clan's 3 trials and 7 calamities. In the cave world, I completed 2 trials and 4 calamities, and I even passed the first calamity of the 3rd trial. The first calamity of the 3rd trial was the ancient race Heavenly Blood. The second calamity of the 3rd trial is the ancient Tao 3 soul splits. The 3rd calamity, which is the last one, is the blessing of the ancient ancestor. Wang Lin murmured as he looked ahead. There was a stone tablet before him, and engraved on it was all the information about the ancient clan's 3 trials and 7 calamities. After a long time, Wang Lin closed his eyes and the voice that had appeared when he passed the first calamity of the 3rd trial and obtained the drop of soul blood echoed in his mind. "If I want this sky to collapse, it will collapse. If I want this earth to break, it will break. If I want a being to die, no one would dare to stop me. If I want no celestials to remain alive, who would dare to save them? I'm ancient. I was born before the world appeared and survived before the world began. However, before me there was still the celestials. Since the celestials want to make me their slave, let me destroy them. If I fail, my descendants will be enemies of the celestials for countless generations, until no celestials remain. 9 drops of soul blood. I gifted them to my 3 sons to lead my ancient clan. When the 9 songs and 3 signs appear, wait for my reincarnation. Wait for my inheritor to appear." Wang Lin was sitting inside the ancestral temple, and his body had withered like a corpse. His white robe was loose and looked like it was merely draping over his body. In his mind, this voice echoed for 50 years. At first it was only like a murmur, but as time passed, the voice became even more intense, like a roar. Now it was as if someone was constantly roaring in his ear. The heaven-defying will and unwillingness in this voice made Wang Lin's blood boil. As all of his blood boiled, his body could not endure it and started to wither. Right now he was like a corpse. However, he didn't look weak at all but seemed to vaguely contain shocking vitality and strength. It felt like once Wang Lin's body recovered to the state it was in when he entered the ancestral temple, the power of his physical body would reach a terrifying level. The ancient clan's 3rd trial had 3 calamities. After the ancient race Heavenly Blood, it was the ancient Tao 3 soul splits. After surviving this, the ancient clan member would have their ancient power increased greatly. Many members of the 3 clans who had reached 27 stars and became lords had experienced all 3 trials and 7 calamities. In particular, the last 2 calamities of the 3rd trial had to happen at each clan's ancestral temple. However, due to individual differences, everyone's increase in strength and fortune were different. In 50 years of time, Wang Lin was still sitting there, almost completely motionless. He let the voice echo in his mind, and it was only after Prince Ji-Du left that Wang Lin felt the arrival of the third trial's second calamity. The roar in his mind became even more intense and his blood seemed to rage even more. A feeling of heat erupted and spread across his body. Ancient Tao, 3 soul splits, Wang Lin murmured. From the stone tablet, he had learned that the so-called Ancient Tao 3 soul splits would not split his origin soul into 3 parts. Instead, he would have to endure 3 complete splits and fusions. He would have to endure great pain each split and would require great perseverance to fuse his origin soul back together for the second split. After each fusion, his origin soul and body would become much stronger than before. Once he endured 3 cycles, he would have survived this calamity. There was no death in this calamity, but the key was the time to endure. The longer one endured, the greater the benefits. This amount of pain was not something ordinary people could endure. Not even the imperial family could last long. Most people could not wait for a complete shattering and would often choose to fuse halfway. As a result, the fortunes obtained were different between people. During the Ancient Tao 3 soul splits, one can choose to fuse at any moment. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Since ancient times, there had been people with great perseverance. However, although this calamity caused no deaths, if one allowed their origin soul to completely shatter and then was unable to fuse it, death could happen. Therefore, even the imperial family and those with great perseverance rarely made this choice. Even if they did, they would only gamble once during the first split. Very few people dared to gamble their life during the second split. Very few people had gambled a third time, and almost all of them had died. Rumor had it that over the countless years, only the strongest Grand Empyrean, Gu Dao, had chosen to shatter completely and ultimately succeeded. Compared to the second calamity of the third trial, the third calamity could not be considered a real calamity. The blessing of the ancient ancestor was, in fact, an award from the ancient ancestor. Perhaps it would be a sliver of memory, perhaps it would be an incomplete spell, or perhaps it would be a sliver of extremely pure ancient ancestor blood, and there was even that sliver of a chance it would be soul blood. However, that sliver of chance was only a rumor and was something future generations had made up. It was said that not even Grand Empyrean Gu Dao had obtained soul blood during his blessing of the ancient ancestor. However, it was rumored that what Grand Empyrean Gu Dao had obtained was extraordinary, but no one knew what it was. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his body began to tremble and his blood began to boil. Bursts of pain emerged and fused with the roar in his mind. They fused into a mysterious force that shrouded his entire body. At the same time, he clearly felt his origin soul beginning to show signs of shattering. It's finally begun. Wang Lin suddenly looked up, and his eyes were calm. He had waited 50 years for this day. Whether he could obtain more soul blood to allow Li Muan's body to safely enter the immemorial God realm all depended on this. More and more cracks appeared on his origin soul and bursts of unimaginable pain followed. However, this level of pain was something Wang Lin could endure. However, this was just the beginning. In order to obtain the soul blood, I must endure the second calamity to the limit to see where it ends. There was a trace of decisiveness and determination in his eyes. He slowly closed his eyes to endure the arrival of the calamity. When Wang Lin was going through the second calamity, circular ripples appeared outside the ancestral temple. These ripples spread out in all directions and almost enveloped the entire ancient Shur imperial city. This strange phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of all the members of the ancient Shur. The ancient ancestor's statue is releasing halos. Someone is going through the calamities. From the 9 halos, it seems like it's the third trial's second calamity. This should be the first split. If it was the second, there would be 18 halos. Strange, the ancestral temple would never open for just one individual. People always have to wait until the imperial family gathers enough people to open the ancestral temple. But I haven't heard of such things in recent years. I wonder how many people are attempting the calamity and how long they can last. Normally, it ends in just a few days. The people of the ancient Shur were not surprised about the halo from the ancient ancestor statue. It was obvious that they had seen this before, and after taking a few glances, they no longer paid attention to it. But what they didn't know is that when the 9 halos appeared, the ancient Shur Emperor and Jidu both looked over. 50 years. He has finally begun his first split. I wonder how long he can persist. In my ancient Shur, there have been someone who spent a year in the first split to reach perfection. I wonder if this person can do it. The ancient Shur Emperor quietly looked into the distance for a long time and then withdrew his gaze. Jidu was standing beside the window of his room, looking into the distance. His wife was beside him, also looking in that direction with him. "Godfather," Jidu murmured. His wife held his hand and gently looked at him. Also at this moment, on Origin Mountain, Song Tian walked out of his closed-door cultivation with his hands behind his back. He looked in the direction of the Imperial City. With his cultivation level, he will definitely choose to completely split his soul the first time, so the time it will take will not be short. Forget it. When he was in closed-door cultivation before, I acted twice. Although I later recognized Jidu as the Emperor, I did offend him first, and after he arrived, he didn't pursue this matter. I'll guard him during his first split as repayment. Song Tian flew into the air and disappeared. He appeared outside the ancestral temple and then sat down with his back toward the temple. No one is allowed to come within 10,000 feet of the ancestral temple. Violators will die. Song Tian's divine sense spread out. Wang Lin was enduring the pain of the soul split when he felt Song Tian's arrival and words. He knew Song Tian had come with the intention of guarding him. He took a deep breath and sent out a divine sense message to Song Tian. "Many thanks. No need. I'm only guarding you for the first split as repayment for acting against you." Song Tian didn't turn around but looked at the sky. After pondering a bit, he closed his eyes. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense withdrew, his body trembled and he looked up. Although he was suffering greatly under the first split, thanks to his current cultivation level, he could feel a figure silently looking over. Wang Lin was familiar with that figure. "Teacher," Wang Lin muttered. He knew his teacher wouldn't leave the ancient Tao for no reason. His teacher had come because Xian Luo wanted to protect him when he was at the weakest enduring the calamity. In the sky, Xian Luo looked down at the ancient Shur Imperial City and the ancient ancestor statue. He could faintly feel Wang Lin's aura from the ancestral temple. He had a smile on his face and his gaze was gentle. "You are already stronger than teacher. The only thing teacher can do is guard you while you're weak during the soul split." The feeling of teacher and disciple was not something that needed to be declared. Although Wang Lin and Xian Luo were no longer disciple and teacher, in Wang Lin's heart, Xian Luo would forever be his teacher. And in Xian Luo's heart, his only disciple was still this child he had brought from the cave world to the ancient clan. In the ancestral temple, although Wang Lin was experiencing intense pain, he felt warmth. He took a deep breath, he closed his eyes, and fully immersed himself in his origin soul as it split. With his teacher here, he didn't have to worry about anything else. In the blank of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Wang Lin had sat there motionlessly. But the pain from his origin soul splitting became even more violent, like a storm sweeping through his body. As he sat there, a shadow appeared above him, and it was connected to his head. This shadow had cracks all over its body and the number of cracks was increasing. In some places, the cracks seemed to have connected, making for a shocking sight. This shadow was the external projection of Wang Lin's origin soul. If it was other members of the ancient clan, perhaps they could not endure the pain and would have chosen to fuse after 3 days. However, for Wang Lin, this was just the beginning and was far from the end. Another 3 days passed. The people of the ancient Shur Imperial City had noticed that something was wrong. They felt like the halos around the ancient Shur statue were lasting longer than normal. It has lasted a total of 6 days, a few more days than normal. It looks like among the people going through the calamity, there are some with great perseverance. 6 days. I wonder who among this group lasted this long. Back then, I could not last past the 3rd day. that pain is not something that can be simply endured. This is to be expected from someone worthy of being guarded by Lord Song. However, although this attracted attention, 6 days of time was not long. People gradually forgot about the anomaly here. Until the 9th day, the 15th day, the 30th day, and after 2 months, the halos around the ancient ancestor statues still remained around the imperial city. At this time, more and more people of the ancient Shur would look at the ancient ancestor statue in shock. They felt like this batch of people had endured a bit too long. 2 months and no one has come out of the ancestral temple. Unless there is only one person going through the calamity. Who is this person for Lord Song to guard him? 2 months, he has actually endured 2 months. It looks like he chose to go through a large degree of soul splitting. Time unknowingly passed and another 6 months went by. Adding the 2 months from before, Wang Lin's first soul split had lasted for 8 months. During these 8 months, almost everyone in the ancient Shur imperial city would look toward the ancient ancestor statue to see if the halos were still there at the start of each day. More and more discussions filled the entire imperial city. This became a hot topic among the people in the imperial city. The people went from shock to horror and then from horror to excitement. Right now was the peak of their excitement. Because there were only 4 months from the 1-year record of the longest first soul split in the ancient Shur. Can he hold on for a year? It has to be said that the longest someone has lasted in the first soul split was 1 year. If he didn't die during the second split, he might have become a Grand Empyrean. 8 months. This person is really crazy to endure that kind of pain. Rumors say that Lord Song endured for 11 months in the past. As the people of the ancient Shur debated, Wang Lin was still sitting motionlessly. However, the shadow around him was already in pieces. The legs of the shadow had disappeared and only half the figure remained. This figure was completely blurry, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Although Wang Lin's eyes were closed, he was enduring intense pain. Having his origin soul split bit by bit was like being cut by thousands of knives. He had to remain conscious during the entire process. 8 months of suffering didn't make him give up. He was going to wait for his origin soul to completely shatter before he fused. The roar from the ancient ancestor was the only thing left in his mind. If I want the sky to collapse, it will collapse. If I want this earth to break, it will break. If I want a being to die, no one would dare to stop me. If I want no celestials to remain alive, who would dare to save them? As he endured with his full strength, the 9th month arrived. Then the 10th and 11th months passed in the blink of an eye. Song Tian was sitting outside the ancestral temple, guarding Wang Lin for the 11th month. He was not surprised that Wang Lin could last until now, and he speculated that Wang Lin should be able to last for about a year. In truth, 1 year of time is only enough to allow the origin soul to become fragments. Only that one crazy person countless years ago endured for 28 months for the fragments to become dust. Song Tian didn't look back at the ancestral temple and calculated the time. When the 12th month passed and 2 more months passed, the entire ancient Shur was in an uproar. They all looked at the ancient ancestor statue, wondering who this person was and how long that person could last. 14 months. Indeed worthy of Lord Wang. In the palace, the old emperor let out a sigh. On this day, in the 14th month, only a head remained on the shadow. It was filled with cracks, and as a burst of light appeared from within, it collapsed. When the head of the shadow collapsed, there no longer seemed to be a shadow over Wang Lin. But if one used their divine sense, they would find a large amount of fragments floating around that were still collapsing. At this moment, Wang Lin's body had no vitality, as if he were dead. The blood in his body no longer moved and his body had become cold. He had lost his mind as if he was really dead. His only existence was a will, the will to endure until the very end to fuse again. If he succeeded, he would be reborn, but if he failed, he would disappear. Will I fail? No, I will never fail. In his mind, the roar of the ancient ancestors still echoed. These invisible fragments slowly shattered as another 4 months passed. Wang Lin had endured the first soul split for a total of 18 months. This time, even Song Tian was moved. He turned to face the temple and looked at it. If he was like this, there was no need to talk about the people of the ancient Shur. The 18 months had made them used to the halos that were always there. However, the disbelief they felt made it impossible for them to get used to it. The 19th month, 20th month, until the 27th month, Wang Lin had endured for more than 2 years, and inside the ancestral temple, about 80% of those invisible fragments had completely broken down. Only few remaining fragments continued to split. The 30th month passed. During these 2.5 years, if not for the fact that Song Tian could feel Wang Lin's will inside the ancestral temple, he would have thought Wang Lin was dead. Madman! For him to have such strength, it must be related to this madness. Does he not know that a complete shattering leads to death? Song Tian had already stood up. He was standing outside the temple with an uncertain expression. When the 30 months arrived, there was some change in the heart of the ancient Shur emperor. Although he still called Ji Do-over as normal, there was something hidden in his eyes. However, only he knew what it was. However, what the emperor didn't know was that Ji Do had also noticed this. But he didn't care. At this moment, he was anxious not for his position as emperor, but the safety of his godfather. When the 35th month passed, even Shen Luo, who had been guarding Wang Lin in the sky, became anxious. He wanted to remind Wang Lin but was afraid that there might be an accident. The 36th month. Shen Luo was hesitating when the 9 halos suddenly shined brightly. The light spread in all directions and swept across the ancient Shur imperial capital. The entire city became silent as all the ancient Shur clan members looked over at the ancient ancestor statue. Shen Luo got up and excitedly looked over. Song Tian gasped. Then he retreated 10,000 feet and looked over. In the palace, the ancient Shur emperor was nervous as he stood beside the window and stared at the direction of the ancestral temple. Ji Do personally arrived 10,000 feet outside the ancestral temple and anxiously looked over. In the ancestral temple, light shined on Wang Lin's motionless body. Countless specks of light condensed on his body, forming a shadow that was many times larger than before. It shined brightly and gave off a shocking pressure. When the shadow condensed, the 9 halos around the ancient ancestor statue suddenly merged into one. It released a bright light and made the night look like it was day. Also at this moment, the halos that had fused into one split into 18 halos that floated around the ancient ancestor statue. The first soul split is complete. 36 months. A total of 3 years. Song Tian looked at this scene and muttered to himself, a complete shattering and perfect fusion. Some of the ancient clan members believed that the ancient ancestor was not dead and was still alive. Most people believed that even if the ancient ancestor was dead, his spirit was still there. The ancient ancestor's spirit was still guarding the 3 clans. Otherwise, how could the strange scene that took place during the trials at the ancestral temple in the 3 clans be explained? And how could the blessing given by the ancient ancestor statue be explained? How could the halos that appeared around the ancient ancestor statue when someone was going through the ancient Tao 3 soul splits be explained? During the ancient Tao 3 soul splits, when the first soul split happens, 9 halos appear around the ancient ancestor statue. During the second soul split, 18 halos would appear, and during the third soul split, a total of 27 halos would appear. At this moment, in the imperial city, outside the ancient ancestor statue, 18 halos were shining and ripples were spreading in all directions, attracting the attention of everyone in the imperial city. Song Tian was standing 10,000 feet outside the ancestral city, looking at the 18 halos. He silently pondered for a moment before he turned to leave. 3 years ago, he had come to compensate for his actions and for his own peace of mind. Now he had guarded Wang Lin for 3 years. Although he wasn't the only one here, he had made his decision. If Wang Lin had faced danger during these 3 years, he would certainly have helped. Now that the first soul split was complete, he felt that there was no reason to stay. He didn't look back when he returned to his origin mountain. He stopped paying attention to the ancestral temple and began to cultivate. Wang Lin clearly felt Song Tian's departure. As he sat inside the ancestral temple, the shadow above him was much larger than before. Although Wang Lin's cultivation level hadn't increased, He could feel that he was stronger than before. With his current cultivation level, even a small increase in strength was still shocking. If I can completely pass this calamity with perfection each time and get the soul blood, will I be able to pass the fourth bridge when I go back to the heaven-trampling bridges? Wang Lin muttered to himself. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes shined. He looked at the shadow above his head. The first soul split took 3 years. The last moments were almost like death. If not for my will, then I fear I wouldn't have been able to fuse back together. This ancient Tao 3 soul splits is related to willpower, but also luck. Wang Lin frowned, and now he fully understood why so few people chose to attempt a complete split. Luck may come once or maybe even twice, but 3 times in a row was very unlikely. Then this second time, Wang Lin closed his eyes, and after a long time he reopened them. He was determined. Luck is important, but if one has a powerful enough will to surpass luck everything, that works fine as well. Wang Lin formed a seal with his hand and the shadow appeared above him. He closed his eyes once more. The moment he closed his eyes, the shadow above his head trembled and thin cracks appeared on it. The second soul split began. In the sky of the imperial city, Xian Luo looked down with a smile. He sat down and continued to guard his disciple. In his heart, although the ancient Tao needed his protection, his disciple, who would be weakened during this soul split, also needed his protection. In a flash, 3 years passed. The 18 halos above the ancient Shur imperial city seemed to have become part of the city. Many people of the ancient Shur seemed to have become used to their existence. Although they would still pay attention to the halos, their curiosity had slowly dissipated as time passed. Now they only had one guess remaining in their hearts. They were guessing how long this person can endure the second soul split. After 3 years passed, another 3 years went by. After a total of 6 years, the 18 halos around the ancient ancestor statue remained. This made it so there was no difference between day and night in the imperial city. Even at night, the light from the halos lit up the entire imperial palace. 10 years had passed since the second soul split began. Some of the younger children born during this time thought that the sky of the imperial city had always been like this. The rumor of 10 years of soul split gradually spread across the ancient clan. Even people of the ancient Tao and ancient Ji had come to see. Time continued to pass. When the 10th year passed, the head of the shadow above Wang Lin shattered completely. He was suffering unimaginable pain, but he still endured. Those invisible fragments continued to break down, and once they became dust, it would represent the second time his origin soul had shattered completely. The ancient Shur emperor seemed to have given up on some unrealistic ideas and had stopped paying attention to the ancient ancestor statue. He focused on guiding Ji Du to slowly inherit the throne. There were less than 40 years left until Ji Du would inherit the throne. For mortals, 40 years was half their life, but for the ancient clan, although it was long, it was not far away. As Ji Du gradually gained control over the various secrets of the ancient Shur, another 3 years passed. Wang Lin's second soul split had lasted for 13 years. Half a year ago, a powerful pressure had spread out from the ancestral temple and produced a strange force. This force stopped all divine senses and people from entering. Xian Luo was worried as he looked down from the sky. Even his divine sense could not enter, and he could feel that he couldn't even walk into the ancestral temple with this force surrounding it. This power belonged to the ancient ancestor, and it came from that drop of soul blood. When this happened to the ancestral temple, Song Tian, who originally wanted to ignore this, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of doubt as he looked in the direction of the ancestral temple. The 13th year passed and the 14th year arrived. When the mysterious power spread out, Wang Lin's aura had disappeared completely. It was unknown if he was alive or dead. Not even the will that remained during the first soul split could be detected. The only sign that pointed to the fact that Wang Lin was not dead was the 18 halos around the ancient ancestor statue. No one knew that the countless fragments from Wang Lin's collapsed shadow had completely shattered into dust 6 months ago. However, after they shattered, he had been unable to fuse them again. Wang Lin had used this powerful will to attempt to fuse them several times, but still hadn't succeeded. His will had slowly weakened after he tried to fuse several times, so it was extremely weak now. All his vitality was gone, and only a small amount of will remained when he tried to fuse again and again. A large number of specks of light would gather to form a shadow, but they would soon become unstable and collapse into dust before disappearing. This was the 13th time. Without a divine sense or a consciousness, Wang Lin used the little amount of will he had left to begin the 14th fusion. A large amount of specks of light condensed when the 14th year passed by. The 15th year arrived. When the 15th year arrived, something shocking happened to the 18 halos around the ancient ancestor statue. This caught the attention of all the people who were used to the halos being there and caused an uproar across the entire city. Even the ancient Sure Emperor, who no longer paid attention to this, came out of his chamber and looked at the ancient ancestor statue. He took a deep breath. Jidu flew into the air and nervously looked over. He unconsciously clenched his fist. Song Tian stood at the top of the horn on Origin Mountain, and his expression was uncertain. One of the 18 halos suddenly dimmed and soon shattered into countless pieces. As a result, only 17 halos remained around the ancient ancestor statue. The halos have shattered. What is the cause? Could this person's second soul split have failed and now they're dead? Otherwise, the halos should never shatter and dissipate. I remember. Back then, I heard that the 3 soul splits are not endless and there is a time limit. Could it be this person have reached the time limit on the second soul split? Bursts of discussions echoed inside the ancient Sure imperial city. Wang Lin has reached the time limit of the second soul split. If all 18 halos disappear and he hasn't fused his origin soul back together, then his soul will be gone. Song Tian took a deep breath as he looked at the temple and frowned. In the sky, when Xian Luo saw this, his expression changed. He naturally knew the reason behind the halo disappearing. He didn't hesitate to charge at the ancestral temple. Song Tian had long known Xian Luo was present, but he hadn't pointed it out. When he saw Xian Luo's figure, he hesitated a bit but didn't stop him. Xian Luo instantly arrived before the ancestral temple and stepped inside without hesitation. A powerful rebound force rushed out and shook Xian Luo's body. He could not enter and was blocked outside. At this moment the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, the 11th halo all shattered one by one. Outside the ancient ancestor statue, only 7 halos remained, giving off a soft glow. However, one of the 7 halos dimmed and seemed like it could dissipate at any moment. Wang Lin. Xian Luo was blocked outside the ancestral temple. He was anxious and sent out a divine sense into the ancestral temple. However, it was like a cow entering the sea. Xian Luo was uncertain if Wang Lin could hear it. His hands formed seals and a sun-like halo appeared around him. He stepped into the ancestral temple, but he only took a few steps before he was knocked back out by the rebound force. As Xian Luo continued to try, inside the ancestral temple, Wang Lin's body had completely dried out like a skeleton. There were no specks of light around him, and his will was so dim that it was almost imperceptible. Countless attempts at fusion had failed, causing his will to be almost wiped out. It was completely silent, but a moment later, an anxious voice echoed in his place. Wang Lin! Wang Lin! Wang Lin! Wang Lin's eyes were closed and he remained motionless. However, when the voice echoed, a flash of red light came from his skeleton-like body. This red light was the soul blood inside his body. This flash seemed to light up the darkness deep inside the ancestral temple. Time passed, but it was unknown how much. For more halos had dissipated and now only 3 remained. A lot of the light that had shrouded the world for years had disappeared, and for the first time in over a decade, night was different. However, no one was cultivating on this night. They were all looking at the ancient ancestor statue, and even their breathing seemed to stop. Then one of the 3 halos around ancient ancestor statue struggled like a candle flame in the wind before it extinguished. One more has disappeared. Only 2 halos remain. This person's soul split has gone on for 20 years. Can he really not succeed? When these 2 halos disappears, he quickly, look, another one has disappeared. A gasp echoed across the entire imperial city, and almost everyone took a deep breath. Another halo disappeared, and now only one remained. And this halo was also slowly dimming. Wang Lin, wake up! Xian Luo threw a punch at the ancestral temple and let out a heaven-shattering roar. This roar echoed across the entire imperial city like thunder and finally rushed toward the ancestral temple. He stepped into the ancestral temple by force once more and was rejected by the rebound force. Xian Luo was extremely anxious. He had experienced the ancient Tao 3 soul splits before. As long as the halos remained, even if there was no vitality or consciousness, it was not death, but something like sleeping. A sleeping of the soul. If Wang Lin could be awakened from this sleep, as long as the halos remained, there would be a chance of survival. This was why he had chosen to come guard Wang Lin. But once all the halos disappeared, this sleep would be equal to true death. Wang Lin, I'm your teacher, Xian Luo. Quickly, wake up! Xian Luo roared as he focused all his voice into the ancestral temple he could not step into. When his voice echoed across the entire ancient Sure imperial city, it startled everyone. Almost everyone had been wondering who had been going through the calamity in the ancestral temple. There was finally an answer to this question. Wang Lin? This name is a bit familiar. It's him. This Wang Lin is the person who killed the ancient Tao emperor more than 100 years ago. It's actually him. Rumor has it that this Wang Lin is the 10th Grand Empyrean of the immortal astral continent. My God. I didn't expect the person going through the calamity in the ancestral temple to be that Wang Lin. As Xian Luo roared anxiously and it echoed across the ancient Sure imperial city, the last remaining halo became even more dim. It looked like it could dissipate at any time. Deep inside the ancestral temple, the blood light on Wang Lin's body flickered even more violently. Who is calling me? Wang Lin seemed to be asleep in a strange space. That place was blurry and he was walking blindly until he felt like a voice called to him. Where am I? Wang Lin was still confused. The voice calling him appeared and disappeared. When he wanted to listen to it, it no longer existed. How did I get here? Wang Lin felt confused as he walked forward. The sky here was dark and the earth was covered in haze. The whole world was covered in fog, so he could not see far away. This place was a ruin. There was no life in the world, as if it had been abandoned for countless years. The mountain was no longer green, it was now gray with defeat. Who am I? The confusion in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He seemed to have a lot of memories, but he couldn't remember who he was, why he was here, and where this place was. Wake up! Wake up! That voice faintly echoed once more and Wang Lin stopped. I seem to have heard something. In his confusion, Wang Lin wanted to look back. But just at this moment, he seemed to see a mountain in the fog ahead. 7-colored snow was falling on the mountain, and it was very beautiful. There was a vague figure on top of the mountain. He could only vaguely see that it was a man holding a body. His long hair was being blown by the wind. This scene was filled with desolation and sorrow. Wang Lin stared at this figure. This figure made him feel a sense of familiarity. This feeling made his body tremble. A sorrowful roar came from the figure on the mountain. He raised his head and let out a roar at the sky, and it echoed in all directions. This roar contained a penetrating force that made Wang Lin's heart tremble even more violently. As this roar echoed, the dim sky began to tremble and countless ripples echoed, making it seem like the sky was going to shatter. It seemed like not even the heavens could resist the roar of this person and was going to collapse. Heaven and earth. The figure let out a roar, but just as the figure said those two words, another familiar voice appeared. Wang Lin, wake up! This voice seemed to have appeared out of thin air. When it appeared, the mountain Wang Lin was looking at disappeared and the figure holding the body that was roaring at the sky also disappeared. Wang Lin's body trembled and he subconsciously turned and looked behind him. When he turned around, there was a thunderous rumble in his mind. He remembered. He was Wang Lin, and he was going through a calamity in the ancient Sure ancestral temple. He was attempting to fuse his soul after the second soul split. After he remembered, There was no longer any confusion in his eyes. It was replaced with clarity. At the same time, deep inside the ancestral temple, there was an old man covered in white hair trembling 100 feet away from Wang Lin. This old man was wearing the same clothes as Xian Luo. However, compared to the youth Xian Luo normally looked like, there was a huge difference. "Wang Lin, wake up!" the old man roared, his voice hoarse. Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. When he saw this old man, the old man revealed a look of joy. However, he could not resist the rebound force and was blasted out from the ancestral temple. "Teacher?" Wang Lin murmured, looking toward where Xian Luo had gone. He looked at Xian Luo's white hair and knew he could never forget this for his entire life. He suddenly raised his head and his hands formed seals. Large amounts of light appeared before him and gathered above his head to form a shadow. When Xian Luo was ejected from the ancestral temple, he saw the last halo slowly disappear. The halo that was about to disappear reformed and shined brightly. Then the second, third, fourth, 12 halos reappeared and shined brightly. Shortly after, the 13th, 14th, 18th halos all reappeared. The entire ancient Shur imperial city became silent due to this. After a brief moment of silence, a huge uproar echoed across the city. As the uproar echoed, the 19th halo appeared around the ancient ancestor statue. Then the 20th, 21st, 22 ND, until the 27th halo formed. They shone brightly and ripples echoed. Now, not just the imperial city, but even Origin Mountain was shrouded in this light. Xian Luo revealed a smile. He didn't stay outside the ancestral temple. When the 27th halo appeared, he appeared in the sky and sat down. He knew this wasn't over. Wang Lin still had to go through the last soul split. In the ancestral temple, there was a large shadow above Wang Lin's head that almost occupied the entire ancestral temple. This shadow was dozens of times greater than after the first soul split. He raised his head and the shadow also looked up. His gaze seemed to penetrate the ancestral temple, and he saw Xian Luo's faint smile. "Teacher." Their gazes met, and after a long time, Wang Lin lowered his head. He took a deep breath. Although the second soul split was extremely dangerous, it could not compare to what he had seen when he was confused. He couldn't help but think of the figure that was holding the body and roaring at the sky. Who did that figure belong to and who was the body he was holding? Wang Lin didn't dare to think about these questions. He was afraid of think of them. He silently sat inside the temple and recalled the 68 years he had spent here. "There's not much time left." Wang Lin's murmuring echoed inside the temple. In the ancient Shur imperial city, as the 27 halos shined brightly from the ancient ancestor statue, a huge uproar echoed across the entire ancient Shur imperial city, and everyone's gazes turned to the ancient Shur statue. 18 years. This person spent 3 years on the first soul split and the second division took 15 years. He must have gone for a complete shatter and perfect fusion. The first time he succeeded, but during the second fusion, there was obviously an accident. I wonder how his third time will be. If this Wang Lin continues to completely shatter, then his third time will be very difficult. If I were him, I would end the third split early in order to stay alive. As everyone's gazes gathered inside the ancestral temple, Wang Lin took a deep breath. He removed all thoughts about that figure and fully immersed himself in the third soul split. He could tell that after this second soul split finished, his origin soul had become countless times stronger and his cultivation had also become stronger. If the third soul split succeeded and his origin soul returned to his body, he felt he would reach a new peak, to the extent that perhaps he could even surpass Gu Dao. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he revealed a determined gaze. He closed his eyes and his huge origin soul shadow, which occupied almost the entire ancestral temple, began the third soul split. It was also the last time. 3 years, 15 years. How long would this time last? Wang Lin had no answer. In a flash, Wang Lin had spent 7 years in the third soul split. After 7 years, the people of the ancient Shur all looked at the 27 halos around the ancient ancestor statue in excitement. The ancient Sure Emperor had almost completed the handover to Ji-Du. The day when the new emperor would be crowned was getting closer and closer. As that day approached, the gazes of the ancient Sure moved from the ancient ancestor statue to the biggest matter in the ancient Sure: the ascension of a new emperor to the throne. Countless ancient Sure armies were slowly handed over to Ji-Du so he could get familiar with them. This was one of the preparations for the large celestial and ancient war that would happen in a few hundred years. 5 years. 5 years. 5 years. Time invisibly passed and the seasons changed. In the blink of an eye, another 15 years passed. It had now been 22 years since Wang Lin's third soul split began. If one included the previous soul splits, it had been 90 years since Wang Lin entered the ancestral temple. 90 years of time was enough for a lot of things to change. It was enough for a mortal to live out their life or for a new emperor to ascend the throne. The current ancient Sure emperor had already retreated behind the scenes, and the one to walk before others was Ji-Du. Although the grand ceremony hadn't happened yet, everything in the ancient Sure was managed by Ji-Du. Although he hadn't put on the crown, he was already wearing the royal robe. However, even so, his habit of looking at the ancestral temple every morning never changed. He firmly believed his godfather would succeed. In the ancestral temple, the large origin soul shadow had already shattered into countless fragments and was on the final portion of its collapse. Wang Lin had learned a lesson from last time and had left a trace of divine sense on his body. At the critical moment, this divine sense could awaken him. Wang Lin continued to endure the decades of pain as his origin soul shattered. Countless people were unable to endure this pain, but to him, he even felt a little numb to the pain. When the 95th year arrived, the entire ancient Sure was preparing for the crowning of the new emperor in 5 years. At this point, the shadow above Wang Lin had turned completely to dust. He began to attempt fusing. Due to the accident that had happened during the second split, Wang Lin was very cautious. He didn't try to fuse all at once but start fusing parts of it together until it became perfect. He had an even deeper plan, and if he wanted to succeed, then he would have to do it during the fusion. Times passed. After the 96th year, Wang Lin had fused 30% of his origin soul. The soul itself was not large, only about the size of his palm. However, this 30% was several times stronger than his soul was after the second soul split. Perhaps if he could completely fuse his soul the third time, it would bring him to a new peak. On the 97th year, Wang Lin's origin soul shadow had condensed 50% and was much stronger than before. There was only 3 years left until the 100th year. A bit more than 1,000 days and nights remained. During these few years, the ancient Sure imperial city was extremely lively. Almost all the powerful people in the ancient Sure had gathered to witness the most important event of the ancient Sure. The change in emperor had caused the entire ancient Sure to become extremely lively. However, the person who was going to inherit the throne had become silent. He went the ancestral temple alone and sat down outside of it to cultivate. He gave up everything to accompany his godfather for the last 3 years before he became the emperor. As the days passed, more and more people traveled to the ancient Sure. Even people from the other 2 clans were on their way as well. Almost every day, many people would enter the ancient Sure imperial city. However, compared to the bustling imperial city, the ancestral temple was very quiet. It had been turned into a forbidden zone a long time ago and no one was allowed to get close. There were even countless guards from the royal palace guarding this place. Ji-Du listened to the bustling sounds coming from the outside as he sat in silence with his eyes closed. Godfather. 3 more years and I can become the ancient Sure emperor. Ji-Du sat there. As the days and nights alternated, the 98th year passed. Then the 99th came, and finally the 100th year silently passed. On this day, after 100 years, the gazes of everyone in the imperial city gathered on the ancient ancestor statue once more. However, they were not looking at the halos but at their emperor. The entire imperial city was silent and there were countless people at the palace. They were waiting for the appearance of their new emperor. There were countless people standing on the square. The messengers from the other 2 clans had arrived in a grand fashion. The people that had come were also of the imperial families and had very high statuses. They were waiting in the square. At the very center of the square, there was a giant furnace. There was a soft piece of dirt inside the furnace with a huge incense stick stuck in it. The incense stick was not lit. The only person with the qualifications to light it was Ji-Du. This was the imperial power incense. The moment the incense stick was lit, the smoke would turn into a drum. Ji-Du was also the only one who could hit this drum. When the drum had been hit 9 times, Ji-Du would accept a bow from the entire ancient Shi. Everyone here was waiting. Even the old ancient Shi emperor was waiting. Next to the ancient Shi emperor there were several people. One of the old men hesitated and softly said, "Time is about to arrive. Your Majesty, this. Continue to wait. There is no auspicious time in my ancient Shi. When Prince Ji-Du comes to take the throne, then that is the most auspicious time," the old ancient Shi emperor said with a hoarse voice. The old man that had spoken earlier nodded respectfully. Ji-Du was sitting outside the ancestral temple with his eyes closed as if he didn't care that today was this big day. Shortly after, sounds of footsteps could be heard as guards in black armor slowly closed in. "Your Majesty, it's time." The guards got down on one knee. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man. Ji-Du didn't speak and didn't move. The guard kneeling behind him also remained silent. After half an incense stick of time, a sigh came from Ji-Du's mouth. He opened his eyes and looked at the ancestral temple. He silently got up and knelt down to kowtow 3 times toward the ancestral temple. "Godfather, child is leaving." Ji-Du got up and looked at the temple before walking toward the guards. The guards followed him and they slowly left. When these people left, there was a shadow floating before Wang Lin inside the ancestral temple. This shadow was no longer the size of a palm, but the same size as his body, like before the soul split. The shadow shined brightly and looked very complete. It looked like it had fully fused, but the eyes of the origin soul were closed. 1 year ago, Wang Lin could have finished the fusion. The process had been very smooth and there were no accidents this time. However, he had chosen not to end it and had maintained a trace of defect. As a result, he had remained in a sleep-like state. He wanted to enter the blurry world he had seen during his second soul split. He wanted to see that mountain where the 7-colored snow fell. He wanted to see that figure again and hear the complete sentence. However, not even he knew how he had entered that blurry world, and he didn't even know what that place was. Finally, after 1 year of trying to find a way there, his thoughts became blurry and, for an instant, he faintly saw that world again. Imperial power, ignite! A shocking sound echoed across the ancient Shi imperial city. The entire palace was silent as all gazes gathered on the square, on the person in the royal robe before the furnace. Ji-Du no longer looked like a young man, but gave off a mature feeling. He stood there and looked at the sky as the shocking sound echoed in his ears. The sky was blue and clear. There was a soft wind slowly blowing, and when it landed on your body, it would give you a very comfortable feeling. Before him was the large furnace, and the incense stick was waiting to be lit. At this moment, he was being watched by everyone at the palace and by everyone in the ancient Shi imperial city. Even people who weren't qualified to come the imperial city had been organized by their city lords and were all looking at the direction of the imperial city. Even in the imperial city of the ancient Dao and ancient Ji, people were looking with penetrating gazes toward the ancient Shi imperial city. Ancient Shi Emperor, Godfather, I'll soon become the Emperor. Ji-Du looked at the sky and his gaze fell on the ancient ancestor statue in the distance. He took a deep breath and waved his sleeve. A fierce flame appeared around the furnace and the incense stick was lit. "Greetings, Emperor." Another shocking sound echoed across the palace. Everyone dropped down to one knee. Only Ji-Du's father stood inside the palace and looked at Ji-Du. When the incense stick was lit, green smoke rose into the air and the sky changed colors. Clouds scattered and a rumble came from above. A huge rift was torn open in the sky and thunderous rumbles came from within. It was a giant ancient god that was nearly 100,000 feet tall, and beside it was an ancient demon and ancient devil. They carried a giant drum as they walked out from the sky and floated in the air. Ji-Du's body trembled and he flew into the air. When he was beside the war drum, he didn't hesitate to throw a punch at it. With a bang, a muffled drum beat immediately began to echo. It spread across the palace, across the imperial city, and across the entire ancient shore. The first worship. The heaven-shattering voices rang out again, and all the clan members bowed. "Greetings, Emperor." As they bowed, their voices fused together to form a powerful sound wave. An even louder voice came from every corner of the imperial city. As the drum echoed, every city in the ancient shore released the same voices. Bang! The second beat echoed when Jidu's right hand landed on the drum. Second worship. "Greetings, Emperor." The voices became even more intense and replaced everything in the world. It was the strongest sound, second to the sound of the drum. "Godfather, I have become the Emperor." Jidu's right hand landed on the drum for the third time. As the drum beat echoed inside the ancestral temple, Wang Lin remained motionless and his eyes were closed. At this moment he saw a world. The sky was dim and the earth was a blur covered by a faint curtain of fog. One could only see that it was a place that had been left in ruins for an unknown amount of years. There was no confusion in Wang Lin's eyes as he walked. He didn't know if he was walking on land or the void, and he looked around as he slowly walked forward. He didn't know how long he had walked. Perhaps it was one day, perhaps it was 1 year, or perhaps a lifetime, until one day, the mountain appeared before him. 7-colored snow was falling on the mountain, and he saw a familiar figure on it. The figure was holding a body and roaring at the sky. Its long hair could not be distinguished from the 7-colored snow as it moved with the wind. The moment Wang Lin saw this figure, his heart skipped a beat and his breathing became rough. He wasn't looking at the figure, but the body the figure was holding. However, he could only see the black hair, not the body. He couldn't even tell if the body was male or female. His face was pale as he desperately rushed toward the mountain. But even after he rushed forward for a long time, he could not get close to the mountain and see what the body looked like. It was as if there was an uncrossable ditch between him and the mountain. The roar became even more intense, and it was now filled with endless sorrow and rage. The sky showed signs of collapsing once more, as if this roar had the power to destroy the world. The voice entered Wang Lin's ears and caused his heart to feel a sharp pain. This pain could not compare to what he had felt during the soul split, but to him it was like the most painful thing in the world. Heaven and earth. The figure on the mountain raised his head and let out a roar. What's the point of being at the top of the heavens and earth? What's the point of being worshipped by all? What's the point of passing endless scriptures? If the world is like this, why not destroy it? If all life is like this, why not disappear? If the scriptures are like this, why not end it? Since it's like this, I'll use my own method to make the sky close its eyes, to make the earth sleep, to make the underworld river flow backwards, to make reincarnation stop, to make the world no longer exist. The voice was filled with shocking will that scattered in all directions. Wang Lin's heart trembled and his body rapidly disintegrated as if he was going to kicked out from this place. The moment his body completely disappeared, he saw the figure holding the body trample the heavens, and the sky collapsed. He took the body and disappeared into the collapsed sky. The voice lingered as Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. He was still inside the ancestral temple, and his withered body seemed as if it had decayed. His origin soul was before him, looking at him. In the end, he still didn't get a good look at the body. Even the voice was completely blurry. It sounded familiar but also unfamiliar. The surroundings were very quiet, but there were still faint "Greetings, Emperor," coming from the outside. However, Wang Lin ignored it all, and his eyes were filled with confusion. It took a long time before the confusion disappeared, and he tried to force himself to stop thinking about it. However, it was very difficult, so it took him a long time to stop thinking about it. Wang Lin silently pondered. He had to make himself think of something else. Otherwise, this thought would take root and make him collapse. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Wang Lin murmured as he clenched his teeth. He pointed at his origin soul, and his origin soul shined brightly. The entire ancestral temple was shrouded in this powerful light. In this light, his origin soul shadow began to expand until it occupied the entire area. It didn't stop, it shrouded the entire ancestral temple and expanded toward the ancient ancestor statue. Inside the palace, the drum echoed. The ninth worship. Greetings, Emperor. As the voice of the ancient Sure members fused into a deafening roar, an extremely bright light came from the ancient ancestor statue. Ji-Du, who was standing in the sky beside the drum, suddenly turned his head. He looked at the ancient ancestor statue as the 27 halos shined brightly. At the same time, a shadow expanded and covered half of the ancient ancestor statue. Godfather! Ji-Du was startled for a moment, and then his eyes became filled with shock and excitement. At the same time, everyone else noticed what had happened to the ancient ancestor statue. They saw the shadow instantly cover the statue and reach the same size as the statue. The shadow seemed to overlap with the statue, but when it did so, the ancient ancestor's appearance changed. It now looked similar to Wang Lin. This was because Wang Lin's origin soul had expanded and covered up the ancient ancestor statue. In the sky, Xian Luo revealed a happy smile. Ancient Tao 3 soul splits. He has finally succeeded. I wonder what kind of gift he will obtain from the ancient ancestor. On Origin Mountain, Song Tian, who wasn't attending Ji-Du's ceremony, also looked at the ancient ancestor statue, and the same thoughts echoed in his mind. What kind of fortune can he obtain in the blessing of the ancient ancestor? Song Tian was looking forward to it. Just as everyone was looking at it, and even Ji-Du's ceremony had paused, the 27 halos around the ancient ancestor statue shined brightly and then flew into the sky. The halos rose into the sky and ripples echoed in the air. After the last halo rushed into the sky changed colors. The 9 songs echoed across the ancient Sure imperial city. The sound was wonderful and could not be described by words. Ripples appeared, and then a ghostly light suddenly descended from the sky. Then there was a faint ray of red light that gradually became brighter until it dyed the sky blood red. This was a drop of blood. This drop of blood gave off the aura of a soul. And when it appeared, the entire ancient Sure imperial city became dead silent. Soul blood. On Origin Mountain, the moment Song Tian saw the blood, he was shocked and revealed a look of disbelief. It's soul blood. 3 drops of soul blood can create an ancient clan. He already got a drop before, and now, this is the second drop. Xian Luo took a deep breath. Even he didn't think Wang Lin could get a second drop of soul blood. The bright red soul blood suddenly changed colors, becoming purple. When it arrived above the ancient ancestor statue, it turned purple. Purple blood. Ancient ancestor's soul blood. The soul aura inside became even stronger and caused the entire sky to be dyed purple. The entire ancient Sure imperial city, including the new emperor, Ji-Du, all looked at the purple soul blood above the ancient ancestor statue. At this moment, the purple light formed a halo and rapidly descended from the head of the ancient ancestor statue. In a flash, this purple halo disappeared into the depths of the ancestral temple. Wang Lin was sitting deep inside the ancestral temple, and countless specks of purple light had surrounded him. The light condensed into his body and quickly fused with the first drop of soul blood inside him. After the ancient Tao 3 soul splits came the blessing of the ancient ancestor. The soul blood was the blessing. Everyone who had laid eyes the purple blood descend was in shock. They could not believe what they had seen. This was soul blood. The soul blood of the ancient ancestor. Rumor has it that 3 drops of soul blood can create a new clan. He actually obtained a drop of soul blood during the blessing of the ancient ancestor. Could it be that if one can perfectly go through the ancient Tao 3 soul splits, one can obtain soul blood? Uproars echoed across the world. Ji-Du looked at the ancient ancestor statue and gasped. Even he hadn't expected his godfather to obtain the ancient ancestor's soul blood. When the purple blood disappeared, the sky returned to normal and it seemed like everything was going to end. After all, The blessing of the ancient ancestor had arrived and the 3 trials and 7 calamities had come to an end. However, just as everyone was thinking about this, another change happened in the sky. An even bigger uproar echoed from all corners of the imperial city. It's not over. Look at the sky changing. The blessing of the ancient ancestor is not over. Purple, it's purple again. Impossible. Could there be more soul blood descending? The uproar was heaven-shaking. The purple light was about to disappear when it suddenly shined brightly again. At the end of the sky, there was a purple vortex that was rotating rapidly, and its center was like a black hole. The black hole was where the purple light was the most dense. A drop of purple blood slowly descended, and when everyone saw it, a monstrous shockwave was set across the imperial city. Soul blood again. 2 drops. He has obtained 2 drops of soul blood. The soul blood slowly fell and finally entered the head of the ancient ancestor statue. The purple light descended and disappeared into the ancestral temple. The uproar continued. Inside the ancestral temple, more and more purple light appeared around Wang Lin. It quickly condensed toward his body and disappeared into him. In the end, when all the purple light had entered Wang Lin's body, there was a total of 3 drops of soul blood inside him. He suddenly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the ancient ancestor statue released a powerful purple light. As the purple light shined, Wang Lin's origin soul, which was covering the statue, rapidly shrank until it disappeared without a trace back into the ancestral temple. The sky slowly recovered to normal and no trace of purple remained. The ancient ancestor statue remained calm and still looked at the sky with disdain and contempt. When everything returned back to normal, the people of the ancient Shur recovered from their shock. Although a huge wave had been set off in their hearts, they forced themselves to calm down on the surface. Their gazes toward the ancestral temple all contained different intentions. There contained envy, admiration, complication, melancholy. Inside the ancestral temple, his origin soul floated before him and overlapped with his body. His withered body was injected with endless vitality and rapidly recovered. After several breaths, his body recovered from his skeleton-like state to the way it was when he first entered the ancestral temple, but his power was vastly different from before. Wang Lin closed his eyes and felt the changes to his origin soul. His origin soul was extremely powerful now. When his divine sense spread out, not only could he cover the entire ancient clan, even the vast sea was covered. He could sense the law in the world, feel the movements of all things, and even see the flow of time. His origin soul wasn't the only thing that had become powerful. His body had always been strong, but now he felt the power moving through his body. He felt like he could destroy the sky with one punch. I wonder how I compare to Grand Empyrean Gu Dao now, Wang Lin murmured as he walked outside the ancestral temple. This was the first time he had gone outside the ancestral temple in 100 years. When he stepped out of the temple, he saw the bright sun and the clear sky, but he didn't see his teacher, Xian Luo. When the second drop of soul blood had descended, Xian Luo had decided to leave. He didn't meet with Wang Lin and silently went toward the ancient Tao. He had come in order to protect Wang Lin, and now it was over. He didn't know what he would say to Wang Lin if they met, so he could only leave. Looking at the sky and at the direction where Xian Luo had gone, Wang Lin silently pondered. There was no complicated feeling in his eyes, only a gentle gaze. Before I leave, I need to go see teacher, Wang Lin muttered to himself. Heaven trampling bridges. I wonder if I can step onto the 4th bridge. But no matter what happens, my time at the ancient clan is over. There are still 300 years until the immemorial God realm opens. I don't want to spend this time on the immortal astral continent. I want to go home. I'll take Wan Er home. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the sky and walked toward the palace. He had promised Ji Du he would go witness him becoming the emperor. Inside the palace, there were no fluctuations at all. But Wang Lin's figure strangely appeared under the gazes of countless people. Wang Lin looked at Ji Du with a smile. Wang Lin slowly said, "You will be an excellent emperor." Ji Du stared at Wang Lin. He could feel that his godfather had the intention to leave. Be a good emperor. Lead your people to greatness. Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void and the crown on the imperial throne flew into his hands. He waved his hand and then the crown flew toward Zhou Du. It landed on Jidu's head. And now he was the true emperor. With a smile, Wang Lin turned and took a step toward the void. He disappeared from the ancient Sure imperial city, disappeared from the gazes of everyone here, and disappeared from Jidu's eyes. Godfather! Jidu let out a shout toward the direction Wang Lin had gone. He felt sadness toward the parting. He could not forget that everything he had obtained was only possible because of Wang Lin. Wang Lin left. He left the ancient Sure and looked toward the celestial clan, at the direction of the Seven Dao sect. After pondering for a moment, he walked toward the ancient Dao imperial city he had left 200 years ago. In the ancient Dao imperial city, no one besides Shen Luo had noticed his arrival. In the back mountain of the ancient Dao temple, Wang Lin saw Shen Luo in the house he had stayed in. The disciple and teacher silently pondered for a long time before Shen Luo smiled. You've returned. Disciple greets teacher. Wang Lin found the warmth from 200 years ago in this house. He had forgotten that he was someone as strong as Gu Dao. In his eyes, Shen Luo was his teacher and he was the disciple. Wang Lin stayed in the ancient Dao temple's back mountain for 3 years. These 3 years were a spiritual experience as he gained control of his surge in strength. He accompanied Shen Luo because Shen Luo had given up on his reincarnation. After 3 years, Shen Luo watched Wang Lin leave. Shen Luo looked at his disciple. He knew that once Wang Lin left, the next time they meet might be 300 years from now. Wang Lin's figure disappeared from the world and appeared in a basin near the vast sea before going deep into a mountain. Now that his cultivation was at its peak, he decided to go to the heaven-trampling bridges again. With his current cultivation level, he could attempt to break the bottleneck at any time. He could go the illusory world to experience trampling the heavens. A few days later, an invisible ripple spread out from the mountain, forming a pressure even Grand Empyreans would find difficult to withstand. Wang Lin appeared before the familiar heaven-trampling bridges. The sky was still hazy and the earth was covered in fog, so he couldn't see far. Before him were 6 bridges, one larger than the one before. After the last bridge, there was a vague scene that Wang Lin seemed to be immersed in. Behind him were 3 bridges. He was currently standing before the 4th bridge, where he had stopped 100 years ago. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze from the illusory scene behind the 9th bridge. He looked at the 4th bridge before he raised his foot and took a step forward. Aside from Wang Lin himself, no one else knew how many bridges he had walked past. Not even Grand Empyrean Gu Dao was able to clearly sense it. He only knew that after Wang Lin entered the heaven-trampling bridges, Wang Lin had walked onto the 5th bridge. As for whether Wang Lin had passed the 6th bridge or not, he didn't know because his limit was the 5th bridge. The ripples around the mountain lasted for months, and when the ripples dissipated, Wang Lin calmly walked out. He didn't look too much different from a few months ago, but if one looked closely, one would find that Wang Lin looked like a mortal. There seemed to be no signs of his cultivation moving inside his body. He was wearing a long, white shirt and was standing outside the basin of the vast sea. He looked back at the ancient clan and a moment later he turned around. He turned into a ray of light and charged toward the celestial clan on the other side of the vast basin. Madman! I swore back then that I would come back to the ancestral city to save you. If you are willing to leave, no one on the immortal astral continent can stop me. If you choose to become the celestial emperor, then you will be the real celestial emperor that is no longer in slumber. Also Situ, Qing 13, Big Head, Red Butterfly, you are all on the immortal astral continent, and since none of you are in the ancient clan, then you all must be in the celestial clan. This time, I'll definitely find you all. And there is also Li Chenmei. Wang Lin revealed a complicated expression. With a sigh, he moved much faster than before and flew at 100 times the speed he had used to cross this distance the last time. In the end, I'm going back to the 7 Dao sect, back to the cave world, back to planet Suzaku, That is my home. Along the way, Wang Lin didn't stop at all. It only took him a few days to arrive at the edge of the vast sea where the entire sea had formed an endless wall of sea storm. The storm could be heard from very far away, and once closed in, they would see the countless spatial rifts that had formed due to the storm rotating for 200 years. There was even an invisible pressure spreading out from this wall. The smell of the sea was very dense and the thunderous rumbles were heaven-shaking. Wang Lin stood there, looking at the wall of sea and the door formed by the 9 pillars as his eyes shined. He knew that this door would open in 300 years. When that door opened, he would come back with Li Muin and enter, and he would use the power of reincarnation to revive Li Muin and allow her to escape reincarnation. Perhaps I can find the truth there, Wang Lin muttered as he was about to go through the wall of sea. However, just as he raised his foot, he suddenly looked up. The sky was completely dark. This was due to the constantly rotating sea. The thunderous rumbles continued as if there was no other sound. Everything was calm, as if there was nothing wrong. But Wang Lin looked at the sky and gave up on the thought of leaving. He stood there as if he was waiting for something. After 10 breaths, a crackling sound came from the sky. This sound was very sharp and actually overpowered the roar of the sea. The entire world seemed to tremble. A large rift was suddenly torn open in the sky. A large amount of fog leaked out of it and spread out in all directions. At the same time, a blurry figure walked out from the fog. Wang Lin's expression was still calm. He watched the fog cover the dark sky until the world became fog, and when the figure walked out from within, he said, "Gu Dao." The figure inside the fog gradually walked forward, but still remained covered in fog and said in a hoarse voice, "Wang Lin." This scene had a very important meaning behind it for the immortal astral continent. This was the first meeting between the 2 most powerful people on the immortal astral continent. These 2 were the only 2 people on the immortal astral continent who were half a step into heaven trampling, and this was the first time their gazes met. As for back when they met on Mount Gudao, due to the difference in cultivation levels, it could not be compared to right now. The figure inside the fog silently pondered a bit and said, "You already knew I was coming?" Wang Lin calmly stood there, his clothes dancing in the wind. A few strands of his hair fluttered as he nodded at the figure inside the fog. Inside the fog, Gudao silently pondered once more for a long time before he let out a sigh and said, "How many bridges did you cross the second time you went to the heaven-trampling bridges? That's not important. What's important is your purpose for coming." Wang Lin smiled and his expression was very calm. Inside the fog, Gu Dao said in a hoarse voice, "You can kill Yi Dao, the ancient ancestor's descendant. You can arbitrarily appoint someone as the new emperor, and you can even do anything you like in the ancient clan, but you can't leave the ancient clan." "I can't leave the ancient clan?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. "Unless I can't stop you, you can't leave." An ancient voice came from the fog. "I won't stop you for too long, 300 years. You need to stay in the ancient clan for 300 years. Once the immemorial god realm opens, you can leave as you will." Wang Lin pondered a bit and slowly said, "Give me an explanation." Gu Dao's voice became gloomy. "There is no explanation. I won't let you go. You must stay or beat me." Wang Lin frowned as he looked at the figure inside the fog. "On Mount Gu Dao, I borrowed your pressure to fuse my celestial and ancient powers. This is one. In the ancient Dao Imperial City, I killed Yi Dao. With my cultivation level back then, if you had acted, I would have had no confidence in winning. However, you remained silent. This is number 2. In the ancient Shi, Jidu became the emperor and you didn't stop it. This is number 3. In my life, I always repay people's kindness to me, and because you helped me 3 times, I can stay for 100 years with no explanation. However, as for the remaining 200 years, I'll leave." Wang Lin spoke slowly. The figure inside the fog silently pondered for a long time before his voice came from the fog. 100 years is not enough. You must stay until the immemorial god realm opens. Wang Lin, I don't want to fight you. This old man hasn't fought someone in a very long time. I just want you to stay for 300 years, after which you can leave." I can even give you a reward for it. Gu Dao's hoarse voice echoed from the fog. Wang Lin also didn't want to fight against Gu Dao, as their relationship was very complex. Wang Lin had no reason to fight unless Gu Dao was set on making him stay without any room to negotiate. Wang Lin suddenly asked, I have a question. With your cultivation level, you can easily sweep across the entire immortal astral continent. Why do you still allow the celestial clan to exist? Inside the fog, Gu Dao silently pondered for a long time. This was a question many people in the ancient clan had, and it was the same question the people of the celestial clan had. For countless years, no one knew the answer, and no one had dared to ask Gu Dao. After a long time, Gu Dao's complicated voice came from the fog. The blessing I got from the ancient ancestor is not the same as yours. As Wang Lin looked at Gu Dao inside the fog, he pondered and seemed to realize something. Enough. Wang Lin, either you beat me or you stay. There is no third choice. The fog around Gu Dao began to churn and the thunderous rumbles fused with the sound of the sea. This sound seemed to fuse with his voice and formed a powerful pressure. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Wang Lin looked up and his eyes shined brightly. Since it couldn't be avoided, then he also wanted to see which of them was the strongest. This would be a battle for the number one strongest person on the immortal astral continent since the celestial ancestor and the ancient ancestor. This was a battle between the two people at the top. Gu Dao, the strongest person on the immortal astral continent. He had stepped onto the heaven-trampling bridges countless years ago. Although he was stuck on the sixth bridge, his combat power was extraordinary and he was the only one who had killed Grand Empyreans. Wang Lin was a fusion of celestial and ancient. His cultivation was not complete, but with just 2 complete true bodies, he was already half a step into heaven trampling. He didn't know what cultivation level he would reach once his ethereal essences were complete. He still had that avatar in the void. It had been hundreds of years since he obtained it, and it had begun to grow. Once Wang Lin fused with it, he could erupt with terrifying power. As the fog churned around Gu Dao and thunderous rumbles echoed, Grand Empyrean Gu Dao stepped forward. The fog around him roared and spread until it formed a giant fog beast. Its roar shook the heavens. This fog beast looked strange and had 9 heads. It looked very similar to the Ji-Cheong beast that he saw back in the land of the ancient god. Its 9 heads roared and revealed ferocious expressions, but at the same time, it gave off an ancient aura. It was as if this fog beast had a spirit and had existed for countless years. Inside the fog beast, Grand Empyrean Gu Dao pointed forward. This finger was covered in fog, but one can faintly see a cold glint from it. With this, the entire world suddenly changed before Wang Lin. The sky was covered in countless fine lines, and the earth was the same. The entire world was surrounded by law. These fine lines of law seemed to be controlled and began to rush toward Wang Lin. Even lightning and spells made of the 5 elements suddenly appeared and all bombarded Wang Lin. As they closed in, these countless spells condensed into a giant finger formed by countless spells and lines of law. This illusory finger contained destructive power as it pointed toward Wang Lin's forehead. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao, the stronger person on the immortal astral continent. His cultivation was mysterious and he hadn't made a move in countless years. With just 1 finger, the world changed colors and the sky showed signs of collapsing. Even the sea wall was pushed in, as if it could not bear the force. Wang Lin's head of white hair moved. Gu Dao's illusory finger contained the power of wind, rain, and thunder. The thunder roared as lightning arched through the finger. Clouds collided, creating thunderous rumbles and forming countless drops of rain. The finger was filled with chaos. Within the wind, thunder, and rain, the power of the 5 elements appeared. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. No weaker than Wang Lin's 5 element essences. As a result, this finger seemed to steal the fortune of the heavens and was powerful enough to kill a Grand Empyrean. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He was already prepared for Gu Dao's power. This casual finger was enough to kill a Grand Empyrean, but he was not surprised. Gu Dao. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he still had his hands behind his back. His hair fluttered and he gave off an unspeakable temperament. He didn't move, and as the finger descended, he raised his right hand and suddenly pointed at the illusory finger. His movement also seemed very casual. Looking from a distance, there was something wrong about this scene. Gu Dao's illusory finger was very large and looked like it could shatter Wang Lin's entire body. And Wang Lin's finger simply seemed too small in comparison. However, just as Wang Lin pointed out, the countless lines of law trembled. Outsiders couldn't see this, but Gu Dao could clearly feel it. The countless lines trembled and shattered. All of them collapsed, and at this moment there was no law in the world. This caused the surrounding area to become a space with no laws. When the finger collided with Gu Dao's illusory finger, a thunderous rumble echoed across the world. It was loud enough to overwhelm the sound of the sea and spread in all directions. Wang Lin let out a muffled groan and retreated 3 steps and looked up. Gu Dao's illusory finger paused for a moment. A strand of black gas flowed through it. The finger shattered and all the spells inside collapsed. After the illusory finger shattered, the 9-headed fog beast retreated 3 steps. Their probing attack ended in a tie. As Gu Dao retreated, Wang Lin looked up and took several steps forward. He raised his right hand and his origin soul began to activate. A large amount of green smoke appeared around his right hand and quickly turned into green smoke rings around his 5 fingers. An extreme heat suddenly spread out from Wang Lin's right hand. 8 Extreme Dao. Inside the 9-headed fog beast, Gu Dao's gaze narrowed. Extreme Water Dao. Extreme Metal Dao. Extreme Wood Dao. Extreme Earth Dao. The powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth appeared around Wang Lin's right hand and turned into the celestial ancestors' 8 Extreme Dao. Although Wang Lin hadn't learned all of the 8 Extreme Dao, being half a step into the heaven trampling stage made his cultivation level not far from the celestial ancestors. As a result, when he used the 8 Extreme Dao, he could reach a level similar to the celestial ancestors. Countless rings of smoke appeared before Wang Lin. As he waved his right hand, the large amount of rings flew toward the 9-headed fog beast. With only 5 Extreme Daos, it could not be considered a heaven-shattering spell. When Lin went to the heaven-defying bridges the second time, although it looked like he had walked past the 5th bridge really fast, it felt like countless years to him, and he had comprehended his own version of the last 3 Extreme Daos. Extreme Land Dao. As Wang Lin walked toward the fog beast, he was calm like a grandmaster of the generation. His right hand threw a punch at the land below and the basin under the sea suddenly trembled. Then an land aura rushed out. It was dirty and filled with a large amount of death aura. This was formed by all the creatures that had died in this vast sea. This land aura filled the world and formed a giant gray halo. There was only one halo, and as it rushed forward, it shrank while giving off a shocking amount of power. Inside the fog beast, Gu Dao's pupils shrank. It was clear that Wang Lin's current strength and display of spells had made even him serious. How many heaven-trampling bridges did he pass? Gu Dao's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, his hands formed a seal. The 9-headed fog beast suddenly let out a roar at the sky. Countless ripples spread out and 9 different lights came from the 9 heads. Extreme Sky Dao. Wang Lin calmly said as he walked forward, his right hand pointing at the sky. The dark sky looked like it was going to collapse, but then a bright light flashed. Wang Lin's point turned into a palm. Then he reached toward the sky and seemed to grab all the light in the sky. The dark sky dimmed and all the light condensed into a sun-like halo. Then it rapidly descended upon the 9-headed fog beast. The 8 Extreme Daos that belonged to Wang Lin were complete, except for the very last Extreme Dao. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with sky and land, rapidly closed in on the fog beast. The 9-headed fog beast roared and a 9-colored light flashed, forming a 9-colored rainbow around it. The 9-colored rainbow scattered and resisted Wang Lin's 8 Extreme Dao spell. Shortly after, inside the fog, Gu Dao's arms opened and hundreds of balls of fog flew out from the 9 heads of the beast. Each ball contained enough power to kill an ascendant Empyrean. Even Grand Empyreans would be alarmed when facing so many of them. When the hundreds of balls of fog appeared, they suddenly divided into hundreds of thousands. They floated beside the 9-headed fog beast and resisted Wang Lin's 8 extreme Dao with the 9-colored rainbow. The resulting thunderous rumbles were heaven-shattering. The 5-element extreme Daos shattered one by one, but the extreme sky and land Daos penetrated through and landed on the body of the fog beast. The fog beast let out a fierce roar, and as its giant body trembled, Wang Lin appeared next to it. After he used the 8 extreme Dao, he didn't hesitate to activate his rapid spell art. His speed instantly reached a peak and he disappeared with one step. At this moment, he reappeared without a sound and threw a punch with his right hand. The world rumbled as a giant fist smashed down on the fog beast's body. Wang Lin didn't look at the result before he disappeared once more. This time, he reappeared inside the fog behind Gu Dao and threw a punch. The moment his punch landed, Gu Dao suddenly turned and waved his sleeve. With a bang, Wang Lin was knocked out of the fog beast, but Gu Dao also let out a groan as his sleeve turned to dust. Wang Lin's punch could not be offset easily. When he saw Gu Dao attack, he already had a plan, and there was a purpose to this punch. This punch seemed to combine forces with the punch thrown at the fog beast from the outside. The forces of the two punches collided at the center of the fog and created a terrifying storm that tore the fog beast's body apart. However, Gu Dao was still the strongest on the immortal astral continent. Just after he waved, the countless balls of fog around the fog beast all rushed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin was unable to dodge, so all the balls of fog smashed into his body. One ball of fog could kill an ascendant Empyrean, and hundreds of thousands of them was enough to destroy the world. As they closed in, Wang Lin closed his eyes and pointed to between his eyebrows. Extreme Life Dao. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened and revealed 2 strange rays of light. This light spread out around him like a dark aura and formed a protective barrier. Thunderous rumbles echoed like millions of bolts of thunder exploding at once. This shockwave caused the entire vast basin to tremble and even affected the laws of the world. The entire immortal astral continent felt this collision. In the Daoi sect, Mount Emperor Purple Yang sect, and the glacier in the northern continent, the 4 Grand Empyreans there all felt this change in the world, and their hearts trembled. They all felt the collision of the 2 auras from the vast basin. Gu Dao has made a move. One of them belongs to Gu Dao. The other one is very familiar. Who is battling Gu Dao to cause such a shocking scene? The aura battling Gu Dao is Wang Lin. 4 rays of light flew out from the celestial clan toward the vast basin. At the same time, in the ancient clan, Xian Luo, Song Tian, and the mysterious ancient Ji Grand Empyrean all felt the change in the world and the earth trembling. The 3 of them didn't hesitate to rush toward the vast basin. All the Grand Empyreans on the immortal astral continent were startled. 7 rays of light rushed toward the vast basin from different directions. The 3 rays of light from the ancient clan were extremely fast. On the celestial clan side, the 4 of them remained silent as they rushed forward. However, even with their speed, they would need half a month of time to arrive at the battlefield. After all, the immortal astral continent was simply too large, and they didn't have Wang Lin or Gu Dao's cultivation levels. At the center of the vast basin, where the sea storm was raging, a thunderous rumble echoed across the side facing the ancient clan. The countless balls of fog around Wang Lin exploded, and after they disappeared, blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. He was knocked back thousands of feet and the light around him collapsed. The fog around Gu Dao completely shattered and let out a miserable scream. It rapidly disappeared along with the fog beast. Once all the fog disappeared, his mysterious face would be revealed. Thousands of feet from Wang Lin, Gu Dao slowly said, "In order to see my appearance, you didn't hesitate to sustain injuries." The fog around him became very thin and only a few strands remained, barely blocking his face. "Since you want to see, then you can take a look. You are the first person to see my appearance in countless years." Gu Dao's body was thin and he was wearing a green robe, but the sleeve on his right hand was missing. His hair was gray, and he was looking at Wang Lin when the fog around his face completely disappeared. Wang Lin also looked at him from thousands of feet away. When the fog around his face scattered, Wang Lin finally got to see what Grand Emperor Gu Dao looked like. He was not surprised and let out a long sigh. It indeed is you. Gu Dao remained silent. Wang Lin looked at the familiar face before him and slowly said, "Should I call you Ancient Ancestor or Gu Dao?" Gu Dao looked exactly like Ancient Ancestor statue in the 3 capital cities. Or, to be more accurate, your appearance belongs to you. The statues in the capital cities were made according to your appearance. Wang Lin looked at Gu Dao, who gave off an ancient aura. Gu Dao revealed a melancholy expression and slowly said, "I'm Gu Dao, and also the Ancient Ancestor. I obtained part of the Ancient Ancestor's memory and will, to guard the ancient clan and the descendants of the imperial families. My appearance slowly changed after absorbing the memory and will." Gu Dao's voice was low. "The maximum distance you can leave should be this place. Rumors say that you killed a Grand Empyrean in the Celestial clan, but that should be misinformation. It should be that they invaded past the center of the vast sea, so you killed them." Wang Lin's mind was suddenly filled with clarity. He had just obtained answers to a lot of questions he had. He was confused because with Gu Dao's cultivation level, he could easily destroy the entire Celestial clan so that no Celestials remained, but after countless years, the Celestial clan still remained. You obtained the Ancient Ancestor's memory and will. You should have also obtained some restrictions along with the inheritance. Wang Lin looked at Gu Dao and let out a sigh. "When I changed completely, I felt the restriction. I can't go too far from the ancient clan, and once I do leave, all my power will disappear." Gu Dao was very calm, showing no helplessness or bitterness. "Why do you want to stop me from leaving?" Wang Lin asked this question once more. Gu Dao shook his head, and instead of answering Wang Lin's question, he murmured to himself, "After I obtained the Ancient Ancestor's memory, I slowly felt something throughout the countless years. A few things I can't understand, I can't believe, but they are very real." Gu Dao let out a sigh as he looked at the earth and toward the ancient clan. "Perhaps it's real, perhaps it's just an illusion." His eyes were filled with decisiveness. "Let's battle. If you win against me, I'll have no power to stop you and you can leave. I can feel that you haven't used your full power, and now I won't hold back anymore either. I have the 2 strongest spells. One is the Ancient World. In the memory of the Ancient Ancestor, he was born from the void. He always believed that his eyes could become the sun and moon, that his blood could become the rivers and seas, that his bones could become the mountain ranges, that his hands put together could become the sky, and his body could become the earth. With his faith and thoughts, he used his life force to create this spell, Ancient World. I have never used this spell since obtaining the inheritance. Today will be the first time," Gu Dao slowly said as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and his gaze met Gu Dao's gaze. "In the ancient Sure ancestral temple, I saw a figure, and that figure took a step to trample the heavens. That step shocked me greatly. On the 5th bridge, I was immersed in a reincarnation-like world. I don't know how much time passed, but aside from comprehending the 8 extreme Dao, the thing I comprehended the most was that step. Originally, I couldn't walk past the 5th bridge, but with that step, I was able to cross it. This step, I'll call it the step to trample the heavens." As he muttered this, his eyes were filled with decisiveness. Since this battle couldn't be avoided, he would battle until the end. After hearing Wang Lin say that he had passed the 5th bridge, Gu Dao pondered for a moment. He then raised his right hand and waved. "If you can resist this spell, then you are qualified to witness the spell that I have spent countless years studying. One Dao Heaven." With this wave, countless specks of light gathered behind him, and just a moment later, a light shadow appeared behind him. This light shadow was shrouded in light and one couldn't see its appearance. However, after it appeared, it opened its mouth and inhaled. A large amount of power of the world was rapidly pulled in. This inhale instantly covered millions of kilometers, and even the entire vast basin was covered. Endless power of the world was absorbed and the light shadow expanded. The inhale power expanded toward the Celestial clan and the Ancient clan. In the area near the vast sea on the Celestial clan side, The 4 celestial Grand Empyreans all stopped. They looked into the distance and felt like they were going to lose their wits. Similarly, the same thing happened on the ancient clan with Song Tian and company. They felt the powerful sucking force pulling the power of the world toward the vast basin. At the center of the vast sea, the light shadow rapidly expanded as it absorbed the power of the world. It was more than 100,000 feet tall and was still growing. In just a few moments, Wang Lin could no longer see the upper body of the light shadow. He could only see its legs. Wang Ling gasped. He didn't know how tall the light shadow would become, but he could imagine that if one looked from outside the immortal astral continent, one would see a giant standing there, pierced through the heavens. Ancient ancestor. Wang Lin watched the light shadow continue to expand. He didn't know how large it would become. Perhaps if given enough power, it would become like a star system. It would continue to expand until all the power of the world on the immortal astral continent was absorbed. However, just its current size was enough to give Wang Lin indescribable pressure. Ancient world. Wang Lin looked at the sky and his divine sense spread out. He felt a strange scene. This large light shadow's eyes changed. One eye became the bright sun and one became the moon. The blood that flowed out of it gradually became the rivers and the seas. Its hands rose up and turned in the blue sky. Its body fell and became the earth. Then its bones became mountain ranges. As Wang Lin watched all of this, he suddenly felt intense pain from his eyes. It was as if a great power wanted to extract his eyes to make one the sun and the other the moon. His hands also trembled and seemed to rise into the air to become the sky. His body was also pulled by a strange force to become the earth. This was a faith spell. An extremely powerful spell where when one's faith reached a level that could change the world, time, and space of everything it enveloped. Under this faith, Wang Lin took a deep breath and gradually closed his eyes. He no longer considered how to break this spell, but closed his eyes. The figure on top of the mountain where the 7-colored snow fell that was holding the body appeared in his mind. The figure roared at the sky and took that step toward the sky. This step continued to appear in his mind countless times. Wang Lin's right foot slowly rose and he took a step toward the world created by the ancient ancestors' faith. With this step, Wang Lin had the illusion that he was the figure holding the body and roaring at the sky. An indescribable sense of sadness appeared in his heart. It was as if his heart was being carved out. He seemed to have forgotten that he was battling against Gu Dao and that he was going to return to the cave world. The only thing that existed in his mind was endless sorrow, despair, and anger. This anger made Wang Lin's foot suddenly land. One step to trample the heavens. With this step, Wang Lin's anger surged out through his right foot and smashed onto the world. At this moment, he reached an unimaginable realm as he trampled down on the heavens. The entire world seemed to be below his feet, all life seemed to be below his feet. Whether it was laws or rules, everything was destroyed by this step. Large amounts of cracks appeared in the sky with that step and countless fragments scattered, causing the sky to disappear. The sky collapsed. When Wang Lin's right foot landed and he raised his head, the earth shattered. The sun and moon disappeared. The rivers and seas dissipated. And the sky and earth forming this ancient world all collapsed. Gu Dao's body trembled and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back more than 100 steps before he stopped and his face turned pale for the first time. Heaven-trampling realm. This is the complete heaven-trampling realm. He was shocked as he looked at Wang Lin. He felt like a terrifying power was awakening. As Wang Lin stood there, everything that had happened was like an illusion. His eyes remained closed for a long time before he slowly opened them, and the trace of sorrow still remained. He looked at the sky for a long, long time. After one incense stick of time, Gu Dao looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze and slowly said, "Which bridge did you walk past?" "The 7th bridge, then I failed on the 8th. Wang Lin closed his eyes as if he wanted to keep the sorrow. "The 7th bridge." Gu Dao smiled bitterly and he looked at Wang Lin profoundly. He clearly felt the intent to trample the heavens in that step. This intent was the ultimate expression of faith. With his current cultivation level, he was unable to take that step. Perhaps I might really not be able to make you stay. Gu Dao took a deep breath and the complication in his eyes turned into determination as he continued. However, I can't give up like this. I spent my entire life pondering One Dao world. I call it One Dao world because it's made from my faith in the ancient clan. I may not be as strong as the ancient ancestor, but my faith is different from his. He had faith that he could turn into the world, and because of this faith I could not leave the ancient clan. Perhaps in the ancient ancestor's mind, the land of the Celestials was not a land formed by him, but a place he hated. My faith is to believe that the sky cannot cover my eyes, that the earth is unable to stop my body, that the sun and moon and the entire immortal astral continent are unable to stop my heart. With One Dao world, my heart is the Dao. My Dao tramples the heavens become stairs, and I trample the heavens to see the truth. After Gu Dao spoke, he waved his hand at the sky. The sky rumbled and a huge vortex enveloped the entire vast basin, as if it was the end of the world. Gu Dao's right hand pointed at Wang Li. You are the heavens. Gu Dao's voice echoed like thunder and a powerful faith surged. As he pointed, ripples appeared around Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt something, and he looked up to see a giant foot appear from the vortex, trampling down toward him. After 200 years, Wang Lin once again felt a life-or-death crisis. People who were half a step into the heaven-trampling stage were shockingly powerful. Wang Lin had comprehended the heaven-trampling step from that familiar figure. Gu Dao had used his amazing wisdom and countless years of faith to comprehend his own heaven-trampling Dao. All living things want to trample the heavens. Those that can't succeed have no faith, no will. This was engraved before the 8th bridge, and Wang Lin had seen it the second time he had gone to the heaven-trampling bridges. At this moment, as he looked at Gu Dao, this sentence appeared in his mind. He suddenly understood something. Everything in this world, whether it was humans or beasts, even spirits, all had the intent to trample the heavens. Just like how he had answered Li Qianmei's 3 questions back in the cave world, the world was a circle, and outside that circle was another circle. Very few people are extraordinary from birth. All living things in the world desire to be extraordinary. They desire freedom so they won't be controlled by others. The law of this word is a circle, the strong preying on the weak in the cultivation world is a circle, and this entire world is a cage-like circle. The bright sky and the starry sky are also circles. Walk out of his circle, walk out of more circles until you tramples the heavens. Take the last step among all living things until nothing covers your eyes and you are no longer confused. This is the true meaning of walk the path of true Dao in the Dao scripture. Wang Lin murmured as he looked at the huge foot falling down from the sky. He vaguely understood. He vaguely had an enlightenment. Life and death, karma, true and false. If life and death were a rope, countless lives and deaths would connect together to form circles. These countless circles would form a net, and that net would be karma. This large karma net would be used to catch oneself in the river of reincarnation. The river of reincarnation contains true and false, and only with a pair of eyes that can see through true and false can one throw the net to fish oneself out. After I completed my true and false essence in the Dong Lin sect hundreds of years ago, I sensed the reincarnation essence. However, over the past hundreds of years, I still couldn't understand what reincarnation was. What is reincarnation? I originally thought it was a law that covered the afterlife. That was until the appearance of the ancient Tao imperial teacher. No matter the reason, he revealed that to truly resurrect one heir, I need to use the power of reincarnation in the immemorial God realm. At that time I was puzzled. What is the power of reincarnation? I thought it was a law of the world. Now I finally understand. Reincarnation is the heavens. I'll use my hands to cast this net of karma to the heavens to fish out my true self. Is this the meaning? Wang Lin's mind rumbled. All of these thoughts appeared in an instant and completely occupied his mind. At this moment he understood. Inside his body, another wisp appeared next to his 3 ethereal essences. This wisp was the reincarnation essence he had comprehended. So it's like this? Wang Lin silently pondered as the large foot rumbled above his head. It was only 1,000 feet away now. However, at this moment, a strange sound forced its way in and echoed throughout the world. It was the sound of wind. It was the song of the ancient clan. I was the first of the 9 songs, and after it appeared, all 9 songs followed. It was sky, earth, wind, thunder, cloud, rain, internal organs, body, and the final blood song. The song echoed violently from the heavens, from Wang Lin's body, and from the world. The descending foot seemed to slow down under the 9 songs. The wonderful feeling of this music was indescribable as it echoed across the world. When all 9 songs were playing, a sign appeared in the sky. Golden sky, black earth. The golden sky and black earth looked like an illusion, but they appeared clearly before Wang Lin. Gu Dao's heart trembled when he saw this. After the first sign, Wang Lin's eyes revealed silver light. This light was endless, and it was the second sign. The 9 songs and 3 signs had appeared on Wang Lin's body back on Mount Gu Dao. However, back then, they were incomplete. A sign and a song were missing. In the ancient Dao Palace, they had appeared for the second time. The 9 songs were there, but one of the 3 signs was still missing. Now, at the center of the vast basin, on the side of the sea storm, and under Grand Emperor Gu Dao's One Dao world, the 9 songs and 3 signs appeared for the 3rd time. However, this 3rd time still only had the 9 songs and was missing the 3rd sign. It was as if something was missing, like one key part was needed. Wang Lin raised his head. What he looked at was not the big foot that seemed to have stopped 1,000 feet from him. Instead, his gaze seemed to penetrate the spell, and he looked at the void beyond the sky. At this moment, his mind was clear and he seemed to have understood what he was missing. Void Avatar. Descend completely and fuse with me. What he was missing was being born from the void and being recognized by the void like the celestial ancestor and the ancient ancestor. In the void of the immortal astral continent, which was filled with laws, there was a large stone. Inside the stone sat a figure that had been sitting there for hundreds of years, close to 1,000. At this moment he seemed to hear a call and opened his eyes. His eyes were shining brightly and he looked exactly the same as Wang Lin. He was Wang Lin's avatar in the void. When he opened his eyes, the stone he was in shattered in all directions like pieces of an eggshell. The figure stood up and took a step forward before disappearing without a trace. On the immortal astral continent, in the vast basin next to the sea storm, as Wang Lin's voice echoed, a person walked out of the vortex in the sky. This person took a 3rd step. Gu Dao was shocked as he watched this person go to Wang Lin. Then their bodies overlapped and they fused. The moment they fused, Wang Lin let out a roar at the sky. This roar was heaven-shattering, and the echo of the roar went through a strange change. It sounded like a baby was crying. The sound of a baby crying echoed through the vast basin and entered the ancient clan. As it spread to the 3 imperial capitals, a crack appeared on each of the 3 ancient ancestor statues. It spread into the celestial clan and a crack also appeared on the celestial ancestor statue in the ancestral city. Endless energy erupted from the earth of the ancient clan and turned into figure. This was the ancient ancestor. In the celestial clan, endless energy erupted from the land and condensed into a 2nd figure. It was the celestial ancestor. Their 2 figures could not be seen by ordinary people, only Grand Emporians could feel them. In the vast basin, a 3rd figure suddenly appeared. This figure surpassed both the celestial ancestor and the ancient ancestor as it rose into the sky. 9 songs and 3 signs. The 3rd sign is the baby's cry. Gu Dao muttered to himself. The sky, earth, wind, thunder, rain, cloud, internal organs, body, and blood songs echoed. The 3 signs, golden sky and black earth, silver eyes, and the baby's cry. The 9 songs and 3 signs had many legends on the immortal astral continent. However, the root of almost all these legends was that when the 9 songs and 3 signs appeared, the celestial ancestor or ancient ancestor would have an inheritor. At this moment, in the celestial ancestral city and the ancient clan's 3 imperial cities, cracks appeared on the celestial ancestor statue and the ancient ancestor statues. At the center of the vast basin, Grand Emperor Gu Dao personally witnessed the legend appear before him. At this moment, the figure that had appeared above the ancient clan stood there and let out a roar at the other giant figure that had appeared over in the celestial clan. These two figures seemed to support the heavens, but in between them, a third figure appeared. The moment this figure appeared, a bright light filled the world. This figure belonged to Wang Lin. That figure was Wang Lin, a third existence besides celestial and ancient. Wang Lin's eyes were closed. When his avatar in the void fused with him, the fusion of celestial and ancient powers, which had only completed a single cycle in 100 years, suddenly accelerated. At this moment, it completed a cycle and created a power that would only appear when celestial and ancient powers fused. Wang Lin vaguely gained an understanding that once his ethereal essences were complete, his celestial and ancient powers would fuse completely. From then on, there would no longer be celestial or ancient power in his body, just his own strength. At that time, he would have enough strength to throw the karma net into reincarnation and find his true self. He didn't know how much time had passed. It felt like an eternity had gone by, or maybe only an instant. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and when he looked up, he saw the foot from Gu Dao's spell. It seemed to have lost its power to bind him as it descended. When it was hundreds of feet from Wang Lin, he let out a sigh. After fusing with his avatar in the void and causing the 9 songs and 3 signs to appear, his cultivation level was beyond all existences on the immortal astral continent. Even if the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor were here, he would be qualified to fight them. From now on the immortal astral continent, aside from the legends of the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor, there would be Wang Lin's footprints as well. In Wang Lin's view, Gu Dao's current spell had just grasped the edge of the heaven trampling stage. He silently pondered, and when the giant foot was only 100 feet away, he pointed at it. With this, the giant foot trembled and collapsed into countless pieces before Wang Lin. A powerful storm caused the fragments to dissipate from the world, dissipate before Grand Emperor Gu Dao's eyes. Gu Dao silently pondered. His face became even older and a trace of fatigue and relief surfaced. I can't stop you, but I hope that in 300 years, when the immemorial God realm opens, you will enter from the ancient clan side. Gu Dao looked at Wang Lin as he clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Wang Lin silently pondered. He looked at Grand Emperor Gu Dao and then nodded. Thank you. Gu Dao opened his eyes, and when he did so, he returned to normal. Fog surrounded his body once more until it covered him completely. The fog churned and took him back toward the direction of the ancient clan. Wang Lin looked at where Gu Dao had gone until the fog and thunderous rumbles disappeared. He turned toward the sea storm and stepped toward it. After passing through the storm, he would be at the edge of the celestial clan and would soon arrive at the celestial clan. This battle ended when the two departed. In this battle, Gu Dao had lost, so the title of strongest on the immortal astral continent no longer belonged to Gu Dao, but to Wang Lin. However, aside from the Grand Emperor's rushing over, no one else even knew it had happened. On the 12th day after Wang Lin left, a total of 7 rays of light arrived from both sides of the seawall and revealed 7 people. These 7 people were the 7 Grand Emperors of the immortal astral continent. They all knew each other, but even though they belonged to 2 different camps, they didn't want to fight. Instead, they all spread out their divine senses to observe the area and silently pondered. Ji Du and the others didn't walk past the seawall, nor did they take a step to enter the ancient clan, but this didn't affect their divine senses. Xian Luo closed his eyes. When his divine sense spread out, his body trembled. This battle must have been heaven-shattering. Even though it had ended, the changes in the laws still remained. The remains of this battle won't disperse for hundreds of years, Song Tian muttered to himself. He also felt the shocking power and fluctuations of law from the battle that had taken place here. There was also the mysterious ancient Ji Grand Emperor. He wore a mask that hid his appearance, so one could only tell that he was a man. He stood there with shock in his eyes. Who was battling Grand Emperor Gu Dao? But no matter who it was, Grand Emperor Gu Dao must have won. Could it be Wang Lin? Xianluo opened his eyes. He was a bit uncertain. Inside the seawall, the 4 Grand Empyreans from the Celestial clan all silently pondered. They withdrew their divine senses. They could not imagine what kind of battle had occurred here several days ago. I shouldn't be him, Dowie pondered. He battled against Gu Dao and left behind such a shocking battlefield. If I had witnessed this battle, it would have helped my cultivation greatly. Jidu also sighed. He had doubts about who had fought against Gu Dao. Was that person really Wang Lin? Wu Feng looked at the battlefield with a complicated expression. The laws of the world here had collapsed and were in complete chaos. It was impossible to get a clear look or gain anything. In truth, the reason they had come here, aside from feeling the shocking change in the law here, was to personally witness the battle. However, it was obvious that doing so wouldn't be possible. As for Grand Empyrean Gemini, the 2 little girls had long fused into a beautiful woman. She remained silent, and even she had doubts about the person who had battled Gu Dao. Time passed. The 7 of them paused here for an incense stick of time. The 7 of them looked at each other, which caused the atmosphere to become depressing and contain killing intent. While all 7 of them were pondering, Jidu suddenly spoke. 3 fellow ancient clan cultivators. This old man has a suggestion. After he spoke, Song Tian and the others coldly looked over. If we were to fight, there would be no conclusion in a short period of time. The 4 of us won't step past the seawall, so there is no need to fight. You all came with the intent of viewing the battle. However, the battle is already over and the laws here are in complete chaos. According to my calculations, the world here will collapse completely in a few days and become a dead zone. At that time, the rest of us will lose the chance to perceive the details of this battle. We will also lose the chance to view this battle. This old man has a spell, and I'm confident that with the 7 of us working together, we can temporarily reverse time. Then our divine senses would be able to enter and we could personally witness the battle. I wonder, what do the 3 of you think of this? Jidu slowly asked. After Jidu finished speaking, Wu Feng pondered a bit and spoke as well. This old man just wants to see that scene. I have no other intent. I can make a faith oath. I can also make a vow. Dowie hesitated a bit as he looked at Jidu and Wu Feng before nodding. As for Gemini, she pondered a bit and agreed. Song Tian's group looked at each other and, after pondering a bit, agreed as well. At their cultivation levels, their words were credible. The 3 of them also had their own methods, so they were not afraid of Jidu lying to them. After half an incense stick of time, the 7 of them were prepared. Jidu took out a jade and let the other 6 look at it. They all formed seals and began the spell. 7 rays of light shined and surrounded the battlefield. A moment later, a thunderous rumble echoed and the 7 of them looked over. They gradually saw 2 figures appear inside the light that covered the battlefield. One of them was Gu Dao, who was covered in fog, and the other person was also blurry, but the 7 of them could recognize the aura. Wang Lin. It really was him. The 7 of them were shocked, but what they saw after this made them all dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. They saw Gu Dao's spell and Wang Lin's one step to trample the heavens. Finally, they saw Wang Lin pointing forward, causing the giant foot to collapse, and Gu Dao quietly leaving. Gu Dao's appearance and what he had talked about with Wang Lin was not something the 7 of them could hear or see. However, what they had seen already made the 7 of them stop breathing. Even after the scene ended, the 7 of them silently pondered for a long time. They all knew that the immortal astral continent was different now. The strongest person on the immortal astral continent was no longer Gu Dao, but Wang Lin. Dao Yi's heart trembled. He was a Grand Empyrean, but he felt fear. Wang Lin's strength made him feel disbelief, but even more so, he felt fear. Was it him? In Jidu's mind, the gaze that seemed to have descended from the sky 100 years ago when the 72 souls all begged toward the sky resurfaced. While Jidu and the others were using the secret spell to watch the battle, Wang Lin arrived at the Celestial clan. In the northern continent, he looked at the slightly familiar land and felt emotional. Hundreds of years ago, I left this place and headed toward the ancient clan, Now I've returned. Wang Lin let out a sigh and his gaze swept the land. His divine sense spread out toward the 72 continents, and a moment later, his divine sense covered the entire celestial clan's 72 continents. As his divine sense spread out, a smile gradually appeared on his face. With his previous cultivation level, he could not use this method to find his old friends. However, now, as the strongest person on the immortal astral continent, he could. Zhou Yi and Qing Shuang's cultivation levels have risen. I wonder if they kept that pill or not. Wang Lin's divine sense swept by but didn't stop. Wang Lin's smile widened as if he had seen something. This is Situ. He should be Master Hongshan. After reincarnation, he is still the same. Zhou Ru. This child didn't walk down the path of cultivation. I don't know how many times she has reincarnated over these past hundreds of years. Wang Lin looked into the distance with a gentle gaze. 13. He was always excellent, and now his cultivation is extraordinary. From the looks of it, he is already very fast. Big head. The pitiful person from the cave world, who used his ruthlessness to cover up his fragile heart. Here he is still the same. This is Shengonghu? He became the sect master of a sect. Wang Lin was a little shocked. Is she Red Butterfly? That mark can't be wrong. Qing Lin. He also chose not to cultivate and reincarnated several times like Immortal. Senior brother Qing Shui. Wang Lin's gaze became sharp and he carefully looked toward the west. He felt like that was where Qing Shui was, but the mark on his body was extremely faint. If not for the fact that Wang Lin's cultivation level was far higher than before, he would not have been able to detect it. If the mark on senior brother Qing Shui was completely gone, then even with my divine sense sweeping everyone, I wouldn't be able to find him. Fortunately, a trace of his mark still exists. Wang Lin murmured as his divine sense continued to search the 72 continents of the celestial clan. He had done the same thing in the ancient clan, but he had found no trace of any of his friends. In his heart, there was a shadow that made him feel very complicated. This shadow as a woman called Li Qianmei. Nothing. Wang Lin's divine sense swept across the 72 continents one by one. He had found almost everyone except for one. Her. Still nothing? Wang Lin couldn't remember how many times he had searched. He searched again and again, but he could not find any trace of Li Qianmei. Just like when he had searched in the ancient clan, he couldn't find her. How could there be no trace? Wang Lin could not be calm, and his divine sense erupted. Not only did he cover the celestial clan, but with his current cultivation level, he covered the vast basin and the ancient clan as well. He searched again and again. His divine sense swept out again and again, but he found no trace of Li Qianmei. Wang Lin's face turned place. He could not find her. Could it be that, during reincarnation, there was an accident? Wang Lin felt a sting in his heart. He could not forget the woman called Li Qianmei, her face and soft eyes. She had come to the immortal astral continent for him. She had left her father and came to reincarnate here all alone, silently waiting for the man she loved to find her and release her memory. Impossible! Wang Lin's divine sense spread out once more for a whole day. His divine sense had swept across almost every inch of the immortal astral continent, but in the end he still found nothing. Wang Lin pressed against his chest and felt pain. He looked at the sky and suddenly laughed. However, this laughter was filled with anger at the heavens. You let me find Li Muin's soul but made me lose Li Qianmei. Is this the so-called fate? Is this the heavens making a fool of me? I don't believe it. I'll still be able to find her. Wang Lin roared at the sky, and his roar echoed across the world. With teacher's help, the chance of an accident was very low. Since I can't find her, the most likely chance is that she recovered her memory earlier than senior brother Qing Shui and the mark disappeared. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and after analyzing the situation, he was almost certain of it. With his eyes closed, he could vaguely see a woman in white looking up at the sky with tears flowing down from her eyes. She had long remembered her previous life but was avoiding him, or perhaps she didn't want to see Wang Lin. The The sky gradually darkened as Wang Lin stood in the air and opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a trace of sadness and confusion. He silently pondered as he walked forward and disappeared into the darkness. Celestial Clan, Western Continent's Yun Tao continent. In the northern part of this continent there was a sect. This sect was not large. It could only be considered a small sect in the Yun Tao continent. This morning, there were many disciples cultivating in the sect. In the secret chamber in the back mountain of the sect sat a middle-aged man. This man was filled with determination and a sense of coldness. He was dressed in black and his eyes were closed as he cultivated. Ripples were spreading from his body, shrouding his surroundings. This revealed the man's cultivation level to be at the peak of the second step and only one step away from the third step. As the person with the fastest cultivation in the last 1,000 years in the Golden Furnace sect, he was very famous. He had high status in the sect and was being personally taught by the head elder. Not only was his cultivation level high, he was very decisive and ruthless. He even had a reputation in the Yun Tao continent and had killed someone who had just entered the third step, causing his name to be known by many other sects. In particular, this battle was even more decisive than that of some third-step cultivators. Anyone who fought him would die by his hands 9 out of 10 times. This slaughter made him number 1 among the younger generation, but even some ordinary elders were shocked by his killing intent. His name was Wang Shi, Shi as in stone. He was an orphan and didn't know who his parents were. He had been picked up by an old Taoist and grew up in the sect. He only knew that when he cultivated, he would often see the back of a figure. This back was very large and made him feel warm, but no matter what, he could not see the appearance of this figure. At the beginning, even the back of this figure was blurry, and as his cultivation level increased, the back of this figure gradually became more clear. He felt that if he could reach the third step, he would clearly see this figure. This was the reason why he cultivated like crazy. Wang Shi. As he cultivated, a voice came from outside the secret chamber. Then a ray of light flew before him and turned into the illusory figure of an old man. The man opened his eyes. He looked at the old man respectfully. Then he got up and bowed. "Greetings, head elder. You are still not willing to call me teacher?" The illusory figure frowned. This disciple was very strange. He wanted to accept this person as his disciple, but Wang Shi remained silent and wouldn't agree. This made him unhappy, but as time passed, this man's cultivation speed caught his attention once more. He ignored the fact that this person wouldn't accept him as his teacher and taught him his personal spells. Now, many years had passed, and there was a relationship of teacher and disciple between them. However, even now, Wang Shi never called him teacher. Wang Shi also didn't know the reason, but he always felt like the person before him was not his teacher. As for who it should be, he was confused. Forget it. Prepare a bit and head down the mountain in 3 days. Go to the Dao Yun sect for me to send the congratulatory gift. The illusory figure shook his head and disappeared. Wang Shi respectfully nodded. After the figure disappeared, his eyes were filled with confusion, and after a long time he let out a sigh. After he sat back down to cultivate again, a sigh came from behind him. This sigh came too suddenly and made Wang Shi tremble, but he didn't recklessly turn around. He knew that for this person to come here without him or his teacher knowing, then this person's cultivation level had to be very high. Wang Shi gravely said, "Who are you, sir? Tell me why your name is Wang Shi. Who gave you this name?" A soft voice came from behind Wang Shi. When this name entered Wang Shi's ears, he felt his heart tremble. It was very familiar, and it felt like some memories were going to awaken. He could not help but become confused. He subconsciously answered, I'm an orphan and I named myself. I felt that I should be named Wang." Silence came from behind him. Wang Shi's eyes shined and he took this chance to turn around. He saw behind him a young man in white with white hair looking at him with a gentle gaze. This was the gaze of an elder looking at their junior. When he saw the person's appearance, Wang Shi's body trembled and his heart went into chaos. The back of the figure in his dream appeared and gradually overlapped with this person. You. The confusion in his eyes became even stronger. Wang Lin let out a sigh and pointed at Wang Shi's forehead. With this, Wang Shi's heart trembled violently and, with a bang, his memory was suddenly restored. Teacher. 13 greets teacher. Tears flowed down from the man's eyes as he knelt without hesitation toward Wang Lin. His face was filled with excitement. In the northeastern part of the lofty mountain continent, there was a mountain range. Not far from the official road, there was a paradise-like village. There weren't many people in the village, only a few hundred. Most of them were hunters, and they relied on the dense forest filled with beasts for a living. This was originally not a village. It used to just be a desolate land where hunters rested. It was unknown how long ago, but the family of an official had come here, escaping from the city and settled down here. As time slowly passed, the village formed like this. At the western end of the village, there was a house surrounded by fences. There was a teenage girl wearing patched linen clothes feeding the poultry. Smoke was coming from the chimney. It was early morning and it was clear that breakfast was being prepared inside the house. As the girl fed the poultry, she laughed and spoke toward the house. Mom, I had another dream last night. I dreamt that I became a celestial again. You child, you're so big already and still fantasize about becoming a celestial. When I was as old as you, I was already married to your father. A gentle voice came from the house. Is that because my father is the most powerful hunter in the village? I heard that a lot of people wanted to date father at the time. The girl smiled. She was very cute. Her appearance was not particularly beautiful, but she gave off a pure and lovely temperament. Who did you hear this from? A woman walked out. She was wearing simple clothes, but this could not hide her beauty. Her eyes widened as she pretended to be angry and held a pot of vegetables. The girl was going to speak when a hearty laughter came from the gate. It was me who said it. The gate was pushed open and a powerful middle-aged man walked in. He was carrying a bow and arrows, along with a small beast. However, there was dried blood on his leg. It was unknown if it belonged to the small beast or him. Father! The girl was surprised and immediately threw dustpan and ran up. Wow, it's a leopard. The skin is so beautiful. This is great. The girl's eyes seemed to light up and she leaped happily. How come you were gone for so long this time? Normally, you return after 2 or 3 days. The woman quickly walked up and helped the middle-aged man put down the beast and bow and arrows. The little girl said that she wanted some good leather. On the way, I encountered this leopard, and it delayed me a bit, the man said as he rubbed the girl's head. What happened to your leg? The woman immediately saw the blood on the man's leg. She quickly knelt down to take a look and saw a shallow scratch. No problem. With little white around, the beasts in the mountain can't hurt me. The man laughed as a shadow sprang through the gate and pounced on the girl. It licked the girl non-stop. It was a big black dog. However, it looked more like a tiger, which made for a shocking sight. Little White was learning how to roar like a tiger in the mountains again. I'm really confused. Is he a tiger or a dog? The man looked at the dog and smiled bitterly. Little White is good, so obedient. The girl pushed the big black dog aside and stroked the dog's hair. The dog seemed to enjoy it a lot. It lied on its back, exposing its belly. The girl laughed and began rubbing the dog's belly. The dog looked very comfortable and let out growls like a real tiger. The entire family was laughing and couldn't detect the figure in white floating in the sky. Wang Lin looked down at the happy family, and when he saw the girl's smiling face, he also smiled. Little White, I almost forgot that he was brought here and also reincarnated. I just didn't expect for him to reincarnate into a big dog, and from the looks of it, he has gained intelligence and has pretty good cultivation. Wang Lin smiled as the big dog laid on the ground enjoying himself. However, when he looked up at the sky, he actually saw Wang Lin's figure and was startled. His expression was instantly filled with fear. The big dog blinked and even stopped making the growling sound. Wang Lin looked at the dog, and when he saw the fear in the dog's eyes, his smile widened. Oh, you recognize me? However, the family didn't notice the strangeness in the dog's behavior. The young girl looked at her father and affectionately said, "Father, I dreamed about being a celestial again last night." "Good, being a celestial is good. My little girl will definitely become a celestial." The man laughed. "I don't want to become a celestial. I feel like I spent a lifetime as a celestial, but I was not happy at all. Right now is much better. It was just a dream. I don't want to become a celestial. I'll be with father and mother for the rest of my life." The girl's words were very serious. Her words startled Wang Lin, and he revealed a complicated expression. He looked at the girl's happy smile and then at the calm mountain village. After a long time, Wang Lin took another profound gaze before he disappeared into the sky. Perhaps this is the life she wanted. That night she had a dream once more. In the dream she had a different name, Zhou Ru. She also had a black figure with her named Little White. She always bullied this figure and made it do handstands. She also had an uncle, and that uncle was her closest relative. In the dream, her uncle had asked her if she wanted to leave with him. She silently pondered for a long time and then told this uncle, who she felt was very close to her, that she wanted to stay here. That night, the dog also had a dream in which he became a tiger and was extremely fierce, doing anything he wished. He was surrounded by many female tigers and female beasts. It was very enjoyable. He also dreamed that a man in white had appeared before him. He knew this man. It was the despicable man who had captured him back then. This person gave him some delicious pills and then patted his head before leaving. One day, when Zhou Ru wants to pursue her own dream, you can unseal her memory. The man left and his words echoed inside the dog's mind for a long time. The Celestial Clan's central continent. The ancestral city was simply too large, so one could see both the sun and moon appear in the city. At this moment it was night at the Imperial Palace, but it was not dark because of the many lights in the palace. The entire palace was silent. A lonely figure walked out from the darkness and looked at the palace below. The figure stood there for a long time before descending. The light in the palace became hazy as the figure descended. It was as if another space was overlapping. It wasn't until the person stepped onto the square of the palace that the lights returned to normal. Wang Lin looked at this place. Back then, he had almost died here and couldn't leave with the madman. He could only watch as the madman entered eternal slumber and became a mountain to suppress the 72 continents. When I left, I vowed that once I came back again, I was going to awaken the madman. No one can stop me again, Wang Lin murmured as he stomped on the ground. With this step, the ground of the entire palace trembled without anyone noticing. What trembled was not the real palace, but the overlapping space. Wang Lin's surroundings became blurry and his figure flickered before he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was inside the underground palace. The entire underground palace was in a haze and was mostly the same compared to before. The only difference was that only one mountain remained. This mountain pierced into the sky and was very large. Standing outside mountain, Wang Lin felt the sleeping madman inside it. There were countless restrictions and seals inside and outside the mountain. Even a Grand Empyrean would need a lot of time to break them. Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved at the mountain. The mountain rumbled and collapsed at a rapid rate. Large amounts of rocks fell off, and in the blink of an eye, all the restrictions and seals disappeared with a wave of Wang Lin's hand. As the mountain collapsed, the madman's body appeared. He was quietly lying there with his eyes closed. He was sleeping. There were fluctuations of Grand Empyrean cultivation coming from his body. Wang Lin walked forward and arrived beside the madman. He looked at the madman and pointed at the madman's forehead. With this, the madman's body suddenly trembled. Wang Lin closed his eyes and his divine sense spread out through his finger, entering the madman's body to awaken him. In a flash, half an hour passed. Wang Lin opened his eyes, revealing a complicated expression as he looked at the madman, and said, "If you really choose this, then I respect your choice. You take care." Wang Lin stood up with a sigh and walked toward the sky, disappearing from the underground palace. After Wang Lin left, the madman opened his eyes and looked at where Wang Lin had stood for a long time. I have been confused for a lifetime. I was crazy for a lifetime, but I'm still a descendant of the celestial ancestor. Now that Lien Daojian is dead, if I leave, the celestial clan will have no emperor. I want to leave this place, leave the immortal astral continent, but since I have the celestial ancestor's inheritance, I must have the backbone to bear it. This is my responsibility. I came to an understanding during my slumber. The madman stood up, revealing a rare trace of determination as he bitterly muttered to himself. Guard the celestial clan so the generations can continue. When I feel that I no longer have to continue my responsibilities, I'll come and find you, Wang Lin. The madman stood up. He was wearing the royal robe and crown. He no longer had any hint of the madness he had in the past, but gave off the aura of authority that was befitting of the celestial emperor. Wang Lin respected the madman's decision. Everyone had their own responsibilities. Wang Lin understood this. He had no right to decide madman's responsibilities. As a friend, the best he could do was awaken the madman. As for what he should do next, there was no need for Wang Lin to interfere. Wang Lin also had a path he had to take. He wanted to return to the cave world, back to planet Suzaku, back to where he grew up. Perhaps the next time I meet the madman will be 300 years from now. Wang Lin walked into the distance. Although he was the most powerful person on the immortal astral continent, there were still things he was confused about, like the immemorial god realm, the all-seer, and Wan Er's resurrection. Walking under the vast sky, Wang Lin also felt confused. He didn't know if the old friends he was seeking wanted their memories awakened, or wanted to return to the cave world with him. Perhaps forgetting the past and beginning anew on the immortal astral continent is the best for them. Wang Lin murmured as he thought about Zhou Ru. That was her choice. I can't replace their choices with my will. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he looked into the distance. That was where Situ Nan was. The country of Wuxian was a mortal country in the northern part of the central continent in the heavenly wax continent. There were 4 countries in the heavenly wax continent, and there was friction between them year-round. Although there were no large-scale wars, there were many small battles on the borders. However, the 4 countries kept it under control, so the scale of the battles never expanded too much. At the border of Wuxian and Zhouling, there was a large amount of soldiers stationed here. The military camp looked endless and was densely packed with people. There was a powerful killing intent in the air. Closer to the country, at the gate of the camp, thousands of soldiers were standing in vertical columns. Several generals and officers were looking into the distance as if they were waiting for something. Not long after, the sounds of horses could be heard along the official road. A black horse rushed forward like the wind and charged through the thousands of soldiers before stopping in front of the generals. The war horse hissed and its hooves raised into the air. Then a person jumped down from the horse. This person was also wearing armor. After landing, he got down on one knee and clasped his hands. Report. King Nan's group is now 50 kilometers away, the soldier announced in a loud voice. Then he lowered his head to wait for orders. Among the group, there was an old man who gave off pressure without being angry. He was at the center of the group and quickly said, "Continue to scout. The vanguard are to welcome King Nan's group." After he finished speaking, a middle-aged man quickly stepped forward. After clasping his hands at the old man, he set off with 10,000 soldiers from the camp, kicking up a lot of dust. Beside the old general, a civil servant stepped out and said, "Great General, this King Nan is likely coming with ill intentions. Rumor has it that King Nan likes to enjoy himself and is extremely wasteful. Almost everyone fears him as he passes. I also heard that King Nan has a lot of wives and has built palaces for them. Rumor has it that he has even more than today's emperor." The person who spoke hesitated for a moment and didn't finish. The old general was still silently pondering, as if he hadn't heard the words of the people beside him. He stood there without a word, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. This coldness remained in his eyes as a powerful aura surrounded him. As the great general of the border, controlling nearly 500,000 troops while not being royalty naturally caused displeasure among others. If not for the fact that the country of Wuxian needed an invincible general like him, he would have long been forced to retire. Rumor has it that King Nan is extremely arrogant and cares a lot about appearances. If the scale of the welcoming party is not large enough, he might not be happy. Great General, should we send more people over? Great General, this humble one also feels that we should send more people to greet him. Since King Nan likes a grand scene, then we should greet him with our 100,000-man army. Line the streets with our soldiers to let him see the might of our army. Great General, there is no need to hesitate. King Nan is a despicable man and is already targeting Great General. For such a person we should. The old general frowned and raised his hand. Everyone became silent as all gazes landed on him. It could be seen that his prestige in this army could not be replaced by anyone. My soldiers are all heroes who have survived decades of bloodshed. I won't agree to use them to greet King Nan. Gather 1,000 people. Me being here personally is enough. The old general's words were filled with determination, and no one could object. After he spoke, everyone's expressions became serious, and they clasped their hands in acknowledgement. 1,000 kilometers away, a luxurious carriage about 100 feet long was moving along the official road with a convoy of carriages stretching almost 1 kilometer long. There were martial artists dressed in ordinary clothing around the carriages. Sounds of music came from the 100-foot-long carriage, along with the sound-soft women laughing. It looked quite lively inside. Good, dance. This king will reward you. A man's voice cut through the laughter. There even seemed to be faint moaning coming from the carriage as well. The surrounding guards had long become accustomed to this and didn't care at all. After the carriage traveled a few kilometers, a youth in blue sitting next to the carriage let out a sharp roar. King Nan has commanded us to stop the march. As his words echoed, the long chain of carriages gradually came to a stop. Beautiful women all walked out from the huge carriage in front. Their clothes were a mess and it was obvious they had just put them on. They all looked fatigued as they walked toward the carriages in the back. There were many women, dozens of them. It was difficult to imagine all of them being in the 100-foot carriage. As they left, dozens of charming women walked out from the carriages in the back. They looked like replacements and quickly entered the carriage in front. Soon, the music and moaning voices, along with the man's laughter, echoed once more. As the carriages moved forward, a battalion of 1,000 people that had been sent to welcome them could be seen. Seeing only this many people coming to greet them, a cold snort came from the 100-foot carriage. However, the carriage didn't stop. It continued forward under the protection of these 1,000 soldiers. 1 hour later, the convoy of carriages appeared before the barracks. Moaning sounds occasionally escaped from the 100-foot carriage. As they closed in, the moaning sounds became even more clear, and all the soldiers present heard them. This caused the old general to frown and displeasure appeared in his eyes. He let out a snort and walked forward. A large amount of civil servants followed him, filled with killing intent. As he closed in, all the guards around the stopped carriage became nervous. They could feel the killing intent coming from the old general, and it made them tremble. The guards were afraid, but they quickly walked forward. The youth on the carriage quickly stood up and let out a sharp scream. "Stop, King Nan!" Before the youth finished speaking, a middle-aged general next to the older general revealed a fierce gaze and yelled, "Who are you?" When he spoke, all the gazes of the soldiers here gathered on this youth, creating an invisible pressure. The youth's face suddenly turned pale and he didn't even dare to speak. "See, Nan, what are you doing?" As the old general approached, a roar came from the carriage. Along with his words, the moans suddenly stopped. The old man gave off a pressure without being angry as stood next to the carriage and spoke. "This old General C. Nan greets King Nan." After a moment of silence, a curtain was opened from inside the carriage and a middle-aged man walked out. His eyes were faintly black and looked somewhat hollow. He stood on the carriage as he looked at the old general. There was a flash gloominess when he suddenly smiled. "Indeed worthy of being my Wu Xian's great General C. Nan. With you protecting the border, there is nothing for Wu Xian to fear. This king came to reward the border general." "Oh, then let's enter the barracks." Please. The old general looked at King Nan with an indifferent expression. However, his gaze gave King Nan great pressure. In addition, everyone here gave off killing intent and had cold gazes, which made sweat appear on his forehead. King Nan squeezed out a smile and quickly said, "No need. This king can stay outside. There's no need to go in." No one knew that Wang Lin had watched everything from beginning to end. Wang Lin was standing in the sky and his gaze was locked onto one person. That person was the old general, Nan. He didn't become a king, but a great general. I don't know what he will think once he regains his memories. Wang Lin revealed a smile. He was very happy. Deep into the night, the torches flickered and teams of soldiers patrolled the barracks. The entire camp looked like a heavily armored city and also gave off a sense of order. Outside the camp, there was no longer any music. It was completely calm. Lights were extinguished in most of the tents. Only a few remained, and the figures inside could be seen. In particular, the light in the general's tent was bright and there were many guards around the tent. The old general, Nan, was standing next to a map and frowning. There was only him here, and it was very quiet, with only the sound of the candle burning. King Nan. Humph. Such a person is not worthy of being called King Nan. The old general looked at the map and coldly snorted. For some unknown reason, he had a strange feeling toward the name King Nan. It was as if no one in the world was qualified to be called King Nan. Oh? Then who deserved to be called King Nan? A teasing voice came from behind the old general. The old general's body trembled, but he soon recovered to normal. He turned around to see a white-clothed and white-haired youth standing not far away, staring at him with a smile. Before this old man becomes a king, no one is qualified to be called King Nan. The old general didn't panic at all as he calmly sat there. Sit. The old general pointed ahead. Wang Lin looked at him and let out a sigh of admiration. It was extremely rare for someone to remain so calm when a stranger suddenly appeared. In particular, this calmness was not fake, but true calmness. Wang Lin faintly smiled and sat opposite of the old general. Do you have wine? Wang Lin laughed. How can there be no wine in an army? The old general laughed and shouted a command to the people outside. Someone, bring wine. A respectful reply came from outside and then a few soldiers came in. Upon seeing Wang Lin, they were all startled, especially the guards outside. Their expressions changed drastically. They hadn't seen anyone entering. The old general's expression remained the same as he waved his hand and said, "Put down the wine and leave." The guards silently put down a few jugs of wine beside Wang Lin and the old general before they all retreated. General Nan has such strong composure. Wang Lin picked up a jug of wine and took a big gulp. For Sir to silently come here, that means even if the soldiers came, they wouldn't be able to stop you, so what's the point? The old general said as he picked up a jug of wine, broke the seal, and drank a lot. The smile on Wang Lin's face became even wider. He was truly happy. It could be said that ever since coming to the immortal astral continent, occasions where he felt this happy had been rare. This was different from finding Li Muin's soul or being with Shen Luo. This was the indescribable feeling of meeting an old friend. This kind of feeling made him feel very relaxed and very happy. Figures flashed outside the tent and footsteps echoed. In just a few words, countless soldiers surrounded the tent and all the generals were here. They all looked like they were going to face a powerful enemy, but none of them dared to enter. They could only surround the tent. They were all nervous, but their killing intent didn't decrease a bit. It all condensed together. This caused the countless torches in the barracks to become dim. Time passed, and in a flash, it was about to be dawn. The soldiers had been outside for almost the whole night. If not for the laughter coming from inside, they would have rushed inside. However, the laughter just made them even more confused. Interesting. Sir Wang has been to so many places. This old man has heard about the mountain, say, but it is too far away. As a mortal, I can't go there. The old general put down an empty jug and picked up another one. If you want, you can. Wang Lin drank the spicy wine as he looked at his old friend and smiled. Oh? Sir Wang should be a cultivator. The old general's eyes lit up. Wang Lin nodded but didn't speak. He continued to drink wine. Time flowed once more until dawn. The darkness faded and the sun gradually rose into the sky. Wang Lin and the old general had been drinking wine for the whole night. Wang Lin talked a lot about his experiences on the immortal astral continent. He talked about the heavenly bull continent, the green devil continent, and the ancestral city. He even talked about everything that had happened in the ancient clan. When he said how he had found Li Muin's soul fragments, tears fell. And when he talked about how he had killed the ancient Tao emperor and traded a life for his teacher's grace, his expression became dim. He talked about everything until the point he left the ancient clan and returned to the celestial clan. The old general listened to all of this. He could not imagine what kind of identity this person had. If what this person had said was true, then this person must have a shocking identity in the celestial clan. However, why had this person appeared in his tent in the middle of the night to drink and talk with him? In the old general's mind, this person before him was slowly becoming familiar. It was as if sense of familiarity was hidden inside the depths of his memories and was being revealed now. When he saw Wang Lin's tears and sadness, he also felt it. It was as if he had personally witnessed the story between Wang Lin and Li Muin. I can't find Li Qianmei, Situ. I looked for a long time, but I could not find her. Wang Lin murmured as he bitterly drank wine. There were some things he could not talk about with others, but he could with Situ. Situ? Who is that? The old general revealed a complicated expression when he heard this name. He had heard Wang Lin say this name a lot. Wang Lin put down an empty wine jug and picked up another. Throughout the night, they had asked people to bring in wine several times. I have a good friend called Situ, Wang Lin muttered as he looked at the old general. The old general was filled with confusion as he looked at Wang Lin and said, "To become your good friend, this person named Situ must also be a cultivator." Wang Lin revealed a smile as he softly said, "He is a cultivation. A cultivator that wants to become a king. If you want to hear his story, then you have to start from a place called Suzaku and a rank 3 cultivation country called Zhao." Wang Lin's voice echoed inside the tent. The old general listened and the confusion in his eyes increased. Time passed. When morning arrived and the sun shined brightly outside, Wang Lin's voice was still going. Li Qianmei, Situ Nan, Qing Shui, they have all been reincarnated in the immortal astral continent. I left my mark on them, and that is the only way to find them. Wang Lin took a sip of wine as he looked at the old general and smiled. The old general silently pondered. His body trembled, and after a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. I'm Situ Nan? He stared at Wang Lin and his voice was hesitant. Wang Lin looked at the old general and slowly nodded. You're Situ Nan. I'm Wang Lin. Wang Lin? The old general muttered, and after a long time he began to laugh. As he laughed, tears flowed out. He normally wouldn't believe this, but the feeling of familiarity coming from his soul and everything he had heard about the cave world made it impossible for him not to believe it. He didn't believe a celestial cultivator would come deceive a mortal like him. So I have already reincarnated many times on the immortal astral continent, and this time I'm Sinan, Wuxian country's great general. The old general laughed even more as his tears continued to flow. He believed all of this, but it was also this belief that made it difficult to accept. Out of the 500,000 soldiers outside, many have been following me since their grandfather's generation. Their grandfathers died and then their fathers followed me. Even many of their fathers have died, but they continue to follow me. Now you tell me I'm Situ Nan. I'm Situ Nan who wanted to become a king. If I'm not Wu Xian Sinan, then what are all those soldiers going to do? Due to the old general's voice, the curtain was opened and the soldiers rushed in. However, one shout from the old general drove them all out again. Reincarnation, reincarnation. One reincarnation has so many restrictions. I have reincarnated several times. The old general was sitting on his seat as he looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression, and his laughter turned bitter. I'm sorry. This was my own choice back then. I chose to reincarnate on the immortal astral continent. And that has nothing to do with you. Wang Lin silently pondered as he continued to drink wine. Help me unseal the memories of my previous life. The old general continued to drink until he emptied 3 jugs. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked drunk as he stared at Wang Lin. When late night came again, Wang Lin left the camp with a complicated expression. He floated in the air and looked back at the camp proudly. When he looked back, the old general opened the curtains and looked up at him. Wang Lin, once this old man completes this reincarnation with no regrets and becomes King Nan, I'll go and find you, the old general said. His voice was filled with arrogance and vigor. Wang Lin revealed a smile and began to laugh. His laughter became louder and louder. Situ, once you have been a king for long enough, we will drink again. Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the world. Boys, organize the army. First bring that damn fellow King Nan over. This old man has been unhappy with him for a long time. He dares to call himself King Nan. This old man has thought it through. I'm going to be King Nan. The old general seemed to become a lot younger and laughed. Reincarnation. What exactly is reincarnation? I thought reincarnation was the heavens. But in truth, reincarnation is more than the heavens. Wang Lin walked through the sky and the appearance of Zhou Ru, Situ Nan, and the madman appeared in his mind. The madman's choice may not be reincarnation, but Zhou Ru and Situ chose reincarnation. They didn't choose to live because they had chosen to integrate into life here. They had too many connections they were unwilling to give up. Zhou Ru could not give up her parents and affection in this life. Situ could not give up on the lives of the soldiers that followed him. A reincarnation is a lifetime, and one has many ties in life. How could it be all cut so easily? This is the power of reincarnation. It can make one unable to free themselves or not want to free themselves. There was confusion in Wang Lin's eyes, and he seemed to gain more enlightenment in this confusion. Reincarnation is the heavens and is also a mirror. The self in the mirror is reincarnation. The confusion in Wang Lin's eyes gradually dissipated and was replaced with clarity. His understanding of reincarnation was steadily growing toward completion after seeing Zhou Ru and Situ Nan. The narrow road below was like a line that peaked into the heavens. I wonder what the others' choices will be. Wang Lin looked into the distance, let out a sigh and walked away. Celestial Clan, a mountain range in the northern continent. There was a dense forest here and it was very dangerous. There was a cave there without anyone around, only birds and beasts. However, when the cave appeared here years ago, no beasts had dared to come here. The cave was extremely luxurious, and countless night pearls made this place very bright. However, due to how quiet it was, the whole place felt cold. At this moment, there was a cultivator sitting in the master room in the cave. The cultivation didn't look old, and his body was like a dwarf's. His head was also very large. Compared to his head, his small body looked out of place. This big-headed cultivator was gloomy, and as he cultivated, the entire cave became cold. Big head. As the cultivator cultivated, a voice suddenly appeared and echoed inside the cold cave. The heart of the cultivator trembled and he suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't hesitate to spit out a ray of green light that flew at the white figure that had appeared in the cave. Wang Lin revealed a strange expression. The green light was a centipede, and it rushed toward him with its mouth open. Wang Lin pointed at the centipede and it froze in the air. The big-headed cultivator was shocked. This centipede had been refined in his origin soul and therefore could even hold off someone stronger than him. This could give him time to escape or attack again. However, it had just been easily frozen by the person before him. He couldn't even tell what spell the other person had used. Ma Tao, are you going to kill me? Big Head let out a roar. His body rumbled and a large amount of fog spread out. He was about to escape. Ma Tao. Wang Lin was startled and pointed at the fog. A ray of light penetrated the fog and landed between the eyebrows of the big-headed cultivator as he tried to escape. Big Head's body trembled and confusion appeared in his eyes. Various memories appeared in his mind. At the same time, Wang Lin's hand reached out and the power of the world around the mountain condensed into his hand to form a small sword. This sword was formed by the power of the world and created from Wang Lin's faith spell. So it was an absolute treasure. With a toss, the small sword flew into the fog and stabbed into the side of the wall. Deep inside the fog was Big Head, who was awakening his memories. Wang Lin revealed a gentle smile as he waved his sleeve, and power of the world gathered to turn a large amount of pills into a gourd. He placed it on the ground and left. After a long time, the fog dispersed and Big Head walked out with a complex expression and in a daze. He sat there, looking at the empty cave for a long time before he raised his head and muttered, "Master." He saw the sword that frightened him and the gourd filled with pills. Tears flowed down from his eyes. Also in the northern continent, but in another continent, a dozen rays of light were flying through the sky as a ray of crystal light dashed by. The cultivators were caught off guard as the crystal light disappeared between them. No one noticed that when the crystal light disappeared, it entered the spot between the eye. These cultivators were suspicious for a while, and after debating about it, they rushed forward once more. The child in Red's eyes were filled with confusion, and after a few hours, the group rested on the mountainside. The confusion in his eyes dissipated and was replaced with a complicated emotion. "I'm Master Hongshan." The boy in red looked at the sky and slowly smiled. He took a deep breath as he looked at the land before him, filled with excitement. Eastern continent, in the Nan-Ni continent, Wang Lin briefly passed by a small sect. There weren't many cultivators in this sect, only about 1,000 people. The location of their sect wasn't very good and the spiritual energy here was not dense. As the edict had been sent by the Grand Empyreans to prepare for the opening of the immemorial god realm, undercurrents had begun to move across the continent. This made it so the smaller sects could no longer live in peace and had to rely on the larger sects to survive. The war was about to start, and a small sect like this would find it difficult to continue in the war between the ancients and celestials. Shen Bao was the master of this sect, and his cultivation was extraordinary. He was very anxious as he didn't know what the future held or if his sect would still exist after the war in a few hundred years. He had expended a lot of effort to climb to his current position and become the master of a sect. He didn't want to give it up, but right now, the only path before him was to submit to a stronger power. However, the powers he could choose from would have different consequences, all of them equally serious. The elders of the sect also had different opinions than him on this matter, and there were signs of division. While Shen Bao was anxious, a young man wearing white with white hair arrived outside the sect. He walked into the sect. Wang Lin found Shen Bao, and a few hours later, Wang Lin left. After he left, Shen Bao stood outside the hall and looked at the sky with confusion in his eyes. After a long time, the confusion disappeared and turned into determination. During this period of time, Wang Lin saw almost all of his old friends from the cave world. He unlocked the memories of some, and for certain people he gave them power to decide. However, no matter the end result, Wang Lin would leave behind something to protect them, because they came from the same cave world. More accurately, they were all people that belonged to the Seven Dao sect. The Sun and Moon sect, the strongest sect of the Tianfang continent. Their sect had more than 100,000 members and was one of the 9 sects and 13 factions of the Eastern continent. There were many geniuses in the Sun and Moon sect. However, none of them could compare to a woman named Qing Hong. Her talent was difficult to find even once every 10,000 years. Hundreds of years ago, she became a disciple of the Sun and Moon sect. In a short period of less than 1,000 years, she reached the 3rd step and was at the peak of Nirvana Void. She was only 1 step from reaching Spirit Void. This was greatly related to the Sun and Moon sect fully developing her, but this also showed how important she was to the sect. The Golden Exalt head elder of the sect was in closed-door cultivation year-round. Rumor had it that she had the power of an Empyrean Exalt but had never gone to the Empyrean trial. This person had personally accepted this woman as her disciple, and every few years, she would come out to give this woman pointers. Sometimes, she would even bring this woman into closed-door cultivation with her. This woman was called the Saintess of the Sun and Moon sect. Many people looked up to her and, due to her beauty, she was loved by many of the disciples. However, This woman was simply too outstanding and her personality was simply too cold. Over the hundreds of years, she never chose a Tao partner. But the more she was like this, the more the disciples of the Sun and Moon sect looked up to her. In particular, the children of the elders and those disciples who felt qualified never stopped their pursuit of her. On this day, this woman named Qinghong left closed-door cultivation. The clouds outside were dark and thunder was rumbling as if it was going to rain. The thunder made her restless, as if something was going to happen. She stood outside her own cave as she looked at the dark clouds and the purplish-red light from the sun. There was confusion in her eyes. A beautiful butterfly flew from the distance while facing the violent wind. It floated before her and attracted her attention. She liked the color red and butterflies. The people in the sect only knew of her first like, but no one knew of the second. Looking at the flying butterfly, the confusion in the eyes of the beautiful woman became even stronger. Like the other people who had reincarnated, there was confusion in her dreams. She always felt like she didn't belong to this world. This feeling made her indifference extraordinary. Thunder rumbled and rain fell onto the earth, forming a curtain of rain. She was wearing a red dress that made her look like a red butterfly from a distance. She stood there with the butterfly before her and seemed like she was going to follow the wind and rain into some place unknown. "Red butterfly?" A soft voice came from behind the woman. Inside the rain curtain, the soft rain was like a gentle mutter. As the water scattered, the sound of the wind fused with it and formed a wisp of dream that came from a previous life. The butterfly around Qinghong landed in her hand, and she gently gave it shelter from the rain and wind. It was as if she was the red butterfly, but it was unknown who in this world could shelter her from the same wind and rain. She turned around and saw a stranger in white under the oil paper umbrella. "Red butterfly, that name is very beautiful." Qinghong looked at the white-haired youth and smiled. This smile was like a lonely rose in full bloom. "If you'd like, you can become Red Butterfly." Wang Lin looked at the beautiful woman. What happened back on planet Suzaku appeared in his eyes. The woman smiled slightly but didn't speak. She looked at Wang Lin. Their gazes met in the rain and lingered for a long time. Qinghong looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "I met you in my dream. When I became a third-step cultivator, I met you in my dream. Do you believe in reincarnation?" Wang Lin's gaze moved from the woman to the rain falling from the sky. "Do you believe in it?" the woman questioned back. Wang Lin's voice stopped, and after a long time he nodded. "I believe in it." The woman turned to look at the rain and softly said, "If even white-haired Ascendant Empyrean believes it, then I also believe it. I always felt like I was waiting for someone to give me an answer. When I reached the third step, I knew the person I was waiting for was you. Reincarnation, I always wondered if I had a previous life. Otherwise, why would I like red or butterflies? I also thought about why I would like something. It doesn't come from thin air, and if it's not this life, it's the previous life. I was called Red Butterfly in my previous life, correct?" The woman didn't turn her head and her voice was calm. "However, in my dreams of my previous life, there was another previous life. In that life I also saw you." Wang Lin was startled. Qinghong looked at the horizon as she said, "In that lifetime, I remember you asking me a question that I only got the answer to now. Do you want to hear it?" Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and said, "What question did I ask you? Do you want to keep your current life's memory or restore your previous life's memory?" Qinghong turned around and looked at Wang Lin. In her beautiful eyes, there was a light Wang Lin could not see through. Qinghong sounded emotional as she softly muttered, "A past life and the current life can coexist, but once the memories of the past are restored, the current life gains a lot of baggage. If it's not restored, then I won't know, and if I know, I can't forget it. That is my understanding." Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at the woman before him and asked, "How did you answer me then?" Qinghong's expression was complicated as she whispered, "Forget the past and only remember now. If I continue to persist time and time again, it will bring pain and confusion." "I understand." Wang Lin let out a sigh. He knew that Red Butterfly remembered something, but what she had said about the life before the previous life caused Wang Lin's heart to tremble. He thought about the dream Tao on planet Suzaku, where it was also in the curtain of rain that a woman appeared before him holding a baby girl. There was a red butterfly in the rain curtain, finding shelter from the rain under a leaf. As the woman was thinking of a name for the baby girl, he muttered the words, "Red Butterfly." Wang Lin silently pondered as he turned and walked into the distance. "I have already forgotten a lot about that life. I only remember you and this question, and another, he said something to you. I still remember that line." Qing Hong closed her eyes and her voice was soft. "What line?" Wang Lin didn't pause as he walked into the rain. "Heart's dead. Already forgotten." Inside the rain, Wang Lin's body trembled and he suddenly turned around. He was filled with shock. This shock came from his soul. The oil paper umbrella in his hand fell on the ground and was soaked in the rain. Emoji. Planet Suzaku appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. When he was a low-level cultivator, it was also during a rainy night that he met a bald man whose eyes were filled with confusion. He looked at Wang Lin and said one line. "This rain is born in the sky and dies on the earth. The process in between is life. Heart's dead. Already forgotten." These words echoed in Wang Lin's mind, and the gaze of the bald man appeared clearly in his mind. Wang Lin could not understand it before, but, looking back now, he could clearly feel the pain and sorrow. Wang Lin left with confusion and the answer he wasn't willing to think about. Qing Hong looked at where Wang Lin had gone and stood there for a long time. It wasn't until the rain had disappeared that she opened her hands. The butterfly circled her a few times before flying off into the distance. "When will you forget? Perhaps you would never choose this." Qing Hong lowered her head and walked into her cave, lonely and crestfallen. Wang Lin silently pondered. Reincarnation. When I unlocked the memories of the people in reincarnation, I didn't wonder if I'm also in a reincarnation. If I'm really inside a reincarnation cycle, then who will unlock my memories? When Wang Lin thought of this, he laughed and continued to laugh until tears fell. Reincarnation. This is reincarnation. But even if I'm inside a reincarnation, I'll never choose to forget. Never. Wang Lin laughed. He suddenly thought of the figure that was roaring at the sky that he saw during his ancient Tao 3 soul splits. The words from that figure echoed in his ears once more. Heaven and earth. What's the point of being at the top of the heavens and earth? What's the point of being worshipped by all? What's the point of passing endless scriptures? If the world is like this, why not destroy it? If all life is like this, why not disappear? If the scriptures are like this, why not end it? Since it's like this, I'll use my own method to make the sky close its eyes, to make the earth sleep, to make the underworld river flow backwards, to make reincarnation stop, to make the world no longer exist. Wang Lin muttered these words as they echoed in his ears. This voice grew louder and louder until the sky shook, the earth trembled, and a storm was set off on the immortal astral continent. At the celestial clan's eastern continent, in the southwest part of the Linhua continent, there was a large city. This city looked like a giant beast laying there and gave off a majestic aura. In a remote location of the city, there was a blacksmith shop. Business here was good enough for the family to live well. This was because the owner of the shop treated his work very seriously and had gained a good reputation over the years. The master was a burly man who looked to be around 30 years ago. He was very strong and his upper body was exposed as he hammered the iron. Sounds of metal colliding came from the shop. The backyard of the shop was where the family lived. The burly man had a beautiful wife and an 8-year-old daughter. The little girl was in the shop and didn't mind the heat. She would often bring the man towels to wipe away the sweat. Whenever that happened, the burly man would reveal a happy smile. He was very satisfied with his current life. Although it was simple, he was very content with his lovely daughter and loving life. He wanted to do his best for his family, to make their lives better and his daughter's future better. In order to achieve this goal, he worked hard as a blacksmith and did everything seriously. His life was simple, but there was a warmth he cherished. He had been born in this city and had a lot of playmates he had grown up with. Although they all had their own families, they would often drink together, laugh together, and recall the past together. At night, when he was asleep, he would have a dream. In the dream, he swept across the world. He seemed to be a celestial emperor who led people to fight against his enemies. In the dream, there was separation, blood, and sorrow. In the dream, he also had a daughter named Shuang, the same name as his current daughter. However, this dream was not real. Whenever he woke up from the dream, he would look lost and look out the window at the night sky. His heart desired for everything in the dream, but when he looked at his sleeping wife and his 8-year-old daughter, who still didn't dare to sleep alone, he would smile and forget everything about the dream. If he had a choice, he would choose his own family and not the life in his dream. He didn't know that there was someone looking at him from the night sky as he looked at his family. Wang Lin looked at the blacksmith's family. He could feel Qing Lin's happiness and satisfaction. Qing Lin was a celestial emperor in the cave world, and now he had been reincarnated as a mortal, but he had obtained happiness and warmth. Wang Lin was very envious as he looked at Qing Lin, and after a long time he left. Like Red Butterfly, his choice is to forget the past, forget his previous life and become immersed in his current life, going through the cycle again and again and cherishing each time. Their choices are the right ones. My choice is also the right one, Wang Lin muttered to himself. Wang Lin found all the old friends beside Li Qianmei and Qing Shui. He either released their memories or allowed them to choose to forget. Wang Lin had nothing to tie him to the immortal astral continent anymore. Before going to the heavenly bull continent, he went to see Zhou Yi and Qing Shuang once more. From far away, he saw Zhou Yi's happy smile. Wang Lin smiled as well. He felt happy for Zhou Yi. The thousands of years of bitter love was now complete. When Wang Lin saw this, he took out a jug of wine and drank a big mouthful. This was wine he had gotten from Situ Nan and was a substitute for Zhou Yi and Qing Shuang's wedding wine. He also went to the ancestral city, and there he saw Hai Zi. However, he only looked from a distance and left. The heavenly bull continent, the place he first appeared in when he came out of the cave world. After so many years, he was now back again. He walked on this familiar continent, passing by the Great Soul sect and the Guei sect. The familiar scenes made him remember the past. At the center of the heavenly bull continent, where the mountain range extend endlessly, Wang Lin silently looked at the earth below. Wang Lin looked at the earth below and slowly said, "Heavenly bull, back then, your soul armor helped me through several crises. I, Wang Lin, always repay those that help me. Today, I'll release the celestial ancestor's soul and let you regain your freedom. But your body has already become the earth and can't be recovered. I'll release the soul on your seal and let it form an origin soul so you can leave the immortal astral continent. Are you willing?" His voice was not loud and didn't spread in all directions. But as his words echoed, the earth began to tremble. Thunderous rumbles echoed as an earth aura rushed out and a giant shadow appeared above the mountain range. The shadow was a heavenly bull, and its body was very large. It looked like it could support the world. Wang Lin looked extremely small before it, but the huge heavenly bull revealed a respectful expression as it knelt before Wang Lin. "Thanks, I'm willing." A buzzing sound echoed, and it was filled with excitement and longing. It had been sealed for far too long and made the heavenly bull filled with endless gratitude toward Wang Lin. "No need to thank me. You helped me before, and I'm merely repaying you." Wang Lin looked at the heavenly bull and pointed at it. The heavenly bull trembled and revealed a painful expression. A large amount of runes appeared around his body, and the lines of the runes seemed to take root in the heavenly bull's body. The lines of the runes all connected to form a heart-like object. It was constantly beating. This was the core of the seal of the heavenly bull. Looking at the heart-like object made of lines, Wang Lin pointed at it. All the runes around the heavenly bull collapsed. After they collapsed, the heart-like object inside the heavenly bull suddenly shrank. A moment later, when it was only the size of a fingernail, it turned into a ray of ghostly light and flew out of the heavenly bull. It landed in Wang Lin's hand and he crushed it. The heavenly bull's soul let out a roar at the sky, and then it turned into ripples that echoed across the sky. The soul shot into the sky, and when it was at the edge of the world, it turned around. It knelt toward Wang Lin once more and then disappeared like a meteor. After the heavenly bull's soul left, the heavenly bull continent seemed different, but this was really difficult to detect. Wang Lin looked at where the heavenly bull had disappeared and walked toward the Seven Dao sect. Seven Dao sect, the location of the cave world. The mountain was surrounded by fog, making it so one couldn't see too far. It was completely deserted, and no one had been there in a long time. However, there was a figure below the mountain looking up. This was a middle-aged man in blue. He was looking at the fog and could vaguely see the ruins behind it. The man revealed a complicated expression and muttered to himself, "Seven Dao sect. I have finally arrived here." The middle-aged man bitterly shook his head and walked up the broken road. He walked very slowly, as if he wanted to remember every blade of grass and tree. After he penetrated the fog and arrived at the top of the mountain, he saw the Seven Dao sect's pavilions. The man's eyes were filled with confusion. He looked at everything before him for a long time before he let out a sigh. He walked through the broken sect until he arrived at the huge stone door in the back mountain. The door was connected to the mountain and was completely sealed. There was moss growing on it, creating the smell of decay. The middle-aged man closed his eyes before the stone gate. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at the door and bitterly muttered to himself, "The cave world's gate. Behind the gate is the cave world. I reincarnated from there." The man sighed. After regaining his memories of his previous life, he left his sect. He followed a feeling he had to arrive here. He arrived at the Seven Dao sect, before the gate to the cave world. His body trembled slightly as he closed in on the gate and gently touched it. After a long time, he revealed a determined gaze and turned around to leave. But just as he turned, he suddenly stopped. Behind him, he saw a smiling Wang Lin in white. Wang Lin whispered, "Senior brother." Wang Lin, the middle-aged man, was Qing Shui. After he recovered his memories, the mark on him had become very faint. If more time passed, it would dissipate completely. Qing Shui looked at Wang Lin and began to laugh. His laughter became louder and louder as joy filled his heart. He walked up to hug Wang Lin, and Wang Lin laughed as well. They sat down before the gate and Wang Lin took out wine to drink with Qing Shui. They forgot about the passage of time. They drank as they talked about each other's experiences. They smiled but also shed tears. This pair of apprentice brothers from the cave world reunited at the cave world. When Wang Lin brought up the matter with Red Butterfly, Qing Shui was startled. He bitterly drank a large mouthful of wine. The matters of the past, if they're forgotten, then let them be forgotten. Since coming to the immortal astral continent, everyone can make their own decision. However, my choice is to not forget. Perhaps there is a method for me to revive Han Yen here. There must be. Qing Shui muttered to himself. Not even Wang Lin could revive someone who had been dead for so long and whose soul no longer even existed. However, Wang Lin didn't tell Qing Shui this. If there was not even hope, then perhaps only despair remained. When the early morning sun penetrated through the fog, Qing Shui left. Since he had chosen not to forget, then he naturally didn't want to return to the cave world. He just wanted to come see the Seven Dao sect where the cave world was. Now that he had fulfilled his wish and met Wang Lin, he was full of joy. Next, he was going to pursue his dream. Even if it took him a lifetime, even if it took many reincarnation cycles, he would still persist. Wang Lin watched Qing Shui walk into the distance and disappear. He then stood before the gate and revealed a complicated expression. Out of all the old friends, only 13 had chosen to follow Wang Lin back into the cave world. For 13, following his teacher was the only thing he wanted. The others had their own responsibilities. Many of them had chosen to forget their previous lives and start anew. Wang Lin opened the gate to the cave world. When the gate opened, a powerful light shined, and he disappeared into the light. The gate closed once more. The Seven Dao sect was still surrounded by fog. It was a ruin that no one cared about. Cave world. The barrier between the inner and outer realms was very strong. In these hundreds of years, the outer realm had launched a shocking attack but didn't have the power to break in. Wang Lin's name had already become a legend in the cave world, an unreal existence. Many people remembered him, but even more people had forgotten him. Even the cultivators of the inner realm were the same. Only the statue on planet Suzaku, a holy land, remained, and his legends would occasionally be brought up. Aside from this place, there was another place where the story of Wang Lin continued. That was the new celestial realm. A large amount of cultivators had migrated from the 4 major star systems to the new celestial realm created by Wang Lin. Most were cultivators who had survived the war against the outer realm. Many of them had seen Wang Lin, and some had even seen Wang Lin battle in the war. Mu Bingmei hadn't left. She had chosen to stay in the cave world, stay in the new celestial realm. She was waiting for a certain someone to return one day. Tao Master Blue Dream also hadn't left. As the strongest person of the new celestial realm, he remained to protect it. There were people like Master South Cloud, who had also chosen not to leave. However, at this moment the new celestial realm was very gloomy. It was as if a dark cloud was looming over them, making the cultivators of the new celestial realm remain silent. Tao Master Blue Dream was seriously injured. Master South Cloud's body had collapsed. Only his origin soul remained. The sky of the celestial realm was blood red, and there were flashes of shadows revealing ferocious expressions. It was as if there was a large amount of ghosts inside the blood color. Teacher gave you all 5 days to choose. Now 3 days have passed and only 2 days remain. I hope you all will choose wisely and join my Scarlet Soul sect. Otherwise, die. In the blood-red sky there was a young man dressed in a red robe. He spoke gloomily to the many cultivators below. As for you, Mu Bingmei, you only have 2 days left. In 2 days, once the formation around the new celestial realm is broken, either you become my Tao partner or I'll slaughter planet Suzaku and destroy that whatever person named Lin's statue. Master South Cloud only had his origin soul left as he stared at the young man in the blood light. As he listened to the young man talk, he let out a laugh filled with sorrow. 2 days. Ever since the celestial realm was created by Wang Lin, all the people that have lived here were survivors of the war against the outer realm. There is a saying in the inner realm. Have you heard it? Master South Cloud roared, and all the cultivators suddenly looked up. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. The voices of the cultivators formed a sound wave and blasted into the air. It blew away some of the blood light, revealing tens of thousands of blood-robed figures. Behind those figures was a dense blood mist. The blood mist seemed to churn, and a person was sitting inside. Old fellow, you're courting death. When the formation is broken in 2 days, this young lord will ask teacher to give me your origin soul. I want to experience what the origin soul of a third-step cultivator tastes like. The young man's expression changed, and there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Master South Cloud roared, "What is there to fear about death? The creator of the celestial realm, Wang Lin, will come back one day. When he comes back, I want to see how a mere Scarlet Soul sect and Master Scarlet Soul will resist." Beside Master South Cloud sat Tao Master Blue Dream. His face was pale and he was cultivating to recover. Wang Lin? Fortunately, that person is gone. Otherwise, he would be a mere ant before teacher. The formation around the celestial realm was set by Wang Lin, but it's going to be broken by teacher anyways. If not for the fact that teacher wants the celestial realm to remain whole, teacher would have crushed the entire place already. The youth sneered. This was just a shadow, not his body. As he laughed, his figure disappeared into the blood light. The formation Wang Lin had set up around the celestial realm was covered in bloodlight, which was corroding the formation. Most of it was already broken, and it would only be 2 more days before it was completely broken. Tens of thousands of blood-colored figures were floating like puppets outside the celestial realm. They released large amounts of red mist that entered the blood-colored light. Behind these figures, there was a large cloud of blood-colored mist, and sitting inside the mist was an old man in a red robe. Even his hair was red. His hands were forming seals, constantly sending out runes to make the formation around the celestial realm break even faster. This Wang Lin indeed had some skills. The restrictions he set will take me a few days to break. This restriction is also bizarre and contains a trace of a terrifying aura. I feel like there would be a shocking change if I used my full force to break it. However, as long as I don't break it by force and invade with the blood mist instead, it will be safe. Fortunately, there isn't a lot of this aura. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to break the formation. The red-haired old man was Master Scarlet Soul. Back then, when Wang Lin had faced the Sovereign's life or death trap, Wang Lin had released a soul sealed by Yemo. The soul had broken free from the trap and escaped. Now he had recovered his cultivation and obtained a body. After Wang Lin had been gone for many years, he created the Scarlet Soul sect. He had used his powerful cultivation to seriously injure Dao Master Blue Dream. Then he destroyed Master South Cloud's body. He stared at the earth of the celestial realm and revealed a cruel expression. Almost all the powerful people of the inner realm are concentrated here at the celestial realm. Before my cultivation recovered, I wasn't confident in breaking the formation, but now the formation will break in 2 days. All these people will become my food, and after devouring their blood essence, my cultivation level will increase to Golden Exalt. Haha, once I become a Golden Exalt, even when I return to the immortal astral continent, I can become the head elder of a sect and will even have a chance to become an Empyrean Exalt. Master Scarlet Soul's eyes were filled with excitement. He knew that there were very few Empyrean Exalts on the immortal astral continent, only a few hundred at the most. Once he became an Empyrean Exalt, he could follow a Grand Empyrean. And at that time, as a cultivator who followed one of the Grand Empyreans, he would be famous across the immortal astral continent. If I follow one of the 5 Grand Empyreans, I could definitely choose the Celestial Emperor. Unfortunately, there are many powerful people under the Celestial Emperor and he might not want me. However, even if I can't follow the Celestial Emperor, I can still follow Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi cares a lot about Empyrean Exalts, so if I wish it, he will definitely accept me. With Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's protection, even if that Wang Lin finds out about this, I won't be afraid. If his cultivation level is lower, I'll absorb all his blood essence and make myself stronger. If his cultivation level is similar to or higher than mine, although it's not likely, I'll still have Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's protection. I don't believe he would dare to not yield before Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. Perhaps his heart will tremble, and he will kneel in worship the moment he sees Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. After all, before Grand Empyreans, all cultivators are mere ants. This Master Scarlet Soul had considered future matters very careful. After making sure nothing could go wrong, he laughed loudly. Teacher. As he laughed, there was another person sitting in the blood mist beside him. It was a young man, and at this moment the young man opened his eyes. The young man respectfully bowed at Master Scarlet Soul. He was the shadow that had spoken to the people in the celestial realm. Master Scarlet Soul laughed and looked at the youth beside him. This youth was someone he had met in the cave world that was very suited to become his disciple. The youth's talent was very good and, most interestingly, he had found him on planet Suzaku. This youth was said to be Wang Lin's descendant after an unknown amount of generations. The youth revealed a cruel smile and respectfully said, Teacher, they still haven't given up. They are still sending out cultivators to reinforce the formation. In particular, that Master South Cloud is despicable. Teacher, after you break the formation, give me Master South Cloud's soul so disciple can torture him properly. A mere Master South Cloud? I'll give him to you. Master Scarlet Soul was very pleased when he saw his disciple's cruel expression. He wanted a disciple like this. Master Scarlet Soul slowly said, But that Mu Bing Mei. The young man respectfully said, If teacher wants that woman, disciple will offer her with both hands. She is the ancestor's lover. Master Scarlet Soul revealed a mocking expression. He found this very interesting. He even wondered what expression Wang Lin would make if he learned about this in the future. The youth respectfully said, So what? Although disciple is named Wang, Wang Lin has left the cave world. and whether he is dead or alive is unknown. Since he left his lover behind, might as well let me enjoy her to resolve my loneliness. Isn't that what teacher always tells me? Yemo is dead, but since you've obtained his inheritance, Wang Lin, you can inherit my hatred as well. Master Scarlet Soul laughed, and there was a flash of viciousness in his eyes. Master Scarlet Soul smiled and said, "There is no need. This Mu Bingmei is someone teacher personally chose for you, so how could teacher rob her from you? However, teacher is going to play with her for a bit. Once I'm tired of her, I'll naturally give her to you. As it should be. Thank you, teacher." The youth nodded with a smile. "Okay. Let's wait 2 more days." Master Scarlet Soul's eyes lit up and his hands formed seals. The blood mist churned as the tens of thousands of blood puppets released even stronger blood-colored light. This made the formation around the celestial realm even weaker. At this moment, as Master Scarlet Soul continued to use the blood light to corrode the formation in the celestial realm, there was a woman in white standing on a tall peak. This woman was an absolute beauty. Forget the cave world. Not even anyone on the immortal astral continent could compare to her beauty. Her beauty almost didn't seem to belong to this world. The wind blew, carrying the smell of blood. It lifted her hair and revealed a breathtakingly beautiful face that was very calm at this moment. However, deep inside this calmness, there was a trace of confusion and bitterness others could not see. She used her strong determination as a shell to wrap the bitterness and confusion deep inside her heart. "Your Holiness?" Behind her stood an old man. He looked at the woman before him anxiously. "The formation can last 2 more days at most." Mu Bingmei looked at the sky and softly said, "I know. Let me have some time alone." The old man hesitated before he let out a sigh and retreated. Mu Bingmei was the only one left on the mountain. She silently stood there and raised her right hand, and in her hand was a crystal sword. It was something Wang Lin had left with her. It was formed by his essences and contained his ancient aura. "If I'm still alive, I'll greet you," Mu Bingmei muttered. This what she had said to Wang Lin when he left. "If I'm no longer alive." Mu Bingmei's eyes were filled with sorrow. She looked at the sword in her hand and tears formed. "Wang Lin, where are you?" Mu Bingmei's tears fell and landed on the crystal sword. They created a soft sound and flowed down the blade. As Mu Bingmei muttered this, there was a flash of light in the calm and dark space in the direction of all heaven. The light turned into a gate and a person walked out. White robe, white hair. Wang Lin. "This place is..." Wang Lin looked around and revealed a smile. "All heaven." His smile revealed joy from his heart. The familiar aura here allowed him to know that he was home. His divine sense subconsciously spread out in all directions. "I wonder what the celestial realm is like. Have there been any big changes since I left?" "Those old friend and Wang Lin muttered, but his words suddenly stopped. He stared at the direction of the celestial realm, and the smile on his face was replaced by intense coldness and monstrous killing intent. This was the first full eruption of his killing intent after becoming the strongest person on the immortal astral continent. "Master Scarlet Soul." Wang Lin let out a cold snort. Right now, he clearly noticed everything that was going on outside the celestial realm. He saw Master Scarlet Soul's face and the youth, from whom he vaguely felt some bloodline connection to. He also saw the formation outside the celestial realm being corroded by the bloodlight. Seeing how much the formation was corroded, it should dissipate in about 2 days. When Master Scarlet Soul was released by Wang Lin, although he was weak, he was still too powerful for Wang Lin. Now he had recovered to his peak, but before Wang Lin he was as weak as an ant. This ant was someone he could crush countless times with a point of his finger. With a cold snort, Wang Lin stepped forward and disappeared from all heaven. After he disappeared, the gate made of light disappeared as if it had never been there. When Wang Lin reappeared, he didn't appear near Master Scarlet Soul, but in the familiar celestial realm. No one in the celestial realm noticed his arrival. There was no need to talk about Master Scarlet Soul outside. The sky of the celestial realm was no longer blue like before, but blood red. It was very heavy and suppressing. However, aside from the color of the sky, the pavilions, mountains, and rivers sketched out the beauty of the celestial realm. Compared to when Wang Lin left, some places were familiar, but other places were completely unfamiliar. Looking around, Wang Lin waved his right hand. 3 rays of light appeared, revealing 3 people before Wang Lin. It was Su Ligua, Lu Jinbiao, and the only disciple to follow Wang Lin back into the cave world, 13. 13 was not ordinary. When he looked around and saw the red mist, he was confused for a moment but soon recovered. He bowed at Wang Lin and silently stood beside him. For him, whether it was the immortal astral continent or the cave world, as long as he could be with his teacher, there was no difference. Compared to him, Lu Jinbiao and Su Ligua both had strange expressions. After looking around, they both looked at each other with mischievous eyes. Wang Lin could see that the two of them felt very proud and lofty. It was like someone feeling extremely proud when they returned to their hometown from a bigger place. It was clearly written on their faces that, "See, I went to the immortal astral continent. In that place, I'm the boss." Wang Lin looked at the sky and said, "We are home. You guys can do as you will. I'm going to see some old friends." Then he flew away with one step. When Wang Lin entered the celestial realm, he had already swept everyone with his divine sense. He saw a lot, including Mu Bingmei. Mu Bingmei was standing on the mountain, seeming as if she was going to be blown away with the wind. She bit her lower lip, and after a long time, she let out a sigh. She stroked the crystal sword in her hand and revealed a look of absolute determination as if she had made some kind of decision. She clenched the sword in her hand as she looked at the blood-colored sky and turned to leave. However, when she turned, Mu Bingmei was completely shocked. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at the figure behind her that was looking at her. It was a young man wearing white with a head of white hair. There was a sense of familiarity in this unfamiliar figure. The two of them looked at each other under this blood-colored sky, with the mountain as the background, the wind as music, and the sky as the base that held everything together. As Wang Lin looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar woman, he felt complicated. This complicated feeling had accompanied him for a long time. The Hong Yu sect appeared before his eyes, along with the bright, young girl. Then, in the Suzaku tomb, that suffocatingly beautiful figure. This figure changed again and again, to the moment at the All-Heaven star system, to Wang Ping's bitter roar, until it fixed on the moment that Wang Lin left the cave world. He saw his memories like a painting. On that day, a light shower rained down on the celestial realm. In the rain, a woman in white drifted over like a willow leaf. In the rain, there was a beautiful woman with an umbrella. She had long, black hair and looked like a painting of an otherworldly being. Her arrival made the world quiet, and only the sound of the rain remained. There was a strange force in the air that seemed to make one forget about everything but the beautiful figure in the hazy mist of rain. "If I'm still alive, I'll return." Wang Lin looked at the woman before him. Her figure overlapped with his memory and slowly melted in his heart. Mu Bingmei didn't dare to believe what she was seeing. She was completely startled. In a trance, Wang Lin's white-haired figure became even more profound, until it fused with her memory and also melted in her heart. In an instant, she seemed to see the Hong Yu sect from thousands of years ago. Among the many people, there was only one youth who hadn't become obsessed because of her beauty. She saw the figure that was stopped by her in the Suzaku tomb and coldly stared at her. And in all heaven, the man who let out a miserable roar after learning that her avatar had died, and his gaze filled with sorrow. In the end, the images before her stopped at the moment when the man left the cave world. Rain fell on that day, giving off a parting feeling. In the rain, Wang Lin's figure was very strange, to the point of making her heart ache. As her heart ached, she saw his indifferent expression become soft. She knew that this was because they were parting ways and that perhaps he would not come back. "If I'm still alive, I'll greet you." Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip as tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. After Wang Lin left the cave world, she had never been this vulnerable. Wang Lin looked at the beautiful woman and revealed a gentle smile. He let out a sigh as he walked up to Mu Bingmei and they looked at the blood-colored sky together. Wang Lin softly said, "After leaving the cave world, while I was on the immortal astral continent, there was something I always wanted to say. Now that I'm back, there is someone to listen." Mu Bingmei nodded. Her heart was throbbing. She still found it difficult to believe and didn't know what to say. After hearing Wang Lin's words, she became extremely nervous. This kind of thing was extremely rare for someone as strong-willed as her, who was once the saintess of the brilliant void realm and was now the saintess of the celestial realm. It was as if aside from Wang Lin, no other man could make her feel panic like right now. Perhaps if there was someone else, it would be Wang Ping. Her right hand gripped the sword and her left hand unconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes. Her fingers were pale. "Lu Mei." Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the blood-colored sky and gently spoke to Mu Bingmei. "Don't say it. I don't want to listen." Mu Bingmei's body trembled and she instantly turned pale. The sword in her hand fell as she retreated. At this moment, she looked so helpless and fragile, as if a gust of wood could blow her away. Her face revealed sorrow and, along with the tears, revealed a show of weakness that was breathtaking. "I don't want to listen. Wang Lin, I don't want to listen." Even more tears appeared from the corners of Mu Bingmei's eyes. The tears flowed down her cheeks and fell on her clothes. Wang Lin looked at Mu Bingmei, at her fragile appearance and the confusion in her helpless gaze. He let out a sigh. "Aside from meeting old friends, I came back this time to settle the matter between us. I have found a way to resurrect Wang Er, and once I leave, I'm going to resurrect her." Tears flowed down from Mu Bingmei's eyes. With how smart she was, how could she not know what Wang Lin wanted to say? Her pale face revealed a bitter expression. "Lu Mei, let the past be the past. I am also responsible for the mistake back then. Let's leave our memories to the dust. You told me you wanted to see Wang Ping." Wang Lin looked down at Mu Bingmei and softly said, "I came back this time to resolve the matter in your heart. Wang Ping needs a mother. I'll perform my dream Tao, where you, me, and Ping Er will complete a reincarnation cycle to the end. This will let Ping Er see his mother. Let you have no regrets, and let me have no regrets either." Mu Bingmei silently pondered. After a long time, she wiped away her tears and looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze as she nodded. "You'll accompany me for a lifetime, 100 years, in the dream world to resolve everything. So now you're my husband, right?" Mu Bingmei muttered. Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he nodded. Mu Bingmei revealed a smile. It was a smile with tears. She gently walked up to Wang Lin, hugged him, and fell into his arms. Wang Lin gently hugged Mu Bingmei. The fragrance coming from her body was intoxicating. This was the first time they had truly embraced, the first time they had put down all complex feelings to spend 100 years to resolve this wrong or ill-fated relationship. The two of them hugged on the mountain under the blood-colored sky and time gradually passed. After one day, the blood color in the sky became even stronger. At this point, thin cracks appeared on the formation, signaling that it was ready to collapse. Wang Lin left the mountain with Mu Bingmei. Master South Cloud saw Wang Lin. Tao Master Blue Dream also saw Wang Lin. In the celestial realm, everyone who had met Wang Lin saw the white-haired and white-robed figure, the Lord of the Seal Realm. Although some of the cultivators that had entered the celestial realm later hadn't seen Wang Lin, they had heard many rumors around him. Now that they were seeing him, the entire celestial realm seemed to boil up. The feelings of suppression and panic instantly disappeared. Master South Cloud only had his origin soul, and with Wang Lin's current cultivation level, he could gather the power of the world to make him a new body. Master South Cloud could fuse with this body and feel no discomfort. Tao Master Blue Dream hesitated as he looked at Wang Lin, but he didn't speak. He was waiting for Wang Lin to condense a new body for Master South Cloud before he tried to speak. But in the end, he let out a sigh. Wang Lin smiled and greeted all the familiar people. He also saw Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao pulling some cultivators and talking about something. The finger-long sea dragon on Lu Jinbiao's shoulder looked very bored. When a cultivator tried to touch it, it bared its teeth and the cultivator laughed. 13 still liked to be alone. He was sitting not far away and could occasionally open his eyes to look at Wang Lin respectfully. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and walked toward Dao Master Blue Dream alone. Dao Master Blue Dream's face was still pale. It was clear that his earlier injuries were very serious. Wang Lin pointed at Dao Master Blue Dream. The power of the world gathered and rushed into Dao Master Blue Dream's body, causing his injuries to rapidly recover. A moment later, Dao Master Blue Dream's face was no longer pale. He took a deep breath and nodded at Wang Lin. Dao Master Blue Dream slowly asked, "Is my daughter doing well?" Wang Lin silently pondered and sat down before Dao Master Blue Dream. Seeing Wang Lin's expression, Dao Master Blue Dream's heart fell, and his face turned pale once more. "What happened? Wang Lin, tell me. I could not find her after she reincarnated," Wang Lin said bitterly. Although he was the strongest person on the immortal astral continent, he was still respectful to Dao Master Blue Dream because he had helped in the past and was Li Qianmei's father. Dao Master Blue Dream closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Didn't find her? She went to the immortal astral continent because of you and you didn't find her. Didn't find her." Dao Master Blue Dream opened his eyes and began to laugh. This laughter was filled with disappointment and anger. Just at this moment, a rumble came from the blood-colored sky. The many cracks in the sky showed signs of collapsing, and an arrogant laughter came from above. All you cave world cultivators stubbornly resisted, thinking this formation could block this old man. Now the formation is about to be broken. Just wait for this old man to come in, and all of you will become food for my cultivation. The voice was weak at the beginning, but as it continued, it became like a thunderous rumble that echoed across the celestial realm. Everyone looked up at the sky. No one at the celestial realm knew Wang Lin's specific cultivation level, but since Wang Lin could appear here without Master Scarlet Soul, knowing that meant that his cultivation level was not average. However, no one knew whether Wang Lin could defeat Master Scarlet Soul. Master South Cloud's expression was relaxed. He was not worried at all. From how Wang Lin could a new body for him with a casual wave of his hand, he knew how powerful Wang Lin was. In particular, when he saw the contempt in Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao's eyes, and that even the small snake on Lu Jinbiao's shoulder had the same expression, he was certain of his speculation. Not far away, 13 looked at the sky with an indifferent expression, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Her mark disappeared, so she should have recovered her memories. I looked for a long time, but I couldn't find her. However, I can feel that she is somewhere on the immortal astral continent, and now I'm searching for her. Wang Lin ignored the rumble from the sky as he looked at Dao Master Blue Dream and spoke bitterly. As long as she reveals a hint of her aura, I can detect her. Even though I have returned to the cave world, I can still sense her aura, Wang Lin murmured. Li Qianmei was special to him. Although she wasn't the same as Li Muwen, she was the second woman to walk into his heart. However, I can feel that she is intentionally avoiding me and doesn't want me to find her. Wang Lin closed his eyes. His heart felt very painful. This pain was not as strong as missing Li Muwen, but it was still heart-wrenching. He still remembered the words Li Qianmei had muttered to him with an indescribable emotion. Wang Lin, don't understand feelings. Looking at Wang Lin's face and listening to his words, Dao Master Blue Dream silently pondered. He knew what Wang Lin was feeling, and he understood his own daughter. The sky rumbled and began to collapse on a wide scale, revealing a hole. The blood color spread as more holes appeared and laughter echoed across the entire celestial realm. The sky collapsed and countless cracks appeared. After several days, Master Scarlet Soul had finally corroded an opening in the formation. The formation continued to fall, and soon, the celestial realm would have no protection. This laughter was filled with arrogance and sounded heaven-shattering. Blood figures flew out from the hole and filled the sky. The blood figures were those puppets. They appeared in the sky and stared at the people below with indifferent expressions. As the blood figures appeared, A youth wearing red walked out of the hole. He looked arrogant and was filled with killing intent. After he appeared, his voice echoed across the world. Your weak formation was destroyed by my teacher. You lowly cultivators, I want to see how you will resist this time. Mu Bingmei, once my teacher has his fun with you, I'll let you know the difference between me and that Wang Lin. The youth laughed hysterically as he walked out. He looked down, but this caused his words to suddenly stop. He saw Master South Cloud sneering at him, and Master South Cloud had a body. He saw the beautiful Mu Bingmei. She was looking at him coldly, as if she was looking at a dead person. What shook his heart even more was the young man in white sitting before Tao Master Blue Dream. The youth didn't look at him directly, but when he saw this person, his body trembled. This person looked a bit familiar. The mind of the young man in red rumbled as if thunder had exploded in his mind. He could hardly believe his own eyes. This person looked exactly the same as the statue he had seen on planet Suzaku when he was young. Ancestor. He seemed to have gone crazy. He refused to believe that the person before him was his ancestor Wang Lin. However, the trembling in his soul clearly told him that the white-haired youth was planet Suzaku's ancestor. The Lord of the Sealed Realm from back then, Wang Lin. So what if it really is him? He is not teacher's match. The young man's expression changed as took a deep breath. He subconsciously retreated and his eyes narrowed. Interesting, you actually found someone so similar. Do you think that with him? Before he could finish speaking, the white-haired youth in white looked up at him. Those eyes were completely calm, but they made his body tremble. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and calmly said, 13. Kill him. Not far away, there was a flash of coldness in 13's eyes and he moved without hesitation. As he walked into the sky, he waved his right hand and smoke appeared. It was the extreme fire Tao of the 8 extreme Tao. For his disciple 13, Wang Lin had chosen spells that were suitable for him. He had also extracted power of the world to increase 13's cultivation level greatly. Others couldn't do this, but as someone who was half a step into the heaven trampling stage and was comparable to the ancient ancestor and celestial ancestor, this matter was not difficult. Under the gazes of the countless cultivators of the celestial realm, 13 flew up with an indifferent gaze. Smoke surrounded him, forming rings, and created a raging fire in the sky. Under this raging fire, all the blood puppets collapsed without any power to resist. A miserable scream echoed from the sea of fire before 13 walked out holding a head filled with despair. The fire in the sky instantly disappeared after 13 left. The sky was still red, but it was a lot less intense. An old man was revealed to be at the whole of the formation, and he stared at Wang Lin dumbfoundedly. Wang Lin! The old man was filled with disbelief, but he soon turned fierce. His void, turbulent cultivation suddenly erupted, causing the sky to shake and the earth to tremble. You actually came back to the cave world. But even though you came back, you're still an ant before this old man. The old man was Master Scarlet Soul. After he spoke, he flew like a ray of light toward Wang Lin. From his point of view, Wang Lin's cultivation was like a cloud of fog, but he thought Wang Lin had some treasures to hide his cultivation level. This kind of thing was common on the immortal astral continent. He was completely confident in his void, turbulent cultivation. Wang Lin calmly watched Master Scarlet Soul charging at him. Before Wang Lin did anything, the small snake on Li Jinbiao's shoulder suddenly shined brightly and let out a heaven-shattering roar. The roar shook the world and caused the ears of all the celestial realm cultivators to rumble. Master Scarlet Soul's body trembled and he stopped as he stared below like a wooden chicken. This is... The little snake quickly flew up and rapidly expanded under the dumbfounded gazes of all the cultivators. It quickly recovered to its original size of a giant sea dragon and roared at the startled Master Scarlet Soul. Golden, exalt, sea dragon. Master Scarlet Soul felt like he was dreaming. Master Scarlet Soul came from the immortal astral continent, so he knew about cultivators far beyond the level of a cave world. Golden exalts, Empyrean exalts, Ascendant Empyreans, and the 9 peak existences on the immortal astral continent, the Grand Empyreans. on the immortal astral continent with his cultivation level, he would be very respectful if he met a golden exalt. After all, golden exalts were very powerful, and they were grand elder characters even in powerful sections. It could be said that the golden exalts determined the power of a sect. Master Scarlet Soul's dream was to become a golden exalt cultivator. He wanted to break the formation around the celestial realm for this goal. He wanted to devour the celestial realm and absorb their blood to make a breakthrough. However, he had just seen the small snake turn into a giant sea dragon. This made Master Scarlet Soul's mind go totally blank. The pressure from the sea dragon was enough to make the celestial realm tremble. Most people here felt their hearts tremble and even wanted to worship the dragon. Golden exalt. This is a golden exalt. Master Scarlet Soul's eyes were dull. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. A rare golden exalt existence. But this was a golden exalt beast, which was even more rare, and now one had appeared before him in the cave world. This absurd feeling almost drove Master Scarlet Soul insane. The golden exalt sea dragon moved and its eyes revealed a ferocious gaze. It stared at Master Scarlet Soul and let out a roar. This roar made Master Scarlet Soul's body tremble violently. His origin soul became unstable and he felt like it was going to collapse. This clearly told him that this sea dragon was a golden exalt existence. Master Scarlet Soul subconsciously retreated a few steps and sweat appeared on his forehead. He could not imagine why Wang Lin had a golden exalt sea dragon with him. This was already beyond his imagination. Felt like everything was just a dream. As he retreated, he suddenly thought of something. The appearance of the sea dragon didn't come from Wang Lin, but the shoulder of a cultivator with an otherworldly aura. It isn't that this Wang Lin is strong. There is no pressure or fluctuations coming from him. Although it is a treasure hiding his aura, only those that are weak use this method to protect themselves. Since Wang Lin acts like this, his cultivation level must not be high. This sea dragon does not belong to him, but the otherworldly-looking cultivator. Wang Lin's cultivation level is not high, but he must be a good friend of this cultivator. He must have been afraid of being too weak on his trip back, so he asked a friend to come with him. And from the look of the otherworldly cultivator, his cultivation level is not high either. Then that means he must have a teacher who is an Empyrean exalt on the immortal astral continent. This is the only explanation. Master Scarlet Soul's eyes lit up. He felt that this was the only logical explanation. As he retreated, the golden exalt sea dragon opened its mouth to devour him, and Master Scarlet Soul suddenly let out a roar. Fellow cultivator, please listen to me. The person he spoke to was not Wang Lin or the sea dragon, but Lu Jinbiao, who was watching from a distance with pride on his face. Fellow cultivator's teacher must an Empyrean exalt on the immortal astral continent. With fellow cultivator's talent, you must be a direct disciple of the Empyrean exalt. Otherwise, you won't have been gifted a golden exalt sea dragon. This is a private matter between Wang Lin and I, so I'd like to ask fellow cultivator to not participate in this matter. Afterward, I'll definitely thank fellow cultivator. Master Scarlet Soul had no other choice. Under the pressure of the golden exalt sea dragon, he didn't even have the courage to escape. Right now it was a matter of life or death, and he didn't have much time to think. Even though he knew that this person was here because of Wang Lin and that it would be difficult to persuade him, he still had to try. Before I was sealed, I hid all my savings that I had collected for countless years in the eastern continent. I only ask fellow cultivator to be forgiving and spare my life. Master Scarlet Soul's heart was tense as he stared at the sea dragon. He was extremely afraid and even his voice was trembling. Lu Jinbiao was startled. Wang Lin faintly smiled but didn't smile. Su Ligua, the sea dragon, and Master South Cloud and company were also startled. Su Ligua was startled for a moment and then suddenly began to laugh. Lu Jinbiao revealed a smile that wasn't a smile as he looked at Master Scarlet Soul, who was in despair. This old man's uncle master is Sun Shanqing, an Empyrean exalt under Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. If you let this sea dragon kill me, my uncle master will certainly find out. I don't believe your teacher is willing to get on the bad side of another Empyrean exalt. Master Scarlet Soul's face was pale, and he revealed his fear toward death. Also, Grand Empyrean Dao Yi is very biased. If my Uncle Master pleads for help, you all will have to pay the price. Wang Lin, this is a price you can't bear. The entire cave world will be destroyed. You have been to the immortal astral continent, so you must know about the Grand Empyreans. If you let me leave, I will vow to no longer have any ideas about the celestial realm, and I will immediately leave the cave world. Master Scarlet Soul squealed. He believed that Wang Lin knew of the Grand Empyreans, so he was confident his words could play a deterrent role. When Lu Jinbiao heard this, he subconsciously looked at Wang Lin. This action made Master Scarlet Soul even more confident. Wang Lin's expression was a bit strange. He looked at Master Scarlet Soul, who was terrified enough to use any method to find a path to life, and smiled. Master Scarlet Soul quickly said, "And if you let this old man leave, I can beg Uncle Master to take you into the sect. Then you will also belong to someone under Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. Once your cultivation breaks through, you can do as you wish on the immortal astral continent. Dao Yi, Grand Empyrean." Wang Lin stood up and looked at Master Scarlet Soul. In his eyes, this person was an ant. The many cultivators in the celestial realm didn't really understand Wang Lin's cultivation. When they heard Master Scarlet Soul talk about the mysterious Grand Empyrean Dao Yi, just the name itself caused their hearts to tremble. Dao Master Blue Dream frowned but didn't speak. Master South Cloud also had a gloomy expression. His faith in Wang Lin's strength had wavered slightly. On the immortal astral continent, there were originally 9 Grand Empyreans. This Dao Yi is the weakest one, Wang Lin slowly said. His expression was still calm. Master Scarlet Soul's eyes lit up. He also knew this, and when he heard Wang Lin say this, he was even more certain that Wang Lin knew how incomparably powerful Grand Empyreans were. However, he was still a bit hesitant. Wang Lin's casual tone when talking about Grand Empyreans made Master Scarlet Soul feel like something bad was going to happen. However, even the weakest Grand Empyrean has the power to dominate all living things. Wang Lin slowly said, but at this moment, his tone suddenly changed. However, even if Dao Yi came here personally, he would still have to immediately retreat when facing me. I fear he won't even dare to come see me. Wang Lin smiled. When Master Scarlet Soul heard these words, his eyes widened. He looked at Wang Lin as if Wang Lin had gone crazy. No one would dare to say such things. You really have guts. If you are really so brave, why don't you go to the immortal astral continent and say it to Grand Empyrean Dao Yi? Although Master Scarlet Soul was scared, but before such arrogant words, he still mocked Wang Lin. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Wang Lin was in no rush. Since this Master Scarlet Soul had dared to break the formation around the celestial realm, simply killing him wouldn't appease Wang Lin's anger. Dao Yi, this person said that a person under you is his Uncle Master. Tell me if this is true. Wang Lin waved his right hand and a thunderous rumble echoed. The sea dragon quickly retreated and a giant vortex appeared above the celestial realm. The vortex opened a passage and broke the law around the immortal astral continent, forming a connection. On the immortal astral continent, Dao Yi had just returned from the vast basin, and the terrifying scene he had seen there was lingering in his mind. He didn't dare to believe it, but he knew everything was true. The strongest person on the immortal astral continent was no longer Guidao, but the person he was terrified of, Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the sky above the Dao Yi sect changed and the world changed colors. A vortex appeared and Wang Lin's voice echoed across the world. He was shocked to find that his body could not move and that the divine sense coming from the vortex was emitting a strange force. He was being pulled toward the vortex. In the vortex he saw a strange continent, Wang Lin, and also heard Wang Lin's words. He even felt like he was on the border of life or death, and Wang Lin was in control. It was as if Wang Lin only needed but a thought to kill him. In the celestial realm of the cave world, Master Scarlet Soul looked at the vortex that had appeared above. He felt a terrifying aura that made him tremble coming from the vortex. He had felt this aura before from afar. It was Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. This is impossible. Impossible. There is no Empyrean exalt under me that knows this person. Please, I plead Lord Wang, to not be angry. Dao Yi's bitter voice came from inside the vortex. The look of respect and fear was clearly seen by Master Scarlet Soul. Fake. This is fake. This is impossible. Master Scarlet Soul felt like he was going crazy. He couldn't believe any of this. Master Scarlet Soul's eyes turned red, and he roared hysterically, "Fake! No one can create a vortex that connects to the immortal astral continent and summon a grand Empyrean. It's all fake. Don't try to deceive this old man." His expression was ferocious, and the veins on his head were swollen. At this moment, he forgot his fear and felt like his mind was going to collapse from this absurd concept. Fake, it's all fake. Haha, it must all be fake. Wang Lin, this old man knows the Celestial Emperor's bodyguard Luo Ming. He is a good friend of mine and I once saved his life. He is a confidant of the Celestial Emperor. Master Scarlet Soul laughed as if this was his last strand of hope. Oh? It's all fake. Although I can't bring the Celestial Emperor's divine sense here, I can let you see his broken soul. Wang Lin waved his hand and the vortex in the sky suddenly disappeared. Dao Yi's aura also disappeared. In the Dao Yi sect, Dao Yi trembled. He clearly felt his own vulnerability and Wang Lin's strength. See if this is fake. Wang Lin was calm, and as he spoke, 3 colors appeared behind him. Black, white, gold. The 3 colors of light suddenly gathered into a giant sun, and the aura of a grand Empyrean erupted from Wang Lin. All of it descended upon Master Scarlet Soul. At the same time, Celestial Emperor Lien Daojian's face appeared in the sun. Although his face was distorted from the pain, anyone who had met Lien Daojian would be able to recognize him. Fake. It's all fake. It's all fake. You're also a grand Empyrean? Haha, it's all fake. Don't try to deceive me, Master Scarlet Soul muttered. His eyes were out of focus. After Wang Lin released his grand Empyrean pressure, his cultivation level continued to rise until it reached half a step into heaven trampling. His pressure was enough to collapse star system and destroy all life. All the pressure gathered around Master Scarlet Soul and none leaked out. He began to laugh like a madman, and the moment he went crazy, his body collapsed. When his body collapsed, Master Scarlet Soul went insane. He could not accept this reality. He didn't dare to believe he had hostile intentions toward someone who had refined the Celestial Emperor's soul, who even Dao Yi feared, and who was a Grand Empyrean himself. He had even talked out teasing a Grand Empyrean's lover, and had taken a Grand Empyrean's descendant as his disciple. He had even made the descendant of the Grand Empyrean rebel against the Grand Empyrean. Absurd. Absolutely ridiculous. He went crazy. His body collapsed and his origin soul died. However, compared to the madness in him, this pain was like the firefly and the moon. It was impossible to compare the two. This kind of death was countless times more cruel than directly destroying one's body and soul. Aside from his body, Wang Lin had ruthlessly destroyed his reasoning and mind. On the day after the battle, Wang Lin brought Mu Bingmei 13, Su Ligua, and company and left. Before leaving, Wang Lin rebuilt the formation. This formation was even more powerful, and unless the celestial ancestor or ancient ancestor were reborn, no one could break it. Not even Gu Dao could break it. When he left, Wang Lin left a part of his Dao and spells in the celestial realm. He had also gathered power of the world and made a mountain of pills. He had left a powerful seed for the celestial realm. Perhaps the celestial realm would be filled with powerful people as time passed, maybe even people who inherited Wang Lin's Dao. A perfect protection formation, a large amount of pills and Dao scriptures, and even Wang Lin's understanding of the ethereal essences. This would make the celestial realm very strong and make sure incidents like Master Scarlet Soul never happened again. Before leaving, Wang Lin and Dao Master Blue Dream talked for a long time. No one knew what they had talked about, and after Dao Master Blue Dream sent Wang Lin off, he went into closed-door cultivation. Wang Lin left. He traveled through the vast star system and arrived on planet Suzaku. He sat before his own statue for several days before he left. He then went to planet Tianyun, which had become a ruin during the Great War. There, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found the entrance to the demon spirit land. In this familiar place that was Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's cave, he found the scroll he had once sealed there. He released the woman inside and allowed her to enter reincarnation. The mystery woman from back then was no longer important to Wang Lin. Wang Lin left the demon spirit land and went to a lot of places in the 4-star systems. As for some of the unresolved matters from the past, he didn't deliberately search for answers but dealt with them one by one. In the end, he left the inner realm and went to the outer realm. In the outer realm, the first place he went to was the Fallen Land. There, he saw the old vermilion bird who had helped him before. He also saw a lot of old friends. A few days later, Wang Lin released the seal on the Fallen Land to allow the people there to leave at will. Wang Lin took away the most important item of the Fallen Land, a pointer on a compass. His footprints appeared all over the outer realm. He saw esteemed Scattered Soul, this friend who he admired greatly in the past. Similarly, Wang Lin saw a baby on a cultivation planet in the outer realm. The baby's body was in the core of the planet and seemed to be sleeping. The baby looked like Tua Senator, although Wang Lin didn't know what had happened. Tua-san seemed to be 2C, and he was cultivating some kind of spell. This spell required him to revert his body back into a baby and grow once more. Wang Lin watched the baby until he left several days later. He left a divine sense for Tua-san, and when the baby awakened, he would feel this divine sense. For Wang Lin, the cave world no longer had any mysteries. If there was anything, it would be the mysterious all-seer and 7-colored Taoist. However, all traces of those two had disappeared from the cave world. Wang Lin went to a lot of places and then, 1 year later, returned to planet Suzaku, his hometown. There was one final secret waiting to be revealed. Back then, he didn't have the power to find it, and before he left the cave world, he was filled with confusion about the future, so he had no time to pay attention to it. However, now that he was on planet Suzaku, Wang Lin went to the Sea of Devils, to the entrance of the land of the ancient god. Although the land of the ancient god had collapsed due to Tuasen leaving, there was still an ancient space within. Wang Lin stepped inside and found the Jiqiong. This beast had devoured Wang Lin's divine sense and grown a head that looked exactly like Wang Lin. However, when Wang Lin found it, the beast had been dead for an unknown amount of years and only a skeleton remained. Wang Lin stood next to the skeleton for a long time, and his gaze was locked onto one of the skulls. It was a human skull, but it was not normal-sized. Instead, it was the size of a fist. Wang Lin looked at it in confusion. He had a skull that was exactly the same in his storage space. He took out the skull, and when the two skulls were placed next to each other, one of them turned into a speck of dark light before disappearing. Wang Lin recognized that the one that disappeared was the one he had gotten from Dao Yi. Wang Lin vaguely gained some enlightenment, but it was only a flash and he could not clearly grasp it. He stroked the skull and muttered to himself, "If there really is reincarnation, then when the past and the present meet, the past will dissipate and no longer exist. Only the present will remain." After putting away the skull, Wang Lin relaxed greatly. When he vaguely began to doubt himself, he felt fear from his heart toward this skull. He did not fear it, but the origin of this thing. He hesitated. If there really was reincarnation, did this belong to Wang Ping? Now he had found the answer. Wang Lin put away the skull and walked out of the space the land of the ancient god was in. The ancient Tao imperial teacher that looked like the all-seer said that I had found the skull and the white hair. Now the skull has changed. Does this mean that one day the white hair will encounter a similar fate? Wang Lin left while silently pondering. Time flowed by. In a flash, 10 years passed. Su Ligua's seal had long been released. After he regained his freedom, he could not hold in the pride he felt after returning home. He and Lu Jinbiao had left 10 years ago, and the two of them had gone off somewhere. The sea dragon was accompanying them and would make sure no one in the cave world could harm them. Only they could bully others, and there was no chance of others bullying them. Before Lu Jinbiao left, he told Su Ligua in a serious expression that he wanted to pursue the ultimate form of deception. He felt like his cooperation with Su Ligua was good, but perhaps another person would make it more perfect. Su Ligua also agreed. After they discussed it, They set their sights on Zhong Big Red and felt nostalgic. They decided that the first stop was to find Zhong Big Red. 13 was the same as always and remained on planet Suzaku. He decided to stay here to protect his teacher until his teacher awakened. His cultivation level had risen in the last 10 years. Most importantly, he had inherited Wang Lin's Dao and almost all of Wang Lin's spells. Aside from the ethereal essences, which he still hadn't gained much comprehension in, 13 had already formed the 5 elemental essences. In particular, 13 seemed to have an amazing talent for the 8 extreme Dao, so his comprehension was profound. 13 wasn't the only one that guarded Wang Lin. There was also the Mosquito King. It was very powerful and was like a king in this place. Every time it moved, it would attract the attention of all the cultivators on the planet. There were cultivators that wanted to catch it, but once they suffered and learned of the gap between them and this mosquito beast, they all avoided it and no longer dared to provoke it. The mosquito beast would not hurt anyone and would sometimes leave the planet to play. The people on the planet gradually grew accustomed to its existence. As for Wang Lin and Mu Bingmei, they had both walked into a cave in the mountain 10 years ago. Wang Lin had used his dream Dao to bring him and Mu Bingmei to resolve the matter and inner demon that was Lu Mei. Perhaps once the issue with Lu Mei was resolved, the relationship between Wang Lin and Mu Bingmei would be different. Time passed. In a flash, another 10 years went by. The cultivators on planet Suzaku didn't know that the legendary Wang Lin had long returned to his hometown. They only knew that 20 years ago, an indifferent cultivator had turned a mountain into a forbidden land. No one was allowed to take half a step inside. The first time someone did it, there would be warning, but the second time would result in death. This autumn, the autumn leaves were blown into the air and flew across the sky as if they wanted to find their home. The autumn sky was clear for 10,000 kilometers. It was very beautiful. On this autumn morning, there were bursts of smoke coming from what looked like a farmhouse and a garden. This place was the country of Zhao. Many of the people who lived here never went far their farms. Not to mention this was a remote place, a small mountain village at the foot of a mountain. When the autumn wind in the morning dragged the leaves by, bursts of sounds came from the village. There was a group of naughty kids playing and laughing. There was a red carriage that was surrounded by villagers, and it stopped before a courtyard. The noise reached a peak. It was clear that this family was welcoming a bride. Rumor that the ancestor of this family was a carpenter, but this generation was a scholar. It was said that he had passed the county exam. However, for some unknown reason, he hadn't gone to the capital, but returned to this place. Now more than 20 years had passed, and the scholar had become a middle-aged man. He had a son that had also grown up. Today was the joyous day for the child Wang Lin. Wang Lin had grown up here, so the nearby villagers knew him very well. This child was very unfortunate. He was a mute. He always silently looked into the distance, and no one knew what he was looking at. When the lively sounds reached a peak, the curtain to the carriage was opened and a woman wearing a red veil walked out. Wang Lin held her hand and the two of them walked into the courtyard. As for the woman, all the youths in the village adored her. She was the second daughter of the Lu family, a rich family in the area. Ever since she was a child, she was always liked to be with Wang Lin. They two of them were childhood sweethearts, and one would often see those two little fellows looking into the distance. Now that they had grown up, no one was surprised about them getting married, just a lot of them were envious. The joyous events in a village were often not as big as those in the towns. They were very simple. The host would arrange a feast and the whole village would come to congratulate them. When the sun set, it would be over. The remaining time belonged to the newlyweds. In the new house, a simple and honest Wang Lin raised the veil off his wife's face and saw her breathtakingly beautiful face. The woman was called Lu Mei. She blushed as she looked at Wang Lin and laughed. The meeting of their gazes seemed to penetrate time, as if their gazes had lasted reincarnation after reincarnation until they became eternal. The day after they got married, Lu Mei was sitting in the courtyard, and opposite of her was Wang Lin. He had a wood carving in his hand. He was carving his wife's most beautiful moment. Their plain life gave off a sense of warmth. After 2 years, they had a child. It was a boy, and his name was Wang Ping. The boy was very smart and an eloquent speaker. As he grew up, the family lived a warm life and it looked perfect. Wang Lin had chosen not to study with his father, but to become a carpenter, the occupation passed down from their ancestors. He had decided to live in this small mountain village. His wife, Lu Mei, had very deep feelings toward their child. She spent almost all her time with Wang Ping. She cooked for him in the mornings, played with him during the day, and read stories to him to coax him to sleep. After 10 years, when Wang Ping turned 15, he decided to study. He left the small mountain village and headed outside to participate in the county exam. When he left, he saw his mother sitting in the yard and his father carving the second statue of his mother. The statue was still very beautiful. Wang Ping successfully passed the exam and went to the capital a few years later. Wang Lin and Lu Mei went with him and they lived in the capital. Time unknowingly passed. White appeared in Wang Lin and Lu Mei's hair. Wang Ping had made a name for himself in the capital and found his own path. At this time, Wang Ping married. His wife had a very nice name, Qing Yi. She was a very beautiful girl who came from a rich family in the capital. She was very filial to Wang Lin and Lu Mei, and this made them very satisfied but also very emotional. After all, this meant that Wang Ping was going to have his own family and, like a bird that grew up, he would fly high in the sky. Perhaps he wouldn't return home for a long time. Wang Lin and Lu Mei chose to leave. They left the capital and returned to the calm mountain village to spend their remaining years. After returning to their old home in the village, Wang Lin carved the third statue for Lu Mei. This carving contained traces of time but was still very beautiful. Life was very calm and nothing special happened. Wang Lin enjoyed these days greatly. Although he hadn't said a word to her in this lifetime, they continued to watch the sun rise and set. There was a sense of warmth, and the amount of white hair on their heads increased. Time passed in this warmth. This year, when the autumn leaves flew across the sky, Wang Lin and Lu Mei had become old. Their child, Wang Ping, would occasionally come back during the years, but he never stayed for too long before quickly leaving. The two elders were sitting inside the yard. Lu Mei smiled and looked at Wang Lin. On the other side, Wang Lin was holding a carving in his hand. He looked at Lu Mei and was perhaps making the last carving in his life. The wood carving gradually took shape in Wang Lin's hands, and Lu Mei's appearance slowly appeared. However, this was not the current white-haired Lu Mei, but Lu Mei the day after they were married. It was very beautiful. I know that even though you haven't spoken to me your entire life, you're not a mute. Lu Mei looked at Wang Lin as he slowly worked on the carving. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. Wang Lin looked up at Lu Mei and smiled. He shook his head and still didn't speak. On the third day after the carving was finished, Lu Mei fell ill. She was lying in bed and her old face still contained the beauty of her youth. She held Wang Lin's hand and didn't let go. I know you're not a mute. I still remember when we met as children. You were looking at the sky. I was very curious about why you were looking at the sky, so I went next to you to look as well. However, I didn't see anything. When I left, you suddenly spoke. The first thing you said to me was, "You remember, I also remember." Lu Mei looked at Wang Lin, and her gaze was as gentle as water. You said to me that I'm your wife. You're my husband. This is our destined fate. Lu Mei murmured, and her smile became even more gentle. She looked at Wang Lin as if she was immersed in her memories. Wang Lin also laughed. He held Lu Mei's hand and didn't let go. The two of them looked at each other like this. Lu Mei continued to talk. She talked about a lifetime of things, talked about her youth, talked about herself after their marriage, talked about after having Wang Ping. Ping Er is a good child, but he has grown up and he has his own path. We can't let him stay here for the rest of his life. When I leave, you will be alone, so you have to take care of him. Lu Mei murmured. Wang Lin shook his head. He looked at Lu Mei with a gentle expression. Lu Mei continued to talk as the night passed and the morning sun rose. The autumn wind blew and the yellow leaves danced in the sky. Lu Mei's eyes were suddenly filled with confusion and her grip on Wang Lin's hand became even harder. Her wrinkle-covered face became red and it was as if time had reversed. Her weak body was injected with life. I saw it. Wang Lin, I saw it. She struggled to get up, and her face was filled with joy. She pointed out the window and quickly spoke to Wang Lin. I saw exactly what was in the sky back when we were kids. I really saw it. In the sky there was a you and a me. I saw it. We are cultivators. Lu Mei suddenly stopped and tears flowed from her eyes. She saw a scene that made her heart ache. How can this be? Even more tears flowed from Lu Mei's eyes. Wang Lin pulled Lu Mei and said the first words since they married. It's all in the past. His voice was hoarse but gentle. That night, Wang Ping returned with his wife after resigning from his official post, so he could come home and accompany his parents. In the room, he saw his parents looking like they were sleeping with smiles. They had passed away. He stood before his parents for a long time before tears flowed down his face. The faces of his parents and memories of his childhood appeared in his mind. He buried his parents. Wang Ping and Qingyi lived in this old house until years passed, until they grew old, until they closed their eyes. Inside the cave, 13 was guarding Wang Lin and Lu Mei, who had been sitting there with their eyes closed. There was a bead rotating between them. The bead gave off a light that seemed to connect to the two of them. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the woman beside him for a long time. The woman's eyes trembled and tears fell. She opened her eyes and looked at Wang Lin. Their gazes met like in the dream Tao, and this seemed to last for an eternity. It is over, Mu Bingmei muttered. It's over. Close your eyes. When you open them again, everything will begin anew, Wang Lin whispered. He knew that the woman before him had very complicated feelings towards him. However, no matter how complicated these feelings were, she could not let them go. Mu Bingmei stared at Wang Lin. She didn't know what Wang Lin meant, but she obediently closed her eyes. This stopped her tears from flowing. Open your eyes. A familiar voice came from before her. When she opened her eyes, she saw it. Mu Bingmei left. She left the cave and left planet Suzaku, but she didn't leave alone. There was a man by her side. He had white clothes and white hair but an ordinary appearance. However, he gave off an unspeakable temperament that made everyone feel very comfortable. He pulled Mu Bingmei's hand like in the dream and didn't let go. He faintly heard Mu Bingmei's words in the sky. Are you an avatar or your original body? Wang Lin looked at Mu Bingmei and softly said, I'm Wang Lin and I'm by your side. Mu Bingmei looked at Wang Lin and gradually revealed a smile. This smile was very beautiful and very happy. They left planet Suzaku, and it was unknown where they went. After they turned into a ray of light, they disappeared into the distance. In a place far away, they could not see Wang Lin looking at them with a smile. Avatar or original body? Only Wang Lin knew this answer. Perhaps the person that had left was Wang Lin's avatar and the one watching them leave was his original body. Or perhaps it was the opposite. There was no answer. 13 also left. He had spent his life chasing Wang Lin's footsteps. Now Wang Lin made him fly alone. When a bird grows, they must face the wind and rain alone. Only when he can see the rainbow in the wind and rain can he grow up to be a man that can support the world. They all left. Only Wang Lin stayed on planet Suzaku. Before going into the dream with Lu Mei, he had gone to see his parents, and now he went again before going to the original home he and Li Muan had. The valley had been lost to time, but he restored it. In the valley, Wang Lin settled down and was accompanied by Li Muan. He held Li Muan, and together they counted reincarnations. It was as it had always been like this for a long time. In this loneliness, he immersed himself in this inner peace and experienced warmth. Time passed year by year. In spring, as everything recovered, Wang Lin planted a lot of flowers. He watched the flowers bloom. He watched the summer rainfall. He watched the autumn wind play songs of time. He watched the snow that drifted by in the winter. Wang Lin continued to be accompanied by Li Muan, and there were zither music echoing in his ears, as if he had gone back thousands of years into the past. 10 years, 10 years, 10 years. Wang Lin lived in this calm valley for 70 years. He accompanied Li Muin. Here he had forgotten everything. He didn't consider his own cultivation level, didn't think about comprehending essences, and didn't consider all the conspiracies and lies. In his eyes, there was only Li Muin. In his mind, only this figure existed. And in his ears, only the sound of the zither from back then remained. In the 200th year after Wang Lin returned to the cave world, a guest came to Wang Lin's valley. This guest was a bald man. He looked exactly the same as he did in the past, and there was no change. He appeared from the world and stood outside the valley for a long time. He watched the sea of flowers in the valley. He looked at the cabin inside the sea of flowers, and he looked at the lonely figure sitting before the cabin. The man let out a sigh and revealed a melancholy expression. He held a wine jug in his hand. With a sigh, he went through the valley, through the sea of flowers, and arrived at Wang Lin's side. He looked at Wang Lin for a long time before he sat down opposite of him. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the bald man before him. He gradually smiled. "You came." The bald man silently nodded. "I couldn't forget." A moment later, the bald man handed the jug of wine to Wang Lin and took out another one. He took a big gulp and the wine flowed down from the corner of his mouth and onto his clothes. "I never wanted to forget. So there's no such thing as couldn't forget." Wang Lin took the jug of wine and took a sip. "You are tormenting yourself." The bald man looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze. "Tormenting," Wang Lin muttered. He drank the wine and didn't say more. The bald man shook his head and softly said, "Forget it. You won't succeed. If this continues, you will be tired and Wan Er will be tired." Wang Lin looked at the sky. After pondering for a bit, he slowly said, "Should I call you Moj or another name?" The bald man was the person who had said to Wang Lin, "Heart's dead. Already forgotten. In the rainy temple back then. Moj. This has always been my name." The bald man sighed. "Wang Lin, you should have guessed all the answers. I can tell you, Moj was about to speak. Don't say it. Let me ponder some matters myself." Wang Lin shook his head. He took the wine jug and drank a big mouthful. "Drink wine with me. We haven't met in a long time." Wang Lin smiled and looked at Moj. The bald man silently pondered and drank wine with Wang Lin until night came, until dawn came, and the two didn't say a word. When the sun appeared at the edge of the sky again, Moj stood up. He looked at Wang Lin and let out a sigh. "I'm leaving. I hope you can succeed." He didn't advise Wang Lin anymore but turned to leave. When he was about to walk out of the valley, he stopped but didn't turn around. He had his back toward Wang Lin. "Teacher told me to ask you when you will return the defying Earth realm's boundary compass." Moj's voice echoed in the valley. After he spoke, he walked out of the valley and disappeared. Wang Lin still sat there and drank wine. He didn't say a word about Moj's words or departure. He had long understood some things, but he knew that he was himself and was named Wang Lin. He was born on planet Suzaku and was the son of a carpenter. He grew up in a small mountain village. Step by step, he tread the path of cultivation and reached his current state. Resurrecting Li Muin was his own decision, but not something due to the influence or interference from another reincarnation. It was his own choice. "I'm me." There was no confusion in Wang Lin's eyes. They were completely clear. Whether it's Moj or Red Butterfly, even Moj's teacher and the All-Seer, they all think that this world, the cave world, the celestial realm were all formed by my dream Tao and are not real. Wang Lin murmured. He had long came to an understanding about these matters. However, is it really like this? Wang Lin smiled faintly. He stood up as he looked at the sky and his eyes shined brightly. "All-Seer, do you really think I don't know your origin?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked into the sky. He seemed to be able to see past the sky, past the celestial realm, past the endless darkness to see a figure in black with very long hair and an aura of slaughter and destruction coming from afar. The figure's destination was the immortal astral continent. "All-Seer, the answer to everything is not you telling me the truth in the immemorial God realm, but me telling you the truth. I'll let you know what the real truth is. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and a skull appeared. This skull belonged to the Jiqiong. The skull flashed and a small line of words appeared on it, but it soon disappeared. "You're all wrong." Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and smiled as he returned to the wooden house. He looked at Li Muan sleeping there and sat down next to her. His gaze was gentle as he watched her sleep. "Wan Er, you will wake up, because I have already found the real way, and I already began the preparations in the ancient Shi ancestral temple." There was a trace of madness in Wang Lin's eyes. This method was indeed very crazy. Time gradually passed and the seasons changed. Wang Lin remained in the valley, accompanying Li Muan all these years. This kind of quiet life was very rare for Wang Lin, aside from when he turned into Immortal or in his dream Dao. As he accompanied Li Muan, he talked about his memories and was immersed in his own world. Over the years, 13 had returned several times. Each time, he would accompany Wang Lin for several months before he left to continue his own life and cultivation. Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao had used some unknown method to actually find Zhong Big Red. The three of them worked together, doing as they wished in the cave world, and were extremely happy. Their bodies had been reborn on the immortal astral continent, so they could leave and come as they wished by borrowing Wang Lin's power to pass through the gate. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, Zhong Big Red could do this as well. After sweeping the cave world, the three of them, along with the sea dragon that had taken a liking to this as well, left the cave world. They began their own legendary experience on the immortal astral continent. However, before they left, Su Ligua's group of three came to Wang Lin to serve and flatter him. Finally, Wang Lin left. He left his aura and imprint on them to keep them safe. The three of them left with excitement. With Wang Lin as the tiger skin and the combat power of the sea dragon, they were confident they could deceive anyone in the immortal astral continent. On the 60th year after Su Ligua and company left, Wang Lin brought Li Muan out of the valley and left planet Suzaku. They left the cave world and headed to the immortal astral continent. Before he left, his divine sense saw the celestial realm and he saw the cultivators there learning the Tao he had left. He saw 13 and a lot of old friends. He withdrew his divine sense and took a final glance at the cave world. There were 3 more months before the immemorial God realm would open. That place would be Wang Lin's final battle. "When I leave the immemorial God realm, Wan Er, you will accompany me," Wang Lin murmured as he stepped through the gate of the cave world and disappeared. Wang Lin left. He disappeared from the cave world. In all heaven, on an ordinary planet, there was a woman. She wore purple and her hair reached her waist. Her hair was being blown by the wind and her dress gave off a sense of elegance. She looked at the sky. Under the sun, if you looked closely, you would see the beautiful brow on her face. She was filled with confusion. She felt a divine sense arrive and pause beside her for a moment before leaving. She originally thought it was all an illusion, but when the divine sense disappeared, a jade appeared before her. The jade quietly floated there and emitted a gentle light. She was Shi Zifeng. She stared at the jade before her. As the gentle light shined, it revealed a familiar aura. This aura was like a dream and was something she could never forget. "Wang Lin," Shi Zifeng silently pondered for a long time before she reached for the jade. She held the jade in her hand and closed her eyes. Her divine sense entered the jade, and inside was Wang Lin's voice. After a long time, when Shi Zifeng finally opened her eyes, she revealed a gentle smile. The smile was very beautiful. Also in the cave world, in a desolate star system in the outer realm, there were large amounts of rocks floating there. They seemed to follow them strange law and slowly rotated in a huge arc. On the large rock in the center sat an old man. His face was ruddy and he was calmly cultivating. Every time he breathed, a ray of gray light would leave his body, enter the rock, and then it would spread out to be absorbed by the other rocks. There were no rocks here before he came, but when the old man arrived on a certain day, more and more of these rocks appeared, as if they were formed by his spell. This old man was the cracked stone statue in the depths of the wind celestial realm. If not for him, Wang Lin's battle against Taoist water would have been even more dangerous. At this moment, The old man's eyes were closed, and he was quietly cultivating to force the power that had been turning his body into stone out of his body. All the rocks here were born because of this. I only need 300 more years to fully recover. Then I can leave here and return home. The old man opened his eyes. It was as if his gaze could penetrate the void to see the vast star system. He was not a cultivator of the cave world. He was from the immortal astral continent, from the Seven Tao sect. In fact, he was just a disciple of seven-colored celestial sovereign. As he muttered, he felt a bit unwilling to leave the cave world, as he had been here for a long time. After pondering for a moment, he let out a sigh and closed his eyes again. When he went back to cultivating, a powerful divine sense swept by. The power of this divine sense shocked this old man. He clearly knew that unless the owner wanted him to detect it, he would never be able to feel this divine sense arrive. To him, the power of this divine sense was comparable to heaven's might. The divine sense swept by and didn't stop, but after it disappeared, leaving the old man feeling uncertain about the situation, a pill appeared before him. The pill was completely red and gave off a shocking power of the world. Just from smelling the fragrance of the pill, the petrifying force inside his body was suppressed. Looking at the pill and recalling the divine sense, the old man gradually felt a trace of familiarity. After pondering for a moment, he muttered to himself, "It's him." At this moment, as Wang Lin left the cave world, the eyes of the sleeping baby inside a planet in the outer star system trembled, as if he was going to awaken. But after a long time, he still didn't open his eyes and gradually calmed down back to sleep. Endless spiritual energy gathered from inside and outside the planet toward the baby, acting as nutrients for him to grow. Before him was a jade formed by divine sense. This jade was not corporeal but seemed to alternate between illusionary and solid. It quietly floated there, waiting for the baby to wake up and see it. This cultivation planet the baby was in was extremely ordinary and didn't look strange at all. If there was anything strange, it was that it looked like an eyeball if one looked at it from afar. The mountain ranges on the planet looked like the blood veins, the vast seas were like the white around the pupil, and the continent looked like the pupil. Wang Lin had been here before. He not only saw the baby Tuosen, but also the planet Tuosen had found to sleep in. After Wang Lin left, the cave world became calm. It was like someone growing stronger. A force almost no one could detect filled the cave world after Wang Lin left. This force could protect this place for generations, so incidents like Master Scarlet Soul would never happen again. On the immortal astral continent, in the heavenly bull continent, there was a mountain surrounded by fog. On this day, a powerful force rushed out and endless crystal light spread in all directions. After the light scattered, Wang Lin slowly walked out of the gate to the cave world with his white hair and white robe. The last 300 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin looked at the world of the immortal astral continent and silently walked forward. Seven Tao sect, Wang Lin muttered to himself. Before he left, he waved his sleeve and a gust of wind swept across the Seven Tao sect. The ruin dissipated and was replaced by a powerful sect. This place will become the home for everyone who comes out of the cave world, Wang Lin murmured as he reached toward the sky. In an instant, nearly 20 clumps of light appeared and scattered in all directions. These nearly 20 clumps of light appeared in many different places across the immortal astral continent. Qing Shui was walking through the desert when he seemed to notice something and looked up. A clump of light flew into his body. His body trembled and, a moment later, he opened his eyes with a smile. Master Hongshan was flying through the sky, and before him was a ray of sword light with an old man inside. The old man's expression was ferocious, but there was a fear underneath as he escaped at full speed. Master Hongshan was pursuing with a gloomy expression. At this moment, the clump of light entered his body and made him look toward the direction of the heavenly bull continent. His gloomy expression softened, but he chased even faster. Qing Lin, Zhou Ru, Red Butterfly, Zhou Yi, and almost everyone from the cave world got the clump of light and felt the existence of the Seven Tao sect. Even if they were still mortals, the memories of the Seven Tao sect would slowly awaken in the future. Wang Lin took one last look at the Seven Dao sect before he set a powerful formation around it. This formation was comparable to the one he had set in the cave world. Even if he didn't make it out of the immemorial god realm, he could still ensure the safety of the cave world and protect the existence of the Seven Dao sect. After doing all of this, Wang Lin didn't look back and walked toward the sky until he became transparent and disappeared. 300 years of time is multiple lifetimes for mortals. But for cultivators, it's not long. The madman became the celestial emperor and Jidu became the ancient sure emperor. I wonder how they are doing. Wang Lin muttered to himself. And, Li Qianmei, where exactly are you? Wang Lin sighed. He could guess that Li Qianmei had awakened her memories herself like Qin Shui. He could also guess the reason she wouldn't see him. Silently blessing me? Wang Lin looked up into the distant sky. He always remembered Li Qianmei's words and the story of the bird and the fish. After a long time, Wang Lin closed his eyes and walked toward the direction of the ancient clan. I once promised Gu Dao that I'd enter the immemorial god realm from the ancient clan's side. Wang Lin remembered the promise from back then. He traveled through the celestial clan for a few days and arrived at the edge of the basin that was the vast sea. Then he walked toward the center, where the sea storm was located. Before he got close, he could hear the thunderous rumbles that churned the sky and made the sky dark. It had been 300 years since the sea storm had formed, and now it seemed even more violent than before. As the thunderous rumbles echoed across the world, the sea storm rotated rapidly and set off large amounts of ripples. They looked like waves that were floating in the air that continued to hit each other and seemed to be rushing into the sky. Inside the sea storm were 9 huge pillars that gave off 9 different colors of light. The light filled the entire sea storm and was reflected by the sea storm, making it look like a 9-colored dream. This dream carried a sense of mystery that would force one to immerse themselves into it and prevent them from extracting themselves. Due to the various rumors about the immemorial god realm on the immortal astral continent, there were many people here. They were filled with desire, the desire to become stronger. Wang Lin stood on the side of the sea storm and he didn't hesitate to walk through it. He appeared on the ancient clan side and calmly sat down to wait for the immemorial god realm to open in a few months. As the time slowly approached, the celestial clan and ancient clan awakened like 2 ferocious beasts that had been sleeping and erupted with their peak power after preparing for hundreds of years. In the celestial clan, the armies formed by the many sects utilized the rarely used transfer arrays to arrive at the vast basin. In the direction of the ancient clan, the countless soldiers led by the 3 ancient emperors also arrived through transfer arrays. No one knew if this war was going to begin or not. It depended on which side would have a new Grand Empyrean, or even which Grand Empyrean could climb to a greater height. These were the key conditions for a war to begin. If a balance could be kept, it would be fine. But if the balance was broken, this war would be inevitable since the celestial clan had already guessed that Grand Empyrean Gu Dao couldn't leave the ancient clan, unless the ancient clan retreated and did not dare to fight outside of Gu Dao's range. No one knew when the immemorial god realm came into existence. It seems to be even older than the immortal astral continent. Even the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor, who were born from the void, didn't know too much about the immemorial god realm. Wang Lin sat on the side of the sea storm and looked at the gate formed by the huge pillars. The gate was shut tightly and was about to open soon. Wang Lin was in no rush. He had waited for thousands of years and wasn't worried about several months. However, there was a question in his heart. I wonder what the immemorial god realm would be like. I hadn't initiated that crazy plan in the ancient Sure ancestral temple. Wang Lin silently pondered about this for a long time, but it was a question without an answer. Wang Lin waited for the immemorial god realm to open. It was now 1 month before the opening, and 3 rays of light came from the ancient clan. It was the 3 grand Empyreans from the ancient clan. Song Tian, Shen Luo, and the mysterious ancient Ji Grand Empyrean. The Ti rays of light instant closed in and turned into 3 figures before Wang Lin. Song Tian looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and was extremely respectful. Song Tian greets Lord Wang. The ancient Ji Grand Empyrean also silently pondered and respectfully clasped his hands at Wang Lin. They had already learned 300 years ago the strongest person on the immortal astral continent was no longer Grand Emperor Gu Dao, but the person called Wang Lin that was before them. After witnessing that battle 300 years ago, they had personally asked Grand Emperor Gu Dao. They got the same answer as what they had seen. Xian Luo was a lot older than before, but he had a smile on his face. He looked at his former disciple and felt happy that Wang Lin could become this strong. He was about to clasp his hands along with Song Tian. After all, on the immortal astral continent the strong were respected. However, just as they arrived, Wang Lin got up. If only Song Tian and ancient Ji Grand Emperor had come, he wouldn't be doing this. However, with Xian Luo here, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to bow to Xian Luo first. Wang Lin greets teacher. When Song Tian and the ancient Ji Grand Emperor saw this, they were shocked. They had seen too many teacher-disciple pairs where the disciple betrayed the teacher. There were also many occasions where the disciple became stronger and no longer respected their teacher. Even if some did, it was only on the surface. However, Wang Lin's sincerity could be clearly felt by the two of them. As the strongest person on the immortal astral continent, it was normal for Xian Luo to bow to Wang Lin. They had also severed their teacher-disciple relationship back at the ancient Dao Palace. Wang Lin looked at Xian Luo, at his teacher who looked older. How could he make his teacher bow to him? Even if he was the strongest person on the immortal astral continent and might become even stronger in the future, he could not be ungrateful and make Xian Luo bow to him. Xian Luo opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he smiled and nodded at Wang Lin in the end. It was due to Wang Lin's respect to Xian Luo in the next few days that Song Tian and the ancient Ji Grand Emperor treated Xian Luo somewhat differently. They should have been equals, but they now treated Xian Luo with a hint of respect. To make Wang Lin, who was the strongest person on the immortal astral continent and had defeated Gu Dao, call him teacher was enough to change everything. On the 15th day before the immemorial God Realm's opening, there was a shocking change to the sea storm. The sea storm expanded several times and the thunderous rumble became deafening. The sound was loud enough to kill mortals, and even some of the weaker cultivators could not bear it. Those who were mildly affected would end up with injuries to the heart and body, while the serious cases would have their bodies explode. Every time the immemorial God Realm opened, no weak cultivators would come to venture inside. This was mostly due to these thunderous rumbles. Under these thunderous rumbles, weaker cultivators could not get close at all, and as time passed, they would only become even more intense. In the end, the heaven-shattering rumbles would kill anyone below the third step. Even protection treasures would have no effect here. On the last day, the thunderous rumbles could sweep anyone under the void turbulent stage, and thus the people who could come here were few. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the nine-colored light pierced through the sea storm, went into the sky, and shrouded the earth. The nine-colored light turned into a blade-like aura and swept the area. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He clearly saw the gate formed by the 9 pillars loosen. The thunderous rumbles were precisely due to the gate loosening. It was as if a power was smashing the gate, wanting to rush out. Xian Luo looked at the sea storm and slowly said to Wang Lin, "Something is wrong? The last time the immemorial God Realm opened, it only got this strong 1 week before it opened, but now it's early by a week." Xian Luo frowned. As a result, the immemorial God Realm's roars will last even longer than before and will become even more intense. Even clan members who have 27 stars and have fully integrated the 3 powers will not be able to come. Xian Luo revealed a worried expression. Wang Lin looked at the sea storm. He had lived in the ancient clan for a long time and knew that a full 27-star clan member that had fully integrated the 3 powers was comparable to a golden exalt. In the past, when the immemorial God Realm opened, both sides would send a large amount of void turbulent cultivators in to test their luck. However, those people were not important. The important people were the golden exalts, Empyrean exalts, and the most important ones were the ascendant Empyreans. However, the thunderous rumbles had come 1 week early. Did this mean that an accident would occur 1 week from now? Xian Luo was somewhat hesitant. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the sea storm. He looked back and could feel hundreds of ancient clan members rushing over. Based on their speed, they should all arrive in 3 days. Time passed day by day. On the second day, the rumbles intensified. On the third day, they become even stronger. The rumbles caused the world to become unstable. Song Tian and ancient Ji Grand Empyrean became gloomy and anxious. At noon of the third day, only 12 days before the opening of the immemorial God realm, Wang Lin's calm voice clearly entered the ears of Song Tian and company even in this thunderous rumble. The celestial clan's Grand Empyreans have arrived. Shortly after, on the other side of the sea storm, 3 rays of light arrived. Only Jodi, Wu Feng, and Dao Yi had come. As for Gemini, she hadn't come. She had chosen to remain in the celestial clan. The temptation of the immemorial God realm didn't affect Gemini too much. She thought for a long time and ended up choosing to act as backup. As for Lien Daofei, who had become the celestial emperor, he had also chosen not to come. After Jidu and company came, they immediately noticed that the roars today were different from the past. They thought for a while and their expressions became gloomy. Like Shen Luo and company, they also felt like something was wrong. The 3 of them looked at each other and then their faces followed the sea storm to see Shen Luo and company, along with the calm Wang Lin. Dao Yi greets Lord Wang. Dao Yi didn't hesitate to respectfully clasp his hands. Greetings, Lord Wang. Wu Feng's expression was calm. It seemed like 300 years of time had made him accept reality. Jidu hesitated a bit before he let out a sigh and also clasped his hands at Wang Lin, but he didn't say anything. Wang Lin nodded and smiled at Wu Feng. Long time no see. It has been hundreds of years. I didn't expect Lord Wang Lin's cultivation level to reach such a degree. When Wu Feng saw Wang Lin acting like this, his heart warmed slightly. As the 2 of them talked, hundreds of rays of light appeared in the sky behind Shen Luo. The rays of light moved very fast. They were people chosen to enter the immemorial God realm. At the same time, a giant transfer array appeared behind Jodi and hundreds of figures walked out. Wang Lin had seen most of them at the Empyrean trial. Almost as soon as they appeared, it was as if their auras made this place unstable. The rumbles from the sea storm became even more intense, as if the world was trembling and ready to collapse. Even spatial rifts began to appear and disappear in this area. This scene caused the expressions of the 6 Grand Empyreans to change. The sea storm continued to rumble, intensifying several folds. It caused a large amount of spatial rifts to appear in the surrounding area. It was like a ghostly cry, howling while carrying a sharp and shocking force that could destroy one's body. It spread out in all directions from the center of the sea storm. The hundreds of people from the ancient clan had just arrived and looked at the sea storm before them. They could clearly feel the destructive aura from it that could easily destroy them. This force was enough to make all living things tremble in fear. However, this didn't include Wang Lin and the 6 Grand Empyreans. At their cultivation levels, they all had varying degrees of resistance to this rumbling. It was no problem for them. Wang Lin ignored the rumbles. When this sound entered his ears, it didn't cause his heart to tremble at all. It was as if this sound wasn't qualified to make his heart tremble, even if it were countless times stronger. After cultivating to his cultivation level, forget the immortal astral continent, even in the vast space outside the immortal astral continent, very few things could shock him. However, the 6 Grand Empyreans were not the same. Although they weren't affected by these rumbles as much, they knew that many of the people behind them could not bear it. Song Tian didn't hesitate. The moment the rumbles intensified, he moved before the ancient clan members. He waved his sleeve and a giant sun appeared behind him. He was using his Grand Empyrean power to help the people behind him resist the rumbles. Shen Luo and the ancient Ji Grand Empyrean did the same. With the 3 of them working together, they were able to ensure the hundreds of panicking ancient clan members weren't injured or forced back. The celestial clan was the same. Jodu and company acted at the same time to protect the hundreds of celestial cultivators from the rumble. Only Wang Lin quietly sat there and calmly looked at the sea storm. He didn't act to help anyone. There was no point. Wang Lin had already knew what would happen 12 days from now. He looked at the people of the 2 sides and closed his eyes. There are 12 days until the gate opens, but the rumbles are as intense as 2 days before the immemorial God realm opened in the past. If this continues, I fear they will be unable to stay. The immemorial god realm is strange. It is very different from the past. The 6 Grand Empyreans on both sides of the sea storm looked at each other, and their expressions became gloomy. As the 6 of them continued to resist, time passed once more. Every day, the rumbling of the storm would become more violent. When it was only 9 days before the immemorial god realm's opening, the rumbles spread across the entire vast basin. Even the edges of the basin connected to the ancient clan and the celestial clan could hear the rumbles. At dusk 9 days before the opening, the rumbles reached an indescribable degree. Even the 6 Grand Empyreans at full power felt like they could not resist anymore. The rumbles were enough to make the sky shatter and cracks appear on the earth. The hundreds of people protected by the 6 Grand Empyreans bled from their orifices. There are still 9 more days. It is impossible to resist any longer. Right now, it is as intense as the last day before the immemorial god realm opened in the past. If this continues, people will die tomorrow and we will be injured before even going in. I fear we can't allow this many people to enter the immemorial god realm this time, Wu Feng quickly said, and Dowie silently nodded. Jodi clenched his teeth and sent out a divine message. All cultivators below Golden Exalt, quickly retreat and quickly transfer out of the vast basin. As his words echoed, on the ancient clan's side, Song Tian and company also made a decision. Out of the hundreds of people they were guarding, those that hadn't successfully passed the 3 trials and 7 calamities all quickly left the center of this rumbling. A moment later, less than 100 people remained on each side of the storm, and because there were fewer people, the pressure on the 6 Grand Empyreans reduced greatly. This was all seen by Wang Lin. He still silently pondered and didn't do anything. He looked at the sea storm and saw the gap in the gate formed by the 9 pillars became a bit bigger. In a flash, 3 days passed. There were only 6 more days until the immemorial god realm opened. The rumbling from the gate became even more intense than 3 days ago. This had never happened before during the immemorial god realm's opening. This caused the 6 Grand Empyreans to become very anxious. They could not endure it anymore. They had to reduce the people or else they would be affected as well. Wang Lin. Shen Luo looked toward Wang Lin. This was the first time he had spoken to Wang Lin since the rumbles from the sea storm began. In truth, Song Tian and the ancient Ji Grand Empyrean had long pinned their hopes on Wang Lin. They were just confused about why Gu Dao still hadn't come. However, now was not the time to think about this matter. After they heard Shen Luo speak, they immediately looked at Wang Lin. Teacher? Wang Lin stood up and looked at Shen Luo, who was using his full strength to resist the rumbling. Teacher, it's useless. In the end, they will not be able to enter. Even you all won't be able to enter, Wang Lin softly said. But he still raised his right hand and waved at the less than 100 people being guarded by Shen Luo and company. With this wave, Shen Luo and company suddenly felt the pressure disappear, as if the rumbling was gone. The nearly 100 people all recovered from the pain they were suffering. Gu Dao should have already noticed this, so he didn't appear to forcibly intervene. Shen Luo and company remained silent. They also felt the strangeness of this opening of the immemorial god realm. There were still 6 days remaining, and they found it difficult to imagine how intense the rumbling would become then. It was likely that even they would have to retreat. The ancient clan had Wang Lin's protection, but on the celestial clan side, under Jodi and company's protection, they had to reduce the amount of people. Golden Exalt Cultivators, Empyrean Exalt Cultivators, back down and quickly transfer away. As Jodi's voice echoed, a majority of the almost 100 cultivators silently pondered. They looked at the sea storm with regret as they left one by one, leaving only 11 people. Not all Ascendant Empyreans had come. These 11 people were the Ascendant Empyreans that had chosen to come. Only 6 days left. During these 6 days of time, it was painful to endure for everyone beside Wang Lin. Although the ancient clan had many people, Wang Lin's words made them hesitant. When 3 more days passed and only 3 days remained, the rumbling was several times stronger than when the immemorial god realm opened in the past. On the celestial clan's side, The 11 Ascendant Empyreans unwillingly left and chose to transfer out of the vast basin. Jodi and company sat together. Without the need to shelter the Ascendant Empyreans, they could use their full strength to resist the rumbles of the sea storm, so now they could last longer. Looking at what had happened on the Celestial clan side, Xianluo and company felt bitter in their hearts. They had a hunch that what Wang Lin had said was true. If not for Wang Lin helping earlier, they would be the same as the other side, with only 3 of them remaining. The last 3 days were the most difficult 3 days. One day unknowingly passed, and just as the day passed, the sea storm became 100 times more intense. This caused the world to collapse into countless fragments, and the world became a void. Jodi and company turned pale, and they didn't hesitate to link their divine senses to resist it with their combined power. The ancient clan was still as calm as before. Xianluo and the others felt like nothing had happened. However, looking at the other side made them gain a new understanding of how powerful Wang Lin was. When there were only 2 days left until the immemorial God Realm's opening, Gudao arrived. His arrival was silent, as if he had always here. He walked out of the void and sat down next to Wang Lin. He looked at the sea storm and let out a sigh. Xianluo, the 3 of you stay and the rest of you leave. After he spoke, he waved his right hand at the nearly 100 ancient clan members, and they slowly disappeared. Wang Lin looked at Gudao and didn't speak. He continued to look at the sea storm. The gap in the stone gate was even bigger now, and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. At this moment, there were only 8 people remaining outside the sea storm. They were surrounded by the void as the world had collapsed around them. When the day passed and it was the last day before the gates opening, the rumbles formed a vortex. As the vortex rotated rapidly, it caused Jodi and company to cough out blood. They retreated unwillingly and knew in their hearts that they had reached their limit. Dao Yi was the first to clench his teeth and leave, followed by a helpless Wu Feng. Only Jodi revealed a distorted expression as the veins on his face swelled. He wanted to continue to resist. However, he only lasted 2 more hours before he disappeared with a bitter expression. Jodi was unwilling as he helplessly left. As his figure gradually disappeared, there were only 5 people left outside the sea storm. Gudao looked at the sea storm and slowly said, "You all leave now. The rumbling on the last day will even require my full effort to resist. Even when it finally opens, you all won't be able to enter the immemorial God Realm. I just noticed this several days ago." Xianluo and company silently pondered and then bowed at Gudao. After seeing Jodu and them leave, they knew that this opening of the immemorial God Realm was not something they could participate in. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Lin got up and walked toward Xianluo. "Teacher." Xianluo looked up at Wang Lin and smiled. "Teacher is about to reincarnate soon. Disciple is about to enter the immemorial God Realm. If I come out safely, I'll go protect teacher's reincarnation. If I don't, teacher can still reincarnate safely with this." Wang Lin looked at Xianluo and reached at the void. A jade appeared, and he respectfully handed it to Xianluo. Xianluo held the jade. He didn't immediately check it but looked at Wang Lin. After a long time he spoke softly. "Protect yourself." Wang Lin nodded. Xianluo closed his eyes. When he opened them once more, he turned into a ray of light along with Song Tian and the ancient Ji Grand Empyrean. In a flash they disappeared without a trace. At this moment, outside the sea storm, only Wang Lin and Gudao remained. Time slowly passed. In a flash it was dusk. There was only half an hour before the immemorial God Realm's opening, and the rumbles from the sea storm reached their peak. The vortex was rotating so rapidly that at first glance, it looked stationary. However, when it looked like this, it meant that it had reached an alarming speed. As the vortex rotated, the sea water seemed to be absorbed by the vortex. The sea water left the sea storm and was pulled toward the vortex. The vortex was like a black hole that devoured everything. It constantly absorbed large amounts of seawater, causing the sea storm to shrink. Gudao looked at the sea storm and said, "When all the seawater is sucked in, the immemorial God Realm will." His voice still clearly entered Wang Lin's ears through the rumbling. I'm entering the immemorial god realm to resurrect my wife. You, what are going in there for? Wang Lin watched the vortex rapidly devour the seawater. It wouldn't be long before the sea storm disappeared completely. For an answer, Gu Dao turned toward Wang Lin. After I obtained the ancient ancestor's memories, there was a question that I needed to help him answer. I have waited for this day for a long time, and your arrival was an opportunity for me to find this answer. The answer, Wang Lin muttered. If I find this answer, perhaps I can leave the ancient clan and go anywhere I want to go. There was a flash of complicated feelings in Gu Dao's eyes. You have the head of the celestial ancestor, so you should have seen that the celestial ancestor died in peace. There was no pain. The ancient ancestor also died. I can feel this death in his memory. He walked toward death with hesitation, disbelief, and determination. The two of them paid the price of death to pursue the answer and at the same time lay down the roots of heritage. Perhaps it was to protect them, Gu Dao muttered. Their surroundings rumbled endlessly and the vortex continued to devour until less than half the sea storm remained. The sea water had completely disappeared into the vortex, its whereabouts unknown. It didn't take long for all the sea water to disappear. Gu Dao withdrew his gaze from Wang Lin and looked toward the shrinking sea storm as he said in a hoarse voice, "The ancient ancestor and the celestial ancestor found an unimaginable secret. They hesitated, doubted, and in the end, in order to pursue the truth, they walked toward death. Now I'm going to search for the answer." Wang Lin silently pondered. Half an hour of time gradually passed. When all the sea water was devoured by the vortex, the thunderous rumbles continued to echo. The 9 huge pillars that were no longer surrounded by the sea emitted a dazzling, 9-colored light. The gate to the immemorial god realm formed by the 9 pillars slowly opened. The moment it opened, a ripple spread out from the gate, and its speed was unimaginable. It instantly swept across the vast basin toward the ancient clan and celestial clan. When the ripple swept past the vast basin, the wind stopped. Song Tian and the others, who were flying away, stopped in the air. In the ancient clan, whether it was mortals or cultivators, all living things stopped when the ripple swept by. Fire, rivers, and everything stopped at this moment. In the land of the ancient Ji there was rain falling, and at this moment even the rain stopped in the air. In the celestial clan it was the same. Zhoudu's group of 3, Gemini, the celestial emperor, and the countless cultivators, mortals, and celestial beasts all stopped moving. The 5 elements of the world, all laws of the world, everything stopped completely at this moment. The entire immortal astral continent became silent. Only the gate formed by the 9 pillars at the center of the vast basin slowly opened. Once it fully opened, 9-colored light shined from within, revealing a passage to somewhere unknown. This time is indeed very different from the past, Gu Dao muttered. The ripple could stop everything in the world below the heaven-trampling realm. Gu Dao's eyes lit up and he didn't hesitate at all. He rushed into the 9-colored gate before Wang Lin and disappeared inside. At this moment, Wang Lin was the only person left outside the gate. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he walked toward the gate. He entered the gate step by step. After Wang Lin entered the immemorial god realm, everything on the immortal astral continent returned to normal. The strange thing was that almost no one had detected that moment when everything stopped. Cultivators couldn't, ancient clan members couldn't, and not even the Grand Empyreans had noticed that they had lost about 10 breaths of time. This 10 breaths of time was lost from the heaven and earth, from the 5 elements, from every mortal, from every cultivator, from every ancient clan member, and from the 8 Grand Empyreans. It was as if this short period of time was absorbed by a strange force and disappeared into the gate of the immemorial god realm. When the entire immemorial astral continent recovered, the 9 pillars in the vast basin shined brightly. The light obscured everything and then disappeared without a trace. When the 9 pillars disappeared, the gate to the immemorial god realm also disappeared. When the gate at the center of the basin disappeared, the vortex that remained rumbled endlessly. The endless sea that had disappeared into the vortex scattered back into the basin. The sea water fell as thunderous rumbles echoed. Several hours later, the vast basin turned back into a sea. The sea was endless and the waves crashed into each other. The rumbles disappeared and were replaced by the sounds of the sea. Everything returned to normal. The celestial clan was like this and the ancient clan was like this well. Everything recovered to normal, including in the two figures inside an elegant courtyard in Blackstone City of the ancient clan. The house was not big and the interior was relatively simple, but it was heartwarming. On the bed lied an old woman. Her face was filled with wrinkles, but one could see how beautiful she was when she was young. Beside the old woman was another woman. She wore white and one couldn't see her appearance. Only her hair could be seen hanging in front of her face. Her back was very beautiful, but there was a sense of sadness in this beauty. It would make people who saw her love and pity her. It was like a fish in water, you couldn't see her tears, but when she looked at you from under the water, perhaps you could taste the tears if you were to scoop up some of the water. The old woman was reluctant to part and softly said, "Dong Mei, I'm going to accompany Anant Chong. Don't try. When I leave you, we'll be the only one left. You and I are different. I'm just an ordinary person and my lifespan is limited, but you have the ancient bloodline and can cultivate. You, take care of yourself." She was Songji. Songji was only an ordinary member of the ancient clan, so 500 years was the limit of her lifespan. The old woman looked at the girl that had grown up with her and muttered, "I know there is a story in you. I've seen you look into the sky in a daze and cry many times. I even remember that when I told you about what happened at the ancient Dao Imperial City and the story of Wang Lin and Li Muin, you would force yourself to smile. Dong Mei, promise me that if you can't forget, don't make yourself feel bad." She would always remember when she first said the name Wang Lin to Dong Mei, the startled and emotional expression Dong Mei had. She also remembered that 500 years ago, when Wang Lin had brought her back, he not only told her the story of Li Muin, but also of a woman named Li Qianmei. Reincarnated person. Dong Mei and Li Qianmei, are they the same person? The old woman didn't say this, but looked at the beautiful woman before her as she slowly closed her eyes. What was the immemorial god realm? This was the question that almost every cultivator on the immortal astral continent had. Even Grand Empyreans didn't know what kind of existence the immemorial god realm was or where it came from. Although a lot of people had entered the immemorial god realm, they couldn't tell what kind of place it was. Wang Lin looked around. The sky was red. There were no stars, sun, or moon, but there was a gentle light. The earth was circular. Here, his divine sense was limited and could not cover the entire continent. He could only see the mountain ranges nearby and the long trenches. Walking on the earth, Wang Lin silently pondered. His eyes were filled with confusion and familiarity as he silently walked forward. Wang Lin stopped at a trench and examined it. It was completely straight, as if created by the strike of a sword. Faint waves of black gas were rising from the trench. They slowly disappeared after rising into the air. From here, the depths of the trench were dark, as if there was nothing there. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit and then stepped forward. He crossed the giant trench and walked into the distance. Time slowly passed. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin saw even more trenches and mountain ranges. The trenches all looked similar. They were straight, as if created by a sword slash. Circular earth. Wang Lin murmured as his eyes lit up and he flew into the sky. As he flew higher and higher, the outline of the earth seemed to shrink. When Wang Lin was at the top, he looked down at the earth below and the sense of familiarity became even stronger. This circular earth and deep trenches were arranged in a neat order. Combined together, all of this looked like a compass. A huge compass. The trenches were the scales and the mountain ranges naturally formed ancient runes. Compass. A compass without a pointer. Rather, the earth is the compass. But it is not complete, half of it is missing. Wang Lin looked at the earth and saw that half of it seemed illusory. While he silently pondered, his gaze swept by the earth and stopped at the center of the compass. There was a mountain that pierced into the clouds. 7-colored snow was falling on top of it. Looking at the mountain, Wang Lin revealed a complicated expression. In the ancient Shur ancestral temple, while he was going through this 3 soul splits, he had seen this mysterious mountain. This was where he saw the figure holding a body and questioning the world. However, now that he looked at the 7-colored snowy mountain, he didn't see that figure, but another familiar figure was sitting there, waiting for him. This person looked old but not old and was covered in a 7-colored light. His face was filled with excitement. He was the person that was like the all-seer, like the 7-colored celestial sovereign, like the ancient Tao imperial teacher. Behind this figure, behind this mountain, there was a bridge. One end was connected to the compass and the other was connected to the sky, forming a large arc. The bridge looked almost exactly the same as the heaven-trampling bridges. At the point where it connected to the sky, Wang Lin could vaguely see an illusion behind the blood-colored sky. There seemed to be 2 figures inside the illusion, but they were blurry, so it was impossible to see them clearly. This scene was the same as the illusion he had seen after the 9th bridge. "You're finally here." The all-seer looked at Wang Lin and laughed. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the bridge and looked at the all-seer. He didn't speak and slowly walked over. A moment later, he was standing on the mountain where the 7-colored snow was falling. He looked at the surrounding 7-colored snow and sighed. "This old man has waited a long time for this day. All of this a dream of yours. But whenever you come here, a distortion appears in your dream." The all-seer laughed as he waved his hands. As he waved, the circular continent began to rumble. As it rumbled, dense, black gas erupted from the many trenches. The black gas flew into the sky and rushed toward this mountain. In an instant, the black gas covered the blood-colored sky. Then the black gas gathered behind the all-seer to form a giant figure. The figure was extremely tall and seemed to prop the world up. From afar, this figure was wearing a black robe that covered up his face. But Wang Lin could still recognize that this figure was the same as the all-seer before him. "Wang Lin, even though you were a heaven-trampling cultivator in your previous life, this old man is a supreme existence here at the boundary compass. On the entire immortal astral continent. This is the only place I can devour and fuse with you. Here, your dream will distort. And from now on, I'll be you." A roar came from the huge figure, echoing in all directions. The previous life. Wang Lin looked at the all-seer and the figure behind the all-seer. His expression was calm. "It looks like you still haven't remembered everything. Forget it. Before you die, this old man will let you understand everything." The all-seer stood up and took a step back into the huge figure. The black hood that was covering his face moved, revealing his demonic face. "The immortal astral continent doesn't exist. It is something created by your dream. In fact, this is just a void that is part of the defying earth realm." "The void? Wang Lin silently pondered. "You don't believe me? The you that hasn't recovered your memories is extremely pitiful before this old man. Wang Lin, let this old man tell you, the universe consists of 4 major realms. This realm is the defying earth realm. Each realm has a treasure, and the treasure of the defying earth realm is the boundary compass, the only void extinction treasure. This immemorial God realm is the boundary compass." The eyes of the huge figure of the all-seer were filled with excitement. "As for you, in your previous life, you were the strongest person in the world, and you could have done anything you wanted. However, for a woman, you borrowed the boundary compass from the guardian and used it to revive your wife. You used your self-created dream Tao to spread your true self to create reincarnation. You wanted to make your dream to resurrect your wife a reality and reverse the change of the heavens and earth. Even this old man was very shocked by your crazed action and ideas." The all-seer looked at Wang Lin as his words echoed. Wang Lin closed his eyes and then opened them a moment later. He looked at the huge figure and slowly said, "So it's like this. So, who exactly are you?" The all-seer gloomily said, "This old man is the guardian of the boundary compass. Back then, you took it from my hands. I have a disciple, you should know him. His name is Moz." Wang Lin silently pondered. The all-seer's eyes lit up as he waved his right hand, and a portion of the black gas on his body separated into the sky to form a black vortex. As the black vortex rotated, different scenes appeared inside it. If you still don't believe me, you can see for yourself. You can determine for yourself whether this is real or fake. Inside the black vortex, Wang Lin saw another version of himself holding a body and roaring at the sky. He saw a version of himself from the past that failed to resurrect Li Muan. The sorrowful expression, the angry roar, and the crazed eyes. Even if heaven wants you to die, I'll take you back. I'll break the heavens, shatter the earth. I'll sink into reincarnation and find all of you to bring you back forever. If I can't succeed, then I, Wang Lin, will never awaken. I'll be immersed in reincarnation with you for eternity. As Wang Lin looked at the images in the vortex, the memories of the past appeared in his mind. It was as if they had always existed, but he had just forgotten. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment before he looked at the All-Seer and slowly said, "In order to make me come here, you told me I can resurrect Li Muan here. Is that true, or was it a lie?" "It can be true, it can be a lie. The boundary compass is the only void extinction treasure in the defying Earth realm. It can change everything, but you won't have the opportunity." The All-Seer saw how calm Wang Lin was, and that there was no sign of the slightest distortion. This caused the All-Seer to hesitate. When he heard Wang Lin's words, he didn't act recklessly. He vaguely felt like there was something wrong. "What bridge is that?" Wang Lin raised his hand and pointed at the bridge that connected the heavens and earth behind the All-Seer's huge figure. The boundary compasses heaven-trampling bridge. It is also the true body of the heaven-trampling bridge that all life in the defying Earth realm feels once their cultivation level reaches a certain point. The feeling that something bad was going to happen became even more clear for the All-Seer, but he couldn't think of a reason why. Wang Lin smiled as looked at the All-Seer and calmly said, "You're hesitating and wondering why there is no distortion happening like when a sleeping person is about to wake up." The All-Seer's expression suddenly changed and his huge body retreated a few steps. He stared at Wang Lin, and after taking a closer look, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Something is wrong. Even if you remember your past life, once you enter the boundary compass, you will awaken from the dream Tao. The last several times you always awakened at this step. This time, it will not be any different." Wang Lin looked at the All-Seer and slowly said, "You're not the guardian, but the missing one." The moment he said this, the All-Seer suddenly felt his heart drop. "I was hesitant about all of this until I saw the mountain with the 7-colored snow for the second time and the figure holding the body when I was in the ancient Sure ancestral temple. I felt like something was wrong, but at the same time, a crazy idea was born." Wang Lin didn't look at the All-Seer, but at the bridge behind the All-Seer. "I was afraid of the failure that I saw, afraid that I had failed to resurrect one heir. I was afraid that everything was just a previous life where I met one heir and did my best to resurrect her but failed. So I immersed myself in the dream Tao to change reincarnation until my dream came true. However, was it really a previous life? I didn't think so. I was afraid it was all true, so I had to verify it. I had to change it." Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. "Back then, inside the heaven-defying bead, I heard a voice. That voice kept telling me that I was missing one. Missing one. I still didn't know what was missing. In the cave world, I once saw a scene. Celestial Emperor by Fan pointed at the sky and went crazy. Then I learned that he inadvertently realized that this world was just a cave. He couldn't accept it and went crazy. Like a steamed scattered spirit, but he didn't have scattered spirit's courage or perseverance. That scene gave me inspiration and also an even deeper sense of fear. And in the cave world, when I attempted to reach the third step, the void gate appeared, and the voice that came from behind the gate. Later, I found that the voice was very similar to the voice in the heaven-defying bead that was telling me that something was missing. This lasted until I had the crazy idea, until I found the skull of the Ji Qiong and found the divine sense left there. After Wang Lin spoke, he raised his right hand and the skull of the Ji Qiong appeared. There were characters imprinted on the skull that emitted a cold light and killing intent. "I have the answer to everything." Wang Lin looked at the skull in his hand and revealed a complicated expression. "The missing one inside the heaven-defying bead is you. You're not the so-called guardian. but the treasure spirit of the boundary compass. Wang Lin looked up. His eyes were bright. This gaze caused the all-seer to tremble. Originally, I was very confused about resurrecting Li Muwen. I didn't even know how to resurrect her until you appeared at the deserted mountain in the ancient Tao. Your words were remembered by me, and with my experience, I thought of a method when I saw the roaring figure inside the ancient Shur ancestral temple. When I thought of this and implemented this method, I was hesitant. Was my existence real or a dream? Did the immortal astral continent truly exist? Until I saw this skull, Wang Lin muttered. What method did you think of? The black gas around the all-seer continued to churn. He looked at how calm Wang Lin was, and listening to Wang Lin's calm words made his heart fill with fear. He found that everything he knew was very different from now. He suddenly felt like a calamity was going to befall him when he heard Wang Lin talking about the crazy idea and method. Wang Lin calmly looked at the all-seer. My method is very simple. I know flowing time, you should know this. After my slaughter avatar was complete, I used my flowing time spell with all power to reverse time and send him back into the past. I sent him countless years into the past to imitate my life. He used his dream Tao to divinate and calculate everything that would happen in my life. I gave him autonomy, I gave the avatar freedom. After doing this, I suddenly realized that everything had become clear. The so-called previous life was the slaughter avatar that I sent into the past. You say that the immortal astral continent is an illusion. I can tell you now that the immortal astral continent is not a dream, not an illusion. I, Wang Lin, didn't reincarnate. I was born on planet Suzaku and reached the present step. I'm me. The reason you and some other people think this is all a dream is because my slaughter avatar successfully changed something in the past. I don't know what my slaughter avatar did in the past or where he is now, but when I saw the skull of the Jiqiong, I saw his divine sense. I saw the method to awaken Li Muwen that I tasked him with finding. The divine sense clearly told me that in the past, the slaughter avatar reversed the world and borrowed a compass. This compass was the key to resurrect Wan Er. He placed the compass on the immortal astral continent and entered it several times. However, every time he entered, it soon dissipated. Until he came to the immemorial God realm during a reincarnation. Before he dissipated, he completed the task I left him and blasted open the compass. This caused the compass to become incomplete and also released the treasure spirit inside the compass. That's you. Wang Lin looked at the all-seer. When the all-seer heard this, his body trembled violently and his eyes filled with disbelief and indescribable fear. Impossible. This is impossible. This is my method to release you and use you, who is the essence of the boundary compass, to resurrect my wife. Reincarnation is right there. Once you understand it thoroughly, you can move it as you will. If you don't understand it, you call it the previous life. It is a circle and it is always there. You can see it, you can feel it. Like Moz's words, like red butterflies' memories. Like when you recognized the slaughter avatar at the deserted mountain in the ancient Tao. The ancient ancestor and celestial ancestor could not see through reincarnation. They thought everything was false and died seeking Tao. This is reincarnation. After understanding reincarnation, you see that it is just a circle. You can casually walk to any point and grab it. Wang Lin shook his head and calmly looked at the all-seer. You have been scheming against me, but you didn't know that in the end. I was scheming against you, like searching for something only to suddenly find it when you turn around. Impossible, it can't be this way. I personally saw your previous life. I personally saw you borrow my compass. I personally saw you enter the dream Tao with the compass. I also personally saw you reincarnate many times and reach this point before dissipating in the compass. The all-seer seemed to have gone mad. He had schemed for a lifetime, but in the end, he still miscalculated. When he was released from the compass, he thought that it was an accident, but he didn't expect it to be part of Wang Lin's plan. Impossible! I don't believe it! The all-seer roared as his body made of black gas covered the sky. He rushed toward Wang Lin as if he wanted to devour him. Just because you saw it, that doesn't mean it's true. because you can't see through reincarnation. It is right there. If you understand it, you understand it, but if you don't, then you will never understand it. Wang Lin shook his head. The All-Seer's voice echoed inside the immemorial god realm with the seven-colored snowy mountain as the center. Its huge body made of black fog rushed toward Wang Lin with unwillingness and madness. He was unwilling to let this be. He had waited for so long, waited for countless reincarnations, until this day arrived, but he didn't expect everything to turn out like this. Wang Lin had deceived everyone. Not even the All-Seer knew that everything was not Wang Lin's dream, but the Slaughter Avatar's Tao. The All-Seer's heart was filled with an absurd feeling, and this feeling was enough to make him go mad. He was the treasure soul of the boundary compass, and he had seen Wang Lin come here again and dissipate here in every reincarnation, until the time he personally saw Wang Lin blast open the compass and then dissipate. This allowed him, the All-Seer, to walk out, and at that moment he laughed with ecstasy. He didn't know his own origin. In his memory, when he first awakened countless years ago, he was already the treasure spirit of the boundary compass. He also didn't know who had created the boundary compass. He had no memory and was confused for a long time until he saw Wang Lin borrow the compass. He saw Wang Lin go through reincarnation again and again until he was released. The moment he was released, he was filled with an unspeakable sense of joy. He felt like he was about to be free, and he didn't want to continue to exist inside the compass like a captive. That's why he wanted to take over Wang Lin. From his view, all life on the immortal astral continent was fake and only Wang Lin was real. From his analysis, once he succeeded in taking Wang Lin over, he would have heaven-trampling cultivation and true freedom. He could no longer be trapped inside the compass as the treasure spirit, even though he felt that aside from being the treasure spirit, he was also the guardian of this compass. But no matter what, everything he had done was for freedom. He had even decided that once he gained his freedom and succeeded in taking over Wang Lin's body, he was going to find his origin, find who had made him into a treasure spirit. From his view, after he succeeded in taking over Wang Lin's body, the boundary compass would become his supreme treasure. He was the treasure spirit, and no one knew its strength better than him. Aside from its power, its most important use was allowing one to leave the defying Earth realm. As for the origin of the boundary compass, he had some ideas, but they were blurry. He didn't know who had created it, nor why he was inside it. He only knew that once he gained his freedom, he would search for an answer. However, at this moment all of his plans collapsed because of Wang Lin's words. He had no hope. He only felt despair and anger, along with fear and reluctance. He rushed frantically at Wang Lin and the black fog howled loudly. As he closed in on Wang Lin, he saw the faint smile on Wang Lin's face. Wang Lin raised his right hand as he looked at the black fog rushing toward him and gently waved. When I mastered reincarnation, I had already reached heaven trampling. As Wang Lin spoke calmly, he waved his sleeve. The black fog before him sizzled and began to rapidly dissipate. I'm unwilling to let this be. Wang Lin, I'm unwilling to let this be. The All-Seer let out a miserable cry. As the black gas scattered, the remaining black gas condensed into a large head. This head looked very different from the All-Seer. He was middle-aged, and between his eyebrows was a star pattern that was flashing. There was a vague shadow of a crane struggling inside the star pattern. All of this lasted for an instant before scattering. The middle-aged man's head scattered, and all the remaining black gas suddenly turned into a giant black crane. The black crane let out a hiss at the sky and rushed toward Wang Lin once more. The moment he closed in, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He took a step forward and raised his right hand. As the black crane closed in, his hand grabbed the crane's neck. The black crane continued to struggle. As it howled, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His right hand's grip tightened, resulting in a thunderous bang that made the entire immemorial god realm tremble, and the sky to become a blur. The black crane completely shattered. The All-Seer's divine sense was in chaos, and when the black crane disintegrated, so did the All-Seer. Right as the last bit of his divine sense was going to be destroyed, he seemed to remember something about the past, some things he thought did not exist in his memory. Morning Dao Realm, my hometown. The All-Seer muttered as his divine sense dissipated completely and he completely died. His crane body turned into countless strands of black gas. Among the black gas there was an obvious strand of gray gas. Wang Lin watched as the gray gas rushed toward the bridge that was connected to the sky and disappeared into the illusion behind the bridge. This gray gas didn't carry the All-Seer's aura. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he was not surprised at all, as if he already knew the gray gas existed. He only took a glance and ignored it. His right hand reached out and gripped toward the black gas. As he gripped, the black gas suddenly gathered and formed a fist-sized ball of gas in Wang Lin's palm. The ball of gas was not black, but nine-colored. It was very beautiful. One realm essence. When Wang Lin looked at the ball of gas in his hand, his eyes were no longer calm, but filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and waved his left hand. A coffin appeared before him. There was a woman sleeping inside the coffin. She was not an absolute beauty, but she was gentle. Her eyes were closed and she remained motionless. Wan Air, I once said that even if heaven wants you to die, I'll take you back. Wang Lin murmured as he touched the woman's face. Tears flowed down his eyes and landed on her face. The tears flowed along her cheek into the corner of her mouth. I have succeeded, Wan Air. After thousands of years, I have succeeded. Wang Lin's expression was gentle as he gently pressed the nine-colored ball of gas between the eyebrows of the woman. He silently watched as the ball of gas entered her body, and time seemed to become eternal. However, there was a rare sign of tension on his face. He was very nervous. He bit his lower lip and looked at the woman before him. Wang Lin caressed Li Muan's hair and muttered, Wan Air, come back alive, come back alive. Open your eyes and look at me. The encounter outside the Sea of Devils seemed to have set the fate of 3 lives. Don't forget, don't abandon. That soft cry for help and the eyes filled with panic caused Wang Lin, who had hidden underground because he had noticed something was wrong, to raise his head. If he hadn't looked up, perhaps everything would have been different. In the Sea of Devils, when he opened his eyes and saw that weak yet tough figure standing at the entrance of the cave, his heart trembled for a moment. He didn't know why he had said, Don't be afraid, I'll take you to kill. But he knew at that moment that those words had come out naturally, the delicate figure that had used her heart blood to engrave the dragon formation onto the scale, the pale face that made his heart ache. But at that time, he was being hunted by people whose hatred for him ran as deep as the ocean. He could only tell himself to forget all the suffering she had gone through. The scene in the Sky Cloud sect, when he heard the sound of the zither and saw the bleakness of the figure inside the pavilion, Wang Lin knew he could not forget. My left hand is a short karma in the Sea of Devils and my right hand is hundreds of years of cultivation. Wan Air, open your eyes, wake up, and there is also Ping Air. He will also awaken. You will like that child. Wang Lin's tears flowed as he muttered, Time did not wait for me. When will you take me away? Wan Air, I'm Wang Lin. We are husband and wife, let me take you away. Even more tears appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he looked at Li Muan. He had waited for several thousand years for this day. The warmth in the valley, the figure he saw when he looked back, and the scenes of the past seemed to become eternal in Wang Lin's mind. He could not forget, he didn't want to forget, he was unwilling to forget. He watched Li Muan turn old and gradually age as she slowly marched to the end of her life. The moment she closed her eyes, Wang Lin's heart felt pain like never before, as if he had gone mad. He could not let Li Muan leave like this. He was going to steal her back. After losing it, he would get it back even if it meant he had to touch the sealed memory again and walk into the abyss of sorrow. He felt no regret. Wan Air, wake up. Wan Air. Wang Lin looked at the sleeping woman and his tears continued to flow. I subverted the entire world only to correct you, reflection. I reversed the entire world only to make it so the heavens could not prevent your eyes from opening. I blasted open the endless void to open a path, to allow you to find your way home. Wan Air, I'm your husband. I want you to open your eyes and wake up. Wang Lin looked up at the sky and roared. A long time had passed, but the woman inside the coffin still had her eyes closed. Wang Lin was unable to accept this. He could not accept this. Don't cry. The moment Wang Lin roared at the sky, a warm, jade-like hand slowly rose up and touched his face. Wang Lin's entire body trembled. He lowered his head to see Li Muan's eyelashes trembling as she opened her eyes. Those eyes contained the gentleness that hadn't changed for thousands of years, and a sense of tenderness that would make one's heart ache. Immemorial God realm, at the center of the circular continent, stood the seven-colored snowy mountain, and two figures were standing on it. They were Wang Lin and Li Muan. They stood there, looking at the bridge not far away, and softly spoke to each other. Wang Lin's gaze was gentle as he looked at Li Muan. He had waited for this for a long time, and now, after thousands of years, it had finally happened. The seven-colored snow that fell no longer had a sorrowful feeling. It was completely different from the scene Wang Lin had seen inside the ancestral temple. Wang Lin softly said, "It is a long story. Once we leave, we will find an ordinary place. Then I'll spend a lifetime telling you the story, and Ping Er and his wife, Qing Yi. You will definitely love them." Li Muan nodded lightly. She looked at the man before her, and he looked the same as before, only there was hidden trace of time on his face. She could imagine what kinds of hardships and what kind of price Wang Lin had paid in order to awaken her. "Now let me take you to trample the heavens together." As Wang Lin looked up at the bridge not far away, his eyes shined the brightest they ever had in thousands of years. There was no sorrow in his eyes. He pulled Li Muan's hand. After she awakened, he had never let go. He was afraid that once he let go, he would never find her again. Their two figures gradually walked onto the heaven-trampling bridge, toward the end of the bridge that was connected to the illusion. Li Muan also held Wang Lin's hand and didn't want to let go for the rest of her life. She felt the warmth coming from his hand that made her heart feel warmth and peace that crossed thousands of years. Their figures gradually arrived at the end of the bridge. Just as they were about to enter, Wang Lin stopped and waved his left hand at the ground. This wave caused 3 rays of light to fly toward the earth. The first ray of light was half a compass. It flew toward the earth and caused the circular earth to rumble. The half-illusory part of the earth became real, and the countless trenches and mountains shined brightly. After it was complete, it began to activate. The second ray of light was a giant pointer. It rapidly descended and fused with the seven-colored snowy mountain. The pointer swept across the earth. A powerful aura spread out from the earth and rumbled across the world. The third ray of light was a bead, a white bead, the heaven-defying bead. It floated in the world and emitted a soft light. Its appearance caused the entire place, the boundary compass, to become complete. Wang Lin softly said, "Withdraw." The moment he spoke, the earth rumbled and shrank rapidly, leaving behind a large amount of fog. A moment later, the continent disappeared. The seven-colored snowy mountain disappeared. Everything in the world except the bridge Wang Lin and Li Muan were on disappeared. Everything was gone. It had all turned into a palm-sized compass. The compass hummed and floated above Wang Lin's left hand and continued to rotate. It shrank once more, and what appeared in Wang Lin's hand was the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead was the most critical part of the boundary compass, and it looked no different when the boundary compass was complete. Holding the bead, Wang Lin looked back. He could not see the sky or the earth, only the void. At the end of the void, he saw a figure. It was Gu Dao. Gu Dao stared at all of this dumbfoundedly. He saw the only bridge that existed in the void and the two figures on the bridge. "This is the answer," Gu Dao muttered, revealing a complicated expression. Wang Lin smiled faintly and waved his right hand. A vortex appeared behind Gu Dao, and inside the vortex was the immortal astral continent. Gu Dao silently pondered for a moment before he bowed at Wang Lin and disappeared into the vortex. After he left, Wang Lin pulled Li Muan, who had also seen the figure but asked no questions, toward the end of the bridge and disappeared into the illusion. After Wang Lin departed, the bridge turned into specks of light and disappeared into the void here. This place was a paradise-like garden. In the distance there was a pavilion, and there was a stone table and 2 stone chairs. On the stone chair next to the table sat someone with their back to Wang Lin. This person was wearing a gray robe and had gray hair, but Wang Lin was unable to see his appearance. There was someone standing behind this person like a servant. Wang Lin pulled Li Muin out of the void and arrived at this garden-like place. When Wang Lin entered with Li Muin, the servant turned around. He looked at Wang Lin and smiled. Wang Lin looked at this servant. The servant looked a bit old, but he still immediately recognized this person. Wang Lin slowly said, "Ling Tianho. I am and also I'm not." The servant shook his head but didn't speak. The person who had spoken was the gray-robed man who had his back to Wang Lin. He turned around and smiled at Wang Lin. The gray-robed man looked at Wang Lin with a smile and said, "This must be Madame Wang. Indeed a good match for fellow cultivator Wang." Li Muin remained calm and didn't speak. She stood beside Wang Lin and calmly looked at the gray-robed man. Wang Lin looked at the gray-robed man and suddenly smiled. He pulled Li Muin toward the opposite side of the old man and he waved his sleeve. An overlapping shadow appeared on the last remaining stone chair, turning it into 2. He sat down together with Li Muin. On the table between him and the gray-robed man was a board. The black and white pieces on it were scattered. It was obviously a bad situation. "Your avatar left after playing half the game. I've waited for so many years, and you've finally arrived. Let us continue." The gray-robed man smiled as he picked up a black piece and placed it on the board. "You are the guardian?" Wang Lin glanced at the board and looked at the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man looked up and smiled. "I'm and so are you. The All-Seer is the treasure spirit, and I left a strand of divine sense on him. That was the gray-robed All-Seer you saw." The gray-robed man looked exactly the same as the All-Seer. However, the feeling he gave off was different. As he had said, he was the gray-robed All-Seer. Just like how the 7-colored realm was originally created by your avatar. It was later found by the treasured spirit and used by it. I was also very curious, but now I see that reincarnation is so simple to you. Those imitation heaven-defying beads in the 7-colored realm were created by your slaughter avatar when tried to find out what the one missing thing was. Those Tao scriptures were all just your life experiences. Walk the path of the true Tao. The true, in that line, refers to one's true self in reincarnation. The meaning of this line is for all life forms to search for their true self so they can walk out of reincarnation. The gray-robed man revealed admiration in his eyes as he spoke. "I don't have a name. If I'm the first in the defying earth realm to reach heaven trampling, then you are the second. Other than you and me, no other life form could trample the heavens to arrive at this place. Aside from that avatar of yours," the gray-robed man said with a smile. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment. He still hadn't let go of Li Muin's hand as he looked at the gray-robed man and asked, "Did you create the boundary compass? Did you seal the treasure spirit inside?" The 4th step, heaven trampling, is the limit of the defying earth realm, but in the vast universe of the 4 realms, there are some who have reached the 5th step, or the 6th step. Before I came here, this board already existed. "Let's play, it's your turn," the gray-robed man whispered. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and then smiled. He raised his right hand. There was already a white bead in his hand. He held this white piece and put it on the board. The moment the white piece landed, the board suddenly changed. The white and black pieces all began to move as if they were trying to divinate something. When Li Muin looked over, all the black and white pieces had fused into only 2 pieces. One black, one white. The white piece was on Wang Lin's side and the black piece was on the gray-robed man's side. "Do you understand?" Wang Lin looked up at the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man pondered for a moment before he let out a sigh and nodded. "I understand." Wang Lin smiled as he stood up and pulled Li Muin. He didn't look back at the 2 people or the board, but stepped forward with Li Muin, and the 2 of them disappeared from this place. After he disappeared, the white piece on the board slowly became illusory and eventually disappeared, as if it had followed Wang Lin. Wang Lin left with Li Muin. On the immortal astral continent, No one other than Gu Dao knew what had happened inside the immemorial god realm. Wang Lin sat down on a calm mountain in the ancient clan. Li Muin sat behind him and gently looked at him. Wang Lin remained here for several days. He seemed to be waiting for something. Li Muin didn't know what, and she didn't want to know. As long as she could be beside Wang Lin, she was already satisfied. However, there was still a question in her heart. But she wanted to wait for Wang Lin to awaken up to ask. Another 3 days passed. At the dusk of this day, while the sky was dim, Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the sky. At this moment, a man wearing black with long, black hair appeared outside the immortal astral continent. His body was filled with slaughter and destruction. He stood outside the immortal astral continent and his indifferent eyes fell on the ancient clan, where he saw someone looking at him. His appearance was the same as Wang Lin's. After pondering for a moment, the black-robed man rushed into the immortal astral continent. He turned into a ray of black light and flew toward the ancient clan. He rushed toward the mountain Wang Lin was on and arrived before him. When he saw Li Muin, his indifferent gaze became gentle. "You didn't have to come." Wang Lin looked at his slaughter avatar. The black-robed man silently pondered. Then he raised his hand to break a strand of his black hair. When he loosened his hand, the black hair fluttered and gradually turned white. The moment the strand of white hair appeared, Wang Lin raised his right hand and a strand of white hair appeared as well. However, the moment this strand of white hair appeared, it gradually dissipated. The man in black looked at Li Muin once more. He closed his eyes as he became black gas and erased his own consciousness to fuse with Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin absorbed all the black gas and the slaughter avatar appeared in his body once more. He looked at Li Muin and suddenly understood why the slaughter avatar had chosen to dissipate his own consciousness and fuse with him after gaining independence. For me, it was 500 years. For him, it was countless reincarnations. "What are you looking at me for?" Li Muin smiled. Wang Lin suddenly asked, "Did you see him?" "Who?" Li Muin was startled. She hadn't seen anything just now. "Nothing. Let us leave. Don't you want to see Wang Ping and his wife? Let us go to a place where no one knows us and begin an ordinary life." Wang Lin stood up and smiled. "Not going to cultivate?" Li Muin blinked and stood up next to Wang Lin. "Cultivation is in the heart. After finding my true self, everywhere is the same." Wang Lin smiled as he held Li Muin. The two of them turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the dusk. "Wang Lin, after the game ended, you said, 'Did you understand?' I don't really understand it. What is there to understand?" Li Muin's gentle voice echoed. The two of them gradually flew away and disappeared into the horizon. They didn't see that at this moment, in the corner of Blackstone City, not far away from this mountain, a woman in white had her back to the lights of countless homes. As she looked at the ray of light flying away in the sky, tears flowed down the corner of her eyes. The tears flowed across her cheek and dripped onto her clothes. "Forget it. Let's forget everything." The fish in the previous life also watched the bird fade away inside the water. The woman murmured. Her eyes were hazy. The fish in the water seemed to be crying, but the tears melted in the water, so the bird could not see them. "In the previous life, we were a bird and a fish, but in this life, we are not." A soft voice suddenly appeared behind the woman. The woman's delicate body suddenly trembled. She suddenly looked back and saw the figure smiling at her,